April, 1950. Widow Xu Lotus picked up a skinny 8-year-old girl in the back mountain. Xu Lotus is illiterate, and the peach blossoms are in full bloom behind the house, so she simply named it Peach Blossom. The neighbor's doctor is a cultural person, and he calls it cheesy, and says that April is the end of spring, so let's call it late spring. Xu Lotus has always admired cultural people, and is used to beating snakes with sticks, and by taking the name of this incense, she stuffed her adopted daughter to Dr. Xiao's niece to learn the craft. A few years later, he pulled the only son of the Xiao family back to be his son-in-law. What a capability! Asterisk. Xu Wanchen, a clinical medical student, has a bachelor's, master's and doctor's degree plus regular training. Finally became a resident doctor, but due to an accident, he traveled to 50 years. Became a money-losing goods whose parents died and was abandoned by his uncle. Looking at the beansprout-like body, I thought that it would take 30 years to reform and open up. A medical dog? Who has been struggling for 10 years. I want to cry. Fortunately, there is no endless road, and her adoptive mother loves her. The arrangements for going to school, apprenticeship, food and clothing are clear. In this case, it is not impossible to take the university entrance examination again. As for the fiancé, it doesn't matter. Asterisk. Xiao Jingliang joined the revolution at the age of 16. In the second year after leaving home, his parents wrote that he had a little sister. Xiao Jingliang is grateful to the other party for his filial piety. In the 7th year after leaving home, my parents wrote a letter, and the little sister became my fiancée. Xiao Jingliang shook his head and smiled. He didn't take it seriously. He was only a 15-year-old girl. In the 14th year after leaving home, his fiancée appeared in the military hospital with a letter from her parents and became his colleague. Looking at the girl who called him senior brother, Director Xiao, who had always been gentle and dignified, had a handsome face lined with a white coat. Chapter 1. Late April. The snow and ice are melting and the soil is moist, so it's a good time for spring planting. At dawn that day, the diligent people in Xuetan had already carried their hoes, and they went down to the ground together. Xu Hehua was worried about things in her heart, and politely refused to greet her neighbors who went to the field together, and dealt with to breakfasts indiscriminately, then went back to the house to change into new clothes, dipped in water, cleaned up her hair, and then was satisfied with the sacrifice and prepared to go out. I didn't want to just walk to the donkey shed, and the courtyard door was pushed open, followed by a hearty and familiar female voice. Lotus. Is it in the house? In. Xu Hehua led the donkey out before looking at the visitor. This early in the morning, why did Sister Lenkao come? It's said that it's a sister, but in fact, the two have already come out of the 5 suits, but it's just a friendship that grew up in the same Tugji. Xu Lenkao pointed to the basket carried in the crook of her arm, and her eyebrows were full of smiles. I grind tofu at home, send you to pieces, you are? Halfway through the words, when his eyes touched the yellow paper in the other party's basket, the whole person was at a loss. Xu Hehua rolled her eyes. Okay, how many years have the iron eggs gone? Huh? Also, what, if you are busy, the tofu will put you on the pot. Xu Lenkao was a big grin, and her mouth was still a little uncontrollable, for fear that she would say something that would poke people's hearts again, so she simply sneered and went straight to the kitchen. In her heart, she felt that her sister's life was too hard. She got married at the age of 16 and became pregnant, and Li Shanhai, the man who went into the mountains to hunt, disappeared. For more than 3 years, the world was chaotic, and after not being able to find it for a long time, the people in Tunli said that they either met a blind bear or were caught by bandits, and there would be no good end anyway, so it was better to remarry while they were young. But the Lotus girl didn't want to believe that something really happened to the man, plus she had a good heart, and she wanted to leave her only son Li Shanhai behind, and she had to take care of her parents for him. Even if the little doll died and got sick when she was 6 years old, her stupid girl has been taking care of the old couple of the Li family and not remarrying, who doesn't say a word of righteousness. Which Cheng thought, more than a month ago, Li Shanhai, who had been missing for 15 years and thought he had died early, came back and said that he wanted to take his father and mother to the city to enjoy happiness. It turned out that Li Shanhai did encounter bandits back then, and when he saw that he was young and strong, he was forced to take him captive. Later, after going around for more than half a year, I met the Revolutionary Army again, so I followed him to the new barracks. This tossing and turning is 15 years. Now that the motherland is victorious and no longer fighting, he transferred to the city and became an official. Xu Lankao didn't understand the specific official. Anyway, Uncle Tun said that it was not a great position. But no matter how bad it is, it's also from the city. If Li Shanhai is a good one, the Lotus girl is also bitter. But the thing that lost his conscience had already married a child outside, and the dolls gave birth to two. Yes, her Lotus sister has been widowed for Li Shanhai for 15 years and taken care of the elderly for 15 years, but the finished thing married another wife early, and the eldest baby is 8 years old. What else did he say that an arranged marriage was feudal dregs, but Li Shanhai was literate and capable, so he naturally had to find someone who was also educated. She's. The more Xu Lankao thought about it, the more angry she became. Isn't she a white-eyed wolf? Isn't it just ungrateful? Thanks to the old couple of the Li family, they have some conscience, and I heard that they gave the Lotus girl dozens of silver dollars when they left, and even the donkey at home was kept. That's a lot of money. Of course, no one knows how much was given. But looking at the 3 red brick houses in front of you, they are very different from the oily and slippery donkey. Thinking about it like this, Xu Lankao's mood finally eased a little, and turned to look at the girl who was bolting the courtyard door beside her, and had a new worry. Do you really want me to accompany you? Although the iron egg is buried in the back mountain, only a few miles away from here, but it is also next to Lijiaton. How easy is it to touch the sad scene? Xu Hehua laughed. I really don't need to. I'll do it alone. Go and talk to Tai Dan about my divorce. His father is not dead, and he has built a new house or something, and he will come back in a while. Okay, I'll go back first. The Lotus girl is an incapable person. Xu Lankao was afraid that she would be disgusting if she said too much, so she didn't force it anymore. So she left in a hurry, but she only took a few steps and turned back. Seeing this, Xu Hehua, who was thinking about what gift to give to Sister Lankao later, was puzzled and asked, "What's wrong?" Xu Lankao looked left and right, and after making sure that there was no one, she still lowered her voice. 2 days ago, someone asked me how much money you have, and I said that you have no money, and you still owe to oceans of famine to build this house. Don't say it. I was already huohuguang. I'm a woman. I'm afraid I can't keep it if I have money, so it's better to build a house. Xu Hehua's words were true. When she got the money, she immediately went back to her mother's house, and asked Uncle Tun to match, bought a homestead, and built a big house, just to make the big guy believe that she had no money in her hands. There are few big villains in the blood relatives and neighborhoods, but when you suddenly become rich, you will become a target. Xu Lotus is not so ruthless that no one is willing to help, but most of them are taking advantage of the mentality. She is not a bodhisattva. It is better to use her own flowers. No, although many people say that it is a waste for a woman to build such a big house, no one has no skin and no face to borrow money anymore. Of course, this is an external statement. In fact, she also pinched several pieces of small yellow crocker given by her ex-mother-in-law in her hand, and no one knows. If you have a charter, then I'll go back. Xu Lankao completely put her mind at ease. This time she was really gone, and she walked fast, and she disappeared in a few breaths. Xu Hoi laughed. It's still so popular. Is equal to. On the way to Hoshan, I met several waves of villagers carrying hoes. Greeted warmly in person, turned around and whispered. It's only been more than a month since the divorce, but Xu Hehua is already used to it, and she doesn't even bother to roll her eyes. Envious, jealous, sympathetic, slanderous. It's just a few words. The widow has been a widow for more than 10 years, and she has never heard any dirty words? What has not been sprinkled? How many gossip can you be afraid of? Fortunately, the further back the mountain, the more inaccessible it is. After walking for about an hour, Xu Lotus hesitated for a few moments and stopped when she passed the dilapidated land temple at the foot of the mountain. She first tied the donkey to a big tree next to her, and then picked up some dead grass roots and tied them together, and carefully cleaned them. The land temple is not big, and it was busy for half an hour, and it was cleaned up. Before leaving, Xu Lotus took out 2 of the nests that he brought to the iron eggs, put them in the broken pottery ball as tribute, and when he turned to leave, he didn't make any wishes. Xu Lotus doesn't believe in gods and Buddha. Can gods and Buddha return the iron eggs to her? But she believes in good and evil cause and effect, and it doesn't hurt to do the good things she can. After a few delays, the sun was already high when we arrived at the cemetery. It is said to be a cemetery, but it is not an ancestral grave. Because children under the age of 12 were not allowed to be buried in ancestral graves, the nearby villages gradually had a tacit understanding to give this piece of land to the children who died young. Tai Dan was only 6 years old when he went, so he was naturally buried here. However, Xu Lotus took pity that the baby was too young when he left, and he hadn't seen much of the world, so he buried him in the highest place. Isn't there an old saying, "Stand tall and see far"? She can't read and write, and she doesn't know any big truths, but it's always right to give the best to her children. It's just that every time I come to see the baby, I have to step on the dead branches and rotten leaves, and then go through a small grave bag to climb to the top. This time was no exception. Fortunately, the snow melts slowly in the mountains, the mountain road is not muddy, and it takes half an hour to reach the destination. Unexpectedly, not far from the iron egg tomb, there was an extra tattered mat rolled up. Xu Heihua frowned, understanding whose doll it was. These years have been difficult, and dead people are not uncommon. It's just that this family is ruthless enough. Why should they bury the child? There are wild boars and wolves in the mountains. Thinking of this, Xu Heihua sighed, squatted down and placed sacrifices in front of the iron egg grave, chattered and burned the paper, and pulled out all the weeds near the grave, before picking up the self-defense shovel and began to dig a soil pit nearby. No matter whose child it is, since it has been encountered, it is always bad to ignore it, and if it is buried, it will be regarded as a good deed. Xu Lotus does farm work all year round, and has a lot of strength, plus the snow has only melted, and the soil is wet, so it doesn't take long to dig a small pit nearly 1 meter deep. If you dig shallow, you won't be able to dig it out, it will be gouged out by wild beasts. After pondering like this, Xu Heihua, who was about to stop, dug down another foot deep before she was satisfied to climb out of the pit, hugged the mat and prepared to put it into the pit. But I didn't want to, so I picked it up, and a very weak cough came from the straw mat. Xu Lotus was a bold man, only startled for a moment, and immediately reacted, hurriedly put the straw mat back on the ground, and hurriedly pulled it away. Ah, it's a skinny little girl. She also knew. Li Jiatun's, that is, her ex-husband's son, is called Danny, and it seems that he is only 8 years old. If I'm not mistaken, this girl's parents have passed away and she lives with her aunt. In these years, I can't eat enough to be born, let alone a drag oil bottle. That's less to eat than chickens and more to dry than cows. Looking at this skinny appearance, Xu Heihua reasonably suspected that people were starving to death. No, it's not dead yet, it's still breathing. When she came back to her senses, she hurriedly turned around and went to the iron egg grave to get a few pieces of rock candy for worship, and then took the water hyacinth from the donkey's back, drank most of the water, and then threw the rock candy into it and shook it vigorously. After taking a sip and making sure that the water had a sweet taste, he picked up the girl doll who was coughing louder and louder, and poured sugar water into her mouth. Xu Wanchen's brain was dizzy and weak, and she didn't understand what was going on at all, so she only swallowed instinctively, and swallowed more, and finally choked and coughed directly. Don't worry, slow down, there's more. Worried that people would choke, Xu Heihua hurriedly moved the water hyacinth away a little, and only fed 2 more mouthfuls when the child had gasped. At this time, Xu Wanchen, who had barely appeased the five organs temple, had already opened his eyes, and at the same time his sanity had recovered a little. If I'm not mistaken, she seems to have been injured by mistake when she encountered a medical trouble. Then, in the midst of a loud scream, he closed his eyes. According to the normal process, she either hung up or was treated in the hospital. But at this moment, Xu Wanchen was a little confused, with her old hair combed in front of her, wearing a slanted placket and buttoned short gown, holding a woman who fed herself. "Who is it?" Looking down at his small skeleton-like bean sprouts, Xu Wanchen, who vaguely guessed the situation, didn't come up in one breath, closed his eyes, and fainted again. Is equal to. I don't know how long I fainted. Regaining consciousness again, Xu Wanchen found that she was sleeping in a warm quilt, and her body had some strength than before. She didn't rush to sit up, and raised her chicken-pawed hand to take a look. It's true. It turned out not to be a dream. She's really a child. After a while, Xu Wanchen closed his eyes in resignation, but he couldn't find the memory of the original body, so he simply opened his eyes and looked at the room. Frankly speaking, in real life, Xu Wanchen has never seen such a primitive house. Yes, it's primitive. It's not even a rough house with cement, it's just red bricks. There is no ceiling or anything, and on the roof, the wooden stick beams and reed poles are exposed. Coupled with the fact that she looked at the porcelain but not very beautiful furniture, combined with the dress of the person who saved herself, Xu Wanchen guessed that she had traveled to the past. As for the specific year, you have to find someone to ask. Thinking of this, Xu Wanchen couldn't lie down a little and slowly sat up on the bed. But at this time, a female voice came from outside the house. "Lotus girl, do you really plan to adopt that girl?" "Well, if the kid agrees." "What's wrong with this? Her uncle and aunt are black-hearted. At least you can eat enough. I think the little girl can't wait for it." "Sister just doesn't understand. You want to adopt a baby, it's not that we can't eat in tune. Why do you have to adopt a person with a foreign surname in Lijiaten? And can your parents agree?" "Sister Lankao, you don't understand. I have a relationship with Danny, and she was thrown next to the iron egg grave." "What does that mean?" "Anyway, I don't approve of it. It's not that I don't approve of you adopting a child, but I think that you should raise it neatly. Danny's child is too stumbling. How much dowry do you have to put on when you grow up to get married?" In the bedroom, Xu Wanchen, who was trying to get information from the conversation between the two, was stunned for a while before reacting, and then the whole person was not good. "What? Stumbling?" "That's it." She? Chapter 2. What do you have to look like to describe it as bumpy? Xu Wanchen, who has always been a beauty embryo, really can't imagine it. In addition, I was curious about the current years, so I simply lifted the quilt and put on my shoes to the ground. When she folded the quilt, she noticed that the bedding was very worn, and in some places, she could vaguely see the reed flowers inside. Can't even afford cotton? So poor? So, where exactly did she travel to? Danny woke up. Xu Wanchen turned around and crashed straight into a pair of warm black eyes. Looking at the age of his early 30s, he is very tall, more than 175 centimeters, with thick eyebrows, big eyes and a high nose bridge. Even if his skin is a little dark, he is very beautiful. After looking at the life-saving benefactor without a trace, Xu Wen smiled a little stiffly. "Wake up, thank you." "You." Seeing that the little girl was uncomfortable, Xu Hihua did not show enthusiasm, but just put the pottery ball in her hand on the table on the side. "Eat something when you wake up. The doctor said that you are hungry and injured, and you can only drink porridge for the past 2 days. It's sugar again, it's rice again, it's a good thing, the Lotus girl is really willing." Xu Lankao, who came in with her, looked at the thin little girl as she spoke, and the more she looked at it, the uglier she became, and she couldn't help but bring it out. "I'll just say that this Nia is not good-looking." "Xu Wanchen. So, how ugly is she?" "Don't listen to your Aunt Lankao, you're just too thin, and you'll be smart when you raise it." Seeing that the little girl didn't move, Xu Lotus directly lifted the person to the stool, stuffed a pair of chopsticks, and urged, "Eat quickly." Xu Wanchen was indeed hungry, so she didn't care about the discomfort of being raptured, so she whispered her thank you and buried her head in eating. Seeing this, Xu Lankao was surprised. "Hey Tilda, the villain's family will also say thank you, just like that cultural person. Are you literate? So literate. Okay, let the child eat by himself. I'll call Dr. Xiao to come and take a look." Xu Hehua was really afraid of her sister's mouth, so she turned around and pushed people out. Xu Lankao's mouth was broken, but her heart was hot, and she immediately said, "I'll shout, you look at the child, pitiful, as soon as you say a word without squeaking, you are scared, you talk to her well, we are not bad people." When the words fell, no matter what the reaction of the people in the house was, they went out in a hurry. Is equal to Xu Hehua has a general relationship with her mother's family, and a woman lives alone. When choosing a homestead, it is natural to carefully consider the neighborhood. In the end, with the help of Uncle Tun, he was next to Dr. Xiao, who had a transcendent status, and the difference between the two families was only a few meters. So, people come quickly. It's just that Xu Lotus still thinks it's too slow, just because the little girl said that she doesn't remember anything. Don't remember. Xiao Xayu put the medicine box on the table, lifted the corner of the robe again, sat down on the bench, and then knocked on the table with his fingers. "Little girl, stretch out your hand." Short broken hair, round-framed gold-rimmed glasses, a long navy blue horse coat, and a pocket watch fell on the second buckle of the horse coat. It is completely the image of a literati in the Republic of China. Warm and Duangsu. Why are you stunned? Xiao Xayu frowned and knocked on the table again to remind. Xu Wanchen immediately stretched out her wrist, and when the two slender fingers matched the pulse, her heart was completely cold. So, sadly, she wore it to the Republic of China? Is it the beginning? Or is it the end of time? It's not just in time for the war, is it? That. Meditation. Xiao Xayu reminded again. Xu Wanchen pursed her lips and took two deep breaths, trying to suppress the messy thoughts. After a while, Xiao Xayu said in a deep voice, "Change your hand." Xu Wanchen cooperated with Lijuo. "Big Nia, what's going on? Why don't you remember? It can't be stupid, right?" Xu Lankao couldn't hold her breath the most, and when she saw the doctor withdraw her hand, she immediately asked. Xu Hehua really couldn't hold back, raised her hand and hammered her sister to see what she said. Xu Lankao knew that she was at a loss, grinning and rubbing the place where she was hammered, and didn't dare to speak. Xiao Xayu didn't pay attention to the two of them, and after checking the pulse, he got up and carefully examined his head. There is no bruise in this child's head, and there are no external injuries, and most of the amnesia is a psychological problem. What do you mean? Xu Lotus, Xu Lankao spoke in unison. Xiao Xayu, who was sorting out the medicine box, caught about it and picked a simple statement. She may have been stimulated by something, and her brain has protected itself. Xu Hehua still didn't understand it, so she simply went straight to the point. Does it have an impact on the child's body? Do you need to take medication? Yes. What does stimulation mean? Really stupid? Stupid, we can't adopt. Xu Lankao immediately followed, and then was punched again. Xiao Xayu, it's a medicine with 3 points of poison, don't take the medicine, eat and supplement. As for memory, it's hard to say, you may not be able to remember it for the rest of your life, and maybe it will recover in a few days. There is nothing wrong with it in front of you. If there is something wrong, you can call me again. Compared with the confusion of the two, Xiao Wanchen, who is a doctor, can understand it very well. In short, it is post-traumatic stress disorder. Of course, none of that mattered, she just wanted to rationalize the lack of memory. Xu Hehua finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's good if it doesn't affect the baby, it's not a good memory anyway, just forget it. By the way, Dr. Xiao, how much? Xiao Xiu waved his hand. Forget it, it's useless. That's not going to work. As she spoke, she had already shoved 2 eggs through. In the future, the neighborhood grows, always trying to take advantage. What really happens? Who cares about you? Xu Lotus is still very wise in life. Xiao Xiu didn't have the concept of pushing and pushing, and when he saw that the other party was sincere in giving it, he also accepted it generously, but he was just curious. You want to adopt this child? Xu Hehua smiled back. Yes, Nia has agreed just now. I have thought of the name, it will be called Peach Blossom, Xu Hehua. Xu Lankao cheered. It's so good. Xu Wanchen. Xiao Xiu? The upright-tempered Xiao Xiu really couldn't hold back. Why is it called Peach Blossom? Xu Lotus was asked inexplicably. Don't everyone call it flowers and grass? It just so happens that the peach blossoms behind the house are blooming. Xiao Xiu, who was full of splendor, couldn't bear it anymore. Cheesy. Was refuted. Xu Hehua was not angry, her eyes rolled, and she opened her mouth to ask. Dr. Xiao is a cultural person, please give Nia a decent name. As he spoke, he didn't give anyone a chance to refuse, and took out 2 eggs from the cabinet and stuffed them. Give Xu Lankao a distressed straight bump. How beautiful the peach blossoms are. Choose a name. Where can you use FEI lying eggs? Eggs don't need it. It's not easy for orphans and widows. Xiao Xiu looked at the skinny little girl, only muttered for a few seconds, and then had an idea. Your mother and daughter originated in spring, and April is the end of spring, so it's called late spring. Do you like it? Late spring. The surname is Xu. Relive a lifetime. What is the truth of the same name and surname? Xu Wanchen was shocked in her heart, but only a slightly shy smile appeared on her face. I like it very much, thank you Dr. Xiao. It's quite well behaved. Xiao Xiu nodded with satisfaction, took the medicine box and prepared to leave. Xu Lotus followed out and sent people out of the door before turning back. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Xu Lankao also said goodbye. I also have to go back to cook dinner. I'm with you. At the same time as the words fell, Xu Lotus had already picked up the cheap girl on the stool, was suddenly embraced, and Xu Wanchen's whole body stiffened. Sensing that the child was uncomfortable, Xu Hehua pinched her little shoulders full of bones. Don't be nervous, I'll be your mother from now on, it's nothing to hug. Hearing this, Xu Wanchen became even more awkward. Although the grace of saving lives is like recreation, shouting a mother is not aggrieved. But she also lived to be 28 years old in her previous life, not much younger than the person in front of her. Even if she recognized it in her heart, she couldn't open her mouth at this time. The little man had a straight face, looking very festive. Xu Hehua was amused and explained, take you to Uncle Tun to cross the Ming Road. By the way, shave your hair, the road is a little far, you are weak, hold you faster. The hair must be shaved, this child is not only thin, but also buried, and she didn't dare to cover her with a new quilt. Before Xu Wanchen could reply, Xu Lankao, who was on the side, had already agreed. It's shaved, it's like dead grass, and there are lice. Xu Wanchen. Yes. Is equal to. Knowing that her daughter had no memory, on the way, Xu Hehua kept telling her about the situation in Tunli. And Xu Wanchen, who has received a lot of information, is finally no longer blind. For example, Xuaten is not small, there are more than 80 families in total, most of them are surnamed Q. Uncle Tun is an old man in his 50s, very capable. When he was young, he ran businessmen and fought devils. What did he do? Even if the year before last, due to class division, the Xu family pot workshop, selling wine, opened in the county town was closed, it is still the most prestigious existence in Tunli. The people will look for him for anything. Xu Wanchen was a southerner in his previous life, and he didn't know much about the culture of the north, so it was quite interesting to listen to. Of course, not only the ears listen, but also the eyes are not idle. Tunmi was even poorer than she expected. and as far as the eye could see, most of them were mud and grass houses. There is even a small horse shelf, which is triangular, and the adoptive mother said that it is also called a shack, and there is no kang in it. Once upon a time, strictly speaking, the Xu family in the previous life was not wealthy. But the family opened a fruit shop, food and clothing are at least worry-free, and the only daughter Xu Wanchen can even be regarded as a pampered upbringing, and the biggest hardship she has ever suffered is studying. And the environment in front of me is simply abject poverty. Too bitter? Speaking of her previous life, Xu Wanchen couldn't help but sigh. She is not very smart, but she has long known that there is only one way out for a family like theirs. The best way to not worry about her parents is to study hard, and she jumped to levels in elementary school and junior high school. Later, when I arrived in high school, I decided that doctors were more suitable for ordinary people with no background, so I ran all the way to the goal. It's a pity that when she was admitted to the ideal university, her parents encountered a road collapse when they bought goods, and they both went, and they didn't enjoy their daughter's happiness at all. And she finally survived the regular training. It's terrible for people to hang up. When you arrive, why are you in a daze again? Still sighing, a little big doll, there are a lot of thoughts. Xu Lotus put the fluttering little guy in her arms on the ground, found that her expression was dull, and pinched her face funny. Hey, there's just a layer of skin left, it's hard to pinch. Xu Wanchen, who came back to her senses, didn't know that her adoptive mother was disgusted in her heart and looked up at the house in front of her. It's pretty big. In addition to the adoptive mother and Dr. Xiao's house, this is the third brick house Xu Wanchen saw, which is a triple courtyard. It's just that before I had time to take a closer look, a man came out of the hall. The man is not only tall and swarthy, but also has a scar on his face, which really doesn't look like a good person. If it is a normal child, I am afraid that it can be scared to cry. Xu Wanchen is naturally not afraid, but focuses on looking at the other party's clothes. Why are you coming here at this time? Whose child is this? It's not a small amount of courage. Xu Jingjin was amused by the little radish-head's straight eyes, laughed out with a mouthful of yellow teeth, looked even less like a good person, and pointed to the stone table in the courtyard after laughing. Sit down and say. Xu Hua took her daughter to sit down on the stone bench and told her to call someone. Just call uncle. It turned out that this was Uncle Tun, not like he was in his 50s, looking a few years younger than his actual age. Xu Wanchen didn't twist. Uncle is good. Hey, a daredevil. Xu Jingjin took out a piece of candy from his coat pocket and handed it over. It was originally intended to be given to the eldest grandson, but the female doll in front of him was a little ugly, but her temperament was pleasing. Xu Lotus stuffed the sugar into her daughter's hand, and then said what she meant, and said with emotion. In Lijiaton for so many years, I know very well what life is going to be in late spring, and I am afraid that the child will not last long if he returns it. Xu Jingjin took a puff of cigarette. It's not difficult, it's just… Speaking of this, he glanced at the little girl who was obediently eating candy, and continued, really think clearly. You are still young, and it is not easy to marry a good family after raising this child. Xu Hehua subconsciously looked at the girl beside her, and saw that she didn't show any expression, thinking that she didn't understand, so she also put her mind at ease. Since I met late spring next to the iron egg grave, it is the fate of our mother. As for getting married, I now have a house, a land, and a donkey, and I don't have to worry about food and clothing. Xu Jingjin is not that pedantic, otherwise he would not be able to agree to the divorced girl to go back to live in Tunni, so he did not persuade again. You can figure it out, I will go to Lijiaton tomorrow morning for a run. Xu Hehua, what time is it? Xu Jingjin took another puff of cigarette. I don't need you, I'm enough for one person. Uncle Tun's ability, Xu Hehua naturally believed it. She didn't ask much, got up and sent the half basket of eggs she brought over to the storeroom, which was a hard work. When he came out with an empty basket, he said another thing. Uncle, can you help me see if there are any good days these days? When a new house is built, relatives have to be invited.
This is a happy event. Xu Jingjin did not shirk, got up and went back to the hall.
When I came out again, I had a thick notebook in my hand.
I'm embarrassed. In just half a day, for her, Xu Wanchen, whose adoptive mother gave out a lot of good things, was in good spirits when she saw the things in Uncle Tun's hands clearly. It's a calendar.
And the date at the top of the calendar is clearly written. 18th April, 1950.
Chapter 3 determined the background of the times, and Xu Wanchen's mood was not much easier. According to the historical trajectory, since the liberation, there has been no war and chaos, and the lives of the common people have been relatively stable.
Sporadic banditry, which will also be completely eliminated in recent years.
But
it's really poor right now. There are still 28 years before the reform and opening up, and it is suffocating to think about it.
Suddenly, remembering something, Xu Wanchen looked at her adoptive mother who was holding her, and opened her mouth several times, but she couldn't shout, "Mother."
Xu Hehua only thought that the little girl couldn't walk, so she bent down and scooped her up.
Xu Wanchen simply skipped the title. Our family.
How many acres of land are there?
2 acres. After responding, Xu Hehua reacted. She touched her daughter's already smooth little head and promised with a smile, "Don't worry, I can raise you." Is it a poor peasant? Xu Wanchen once again confirmed that it was really her adoptive mother's 3-room tiled house, which was too eye-catching among the mud and straw houses. Xu Hehua, it's a poor peasant.
Do you remember something?
Xu Wanchen's breath was stagnant, and then he touched his head, which was a little prickly, and pretended to be stupid. I don't know, it suddenly popped up in my head. Xu Hehua just asked, and saw that the girl's spirit was not bad, so she didn't care much, but reassured, although 2 acres of land is not much, but our land is fertile, the harvest is high, and we have paid the grain tax, so it is enough for our mother and mother to eat. My mother usually raises chickens, weaves some cloth, and grows some sorghum behind the house, so that she can always survive. By the way, if you have time, you can raise another pig, so that you can have a year's worth of meat. Can it be? It will be very hard. Xu Wanchen was just worried about the ingredients, but he didn't want to say such a thing. Hearing that her adoptive mother hated to be busy with herself, her heart was sore, and she couldn't help but ask her doubts.
Why adopt me?
Obviously, a person can live more easily. Obviously.
There is no blood relationship. How can there be so many whys? In 10 miles and 8 towns, it is not uncommon to pick up children and raise them at home.
Of course, what Xu Lotus didn't say was that she always felt that this child was guided to her by the old fairy, and when she cleaned the land temple before, although she didn't make a wish, she was a rare child in her heart.
Then I picked one up in the blink of an eye.
Without getting married, she can get a girl for nothing, and she still picks it up next to the iron egg grave, and she is naturally happy. As for why it is not clear.
Blessings are so rare, how can they leak out? Xu Wanchen didn't know what her adoptive mother was thinking, and really believed her words.
After all, most of the people in this era are simple, and there is even a 3,000 orphans entering Inner Mongolia incident in history.
Being adopted doesn't seem to be unusual.
It was her mentality in the afterlife before, and her thinking didn't turn around.
Is equal to. Back home.
The sun in the west has hidden its head.
Cooking smoke also rose in the neighborhood. Xu Lotus didn't dare to delay, and got busy after putting down the baby.
After the death of her parents, Xu Wanchen learned to cook, but never touched the earthen stove. So when her adoptive mother asked her to play in the yard, she didn't listen, sat on a small bench, staring at each other to make a fire and cook. Xu Hehuai's dinner was left over from the morning, corn porridge, tu vao tu, and a small plate of pickles. Xu Wanchen is sick, and she eats much more finely. In addition to polishing rice porridge, she also steamed 2 eggs with sesame oil. After the meal was served, Xu Hehua said while eating, "It's too late today, I'll steam a few white flour steamed buns tomorrow, and Dr. Xiao said you can eat that. The state of this body is indeed too bad. And when he shaved his hair, Xu Wanchen looked in the mirror. Skinny to the skin, with disfigured facial features, it looks not much worse than the late stage of anorexia. The actual age is 8 years old, and the maximum age is 5 years old. You must eat carefully, and you have to make up for it for a few years before you can raise the deficit. When it comes to herself, Xu Wanchen has no way to refuse. Thank you, I will work hard. In fact, she wants to say that she works hard to make money, but now she has a small body, making money or something. How does it sound like bragging? Xu Hehua pushed the untouched egg custard to her daughter's hand. Don't be in a hurry to work first, let's take care of your body. Okay. Xu Wanchen did not have the habit of eating alone. She picked up the spoon, scooped half of the egg into her adoptive mother's bowl, and then buried her head in eating. Give Xu Lotus a happy heart, and say that the girl is good. I couldn't hear Xu Wanchen crying and laughing. Obviously he was the one who ate white rice. The newly baked mother and daughter have become a lot warmer because of a small ball of egg custard. While we were discussing whether to sleep together or separately at night, there was a shouting from outside the hospital. Xu Wanchen subconsciously put down the ball and got up to open the door. You eat, I'll go. Xu Lotus pressed her daughter's shoulder, waited for her to sit back on the small stool, and then walked out of the kitchen quickly. Seeing this, Xu Wanchen simply put down the chopsticks and waited for her adoptive mother to come back before eating. Xu Hehua came back quickly, only in a minute or two. She first put the small stack of clothes she was holding in a clean dustpan before sitting back at the table, picking up the bamboo chopsticks, and explaining while eating, "Sister-in-law Su sent you some clothes that her son wore when he was a child. So much. It is normal to pick up relatives' or neighbors' clothes to wear." Xu Wanchen is very receptive, and after asking, she is curious, "Who is sister-in-law Su?" Xu Hehua, her family conditions are good, just a boy, and it's not strange how many clothes she has. By the way, you have to call Aunt Su, she is Dr. Xiao's daughter-in-law. Tomorrow my mother will take you to thank others. Yes, Xu Wanchen agreed, and asked, "Is Dr. Xiao very powerful?" Awesome. Don't look at him, he is only in his 30s, and many big people are looking for him to see a doctor. Speaking of this, Xu Hehua dragged the stool to her daughter's side, and lowered her voice again. Listen to Uncle Tun, the ancestor of the Xiao family also treated the Emperor Laowa, otherwise he can be so prestigious in our Tun with a foreign surname. Xu Wanchen also cooperated with the whisper. Dr. Xiao is not from our side. Xu Hehua, no, I came from Shandong more than 10 years ago. It's 1950 now, and more than 10 years ago it was the climax of breaking through the canto, and after smoothing it out in his heart, Xu Wanchen asked about something else. Dinner came to an end with a Q&A. After eating, the last rays of the sun had set. The mother and daughter took a hot bath at dusk. Xu Wanchen insisted on taking a bath by herself. Helpless, the young man had no right to speak, and his legs and feet were like hemp rods, and he couldn't resist the strength of his adoptive mother at all, so he was lifted and washed from head to toe. Born in the South, growing up in the South, Dr. Xu, who had never experienced such a battle, couldn't wait to find a hole to get into. I can only keep comforting myself. It's good to get used to it. It's good to get used to it. However, emotions such as shame and embarrassment all disappeared after slippery lying on the quilt and rolling comfortably twice. Is equal to. There were too many things in her heart. Xu Wanchen thought she wouldn't be able to sleep. But I don't want to. Sleep in seconds. When I opened my eyes again, it was bright. After staring at the roof of the reed pole for a long time, Xu Wanchen lifted the quilt and got dressed and got out of bed. Pushing open the bedroom door, she looked around the courtyard and made sure that there was no one, and then went to the kitchen again. The pot warmed the porridge, as well as the white steamed bun that the adoptive mother said last night, and another boiled egg. This food, in the future generations, is not bad. Xu Wanchen sighed secretly, and while pondering the money-making plan in her heart, she quickly washed up and had breakfast. After eating, I washed the dishes and chopsticks, and I was going to sweep the yard and do what I could. But I don't want to. Inside and outside the house, even the donkey shed is cleaned up.
Xu Wanchen was not entangled, so she simply opened the courtyard door and went straight to Dr. Xiao's house. This body is too small and too weak, and it is not enough to rely on rice and eggs alone. She also needs meat, and it's even better to have milk.
However, whether it is fish, meat, or milk, all of them are inseparable from money. Xu Wanchen can't put all of this on her adoptive mother. People don't owe her, and she is not so cheeky.
So, she had to find a way to make money.
In fact, 66 years ago, writing articles was also a high income, but she was an illiterate 8-year-old doll, so she didn't have to think about it. In the end, there is only one way to fit her small body and make money quickly.
Sell herbs. But she is a resident doctor in cardiothoracic surgery, and she really doesn't know a few herbal medicines.
So, it's imperative to go next door and study. Just from?
Let's ask the time to start. Is equal to. The morning sun is clear, and there is no wind in the 4 fields. Xu is a different mentality. Today's Xu Wanchen even has the mood to see the scenery.
Only a few meters away, it didn't delay her to look at the blue sky, white clouds, and small villages. Dr. Xiao's house is also a triple courtyard, but it is not as big as Uncle Tun's house.
When I walked to the door, I found the gate open. In the courtyard stand several simple wooden shelves that are high and wide. There are a lot of shallow dustpans on the shelves.
Each dustpan contains herbs.
It's too far away to see clearly. She shifted her gaze to the left, which fell back to Dr. Xiao.
He is still wearing a long coat today. Different from yesterday's navy blue, today it is dark gray.
At this moment, Dr. Xiao was sitting at the stone table in the courtyard, using a cutter to cut the rhizome-shaped medicinal herbs very intently. Just when Xu Wanchen was hesitating to come over at another time, a slender figure walked out of the kitchen. At this moment, looking at the beautiful woman who was gradually approaching, Xu Wanchen finally knew what the book kini meant. The woman did not wear a traditional bun and had clean, shoulder-length short hair.
He wears a navy blue floral placket knee-length gown, a black ankle-length pleated skirt, and buckled black cloth shoes.
The whole person is like a lady who came out of the Republic of China pictorial, but she is also incompatible with the countryside.
The adoptive mother said that her sons were 17 or 18 years old, and they couldn't see it at all. Such a beauty. And then compare her current stumbling appearance. Xu Wanchen is rarely a little embarrassed. Auntie is good.
Hey,
you are the late spring of the Lotus girl next door, right?
Come on in. Su Nan smiled and beckoned.
The first time I came to the door, how could there be a reason to be empty-handed, and the relationship had to be handled slowly step by step, so Xu Wanchen shook his head. Thank you, Auntie. I won't go in. Can I ask what time it is? Yes. The child was reluctant to enter the house, and Su Nan was not reluctant, raised his wrist to look at it, and replied with a smile, It's 9:15. The purpose of showing his face was achieved. Xu Wanchen didn't stay long, and said goodbye in a small voice. Thank you, Auntie. I'll go back. The little girl, like bean sprouts, with two small thin legs, walked very fast. Su Nan smiled like her husband. The Lotus girl is so blessed. This girl is very well behaved. There are few children in the village who are so clean, tidy and polite. Dr. Xiao looked at his wife, and his eyebrows softened. It's quite good.
Xu Wanchen didn't know that Dr. Xiao and his wife had a good impression of her. At the moment, she can't take care of it. After Guy left for so long, an old lady came to the house. The old lady was standing at the door of the kitchen looking at herself, her eyebrows drooping, and her face was bitter. Lotus, that dead girl really picked up a baby. Xu Wanchen. Who are you? According to the law of traversal, I'm afraid I'm looking for trouble?
But she didn't want to. The old lady didn't seem to hear the reply. She sat on the threshold with her buttocks, began to wipe her tears, and her mouth turned over and over again. A stubborn girl. A divorced woman is not easy to marry. She still takes a girl to support her, and now she can't find a good family.
What can a woman do if she doesn't marry? Xu Wanchen.
Chapter 4.
Xu Wanchen probably guessed the identity of the old lady. Several attempts of persuasion were fruitless, and he did not know the location of the field, so he had no way to find his adoptive mother to come back to save the field, so he could only sit on the threshold and accompany him quietly. Since the day your mother divorced, I have had a heart problem with your grandfather. Why do you say your mother is so stubborn?
If you say divorce, you get divorced. This old lady is quite funny, and she was not happy that her adoptive mother adopted her, so she will have a grandfather at this time. Xu Wanchen originally just wanted to be a qualified listener. After all, she didn't know a lot of things and had no right to speak. But about the divorce, when I took a shower last night, my adoptive mother had already talked to her in detail. Therefore, Xu Wanchen couldn't hold back and opened her mouth to refute. That man married again and gave birth to a child, can he still divorce? The old lady choked, wiped away her tears, and continued to talk to herself. I can't lift my head with your grandfather, and I don't dare to go out of the door. I'm afraid that people will laugh at. Xu Wanchen complained. Aren't you coming out now? Old lady.
The old lady blew her nose and continued to wipe her tears.
Let's leave. Persuade her to find another one while she is young. She is good. She picked up a drag oil bottle. Which good man is willing to marry in the future? The party involved in the oil bottle retorted. I don't want to marry if I have a little child. What kind of good man is it? Has been scolded, the old lady was annoyed and angry, and raised her hand to prepare to give the dead girl a big bag. It's just that for a long time, the raised slap didn't fall. No way, the little girl is as thin as a chick. I'm really afraid that a slap will be gone. In the end, the old lady only poked her cheap granddaughter's head with her finger. How can you talk to your grandmother?
Let's be honest.
The times are different. Xu Wanchen will not be smart enough to persuade her adoptive mother not to remarry, or sing long life single. But with one more her, the man who retreated from the game was out first. However, she didn't plan to say this. It didn't fit the character of an 8-year-old child. And she also saw that the old lady was not bad, but old-fashioned. This is a deep-rooted concept from childhood to adulthood, and it is also the chasm of the times. The most intuitive. The old lady in front of her called herself Xu Wang, and she didn't even have a name. Xu Wanchen didn't think that a few words of light and fluttering truth could reverse her concept. Simply accepted the interest in talking, got up and went back to the house, washed the towel, and handed it to the old lady to wipe her face. After the other party took it, she was not idle, and went to the kitchen to scoop two gourds and soybeans and pour them into the dustpan, brought them to the threshold, and picked up the small stones and fine grass roots in it. What are you doing with beans? Xu Wang washed his face, he was refreshed, and his mood was a little better. Xu Wanchen, tomorrow we'll hold a warm house banquet.
Mother. The mother said that she would carry 2 catties of soybeans and go to Aunt Lankao's house to exchange for tofu.
The adoptive mother is not there, and this, mother, doesn't seem to be so difficult to shout. Xu Wang didn't pay attention to the little girl's discomfort, and when he saw that there was work in the little girl's eyes, he felt a little more relaxed, and simply picked up the fungi and wild vegetables that he brought over.
Is equal to. In rural areas, there are basically 2 meals a day. It will only be added during the busy farming season.
In the past, when she went to work in the field, Xu Lotus would bring a few nests with pickled vegetables and a gourd of water, and dry them from dawn to dark. Now there is one more child who needs to be carefully maintained, and it is only 10 o'clock that she comes back on a donkey. Pushing open the courtyard door, it was not a surprise to see an old man and a young man sitting next to the stone table. She first led the donkey straight to the cowshed, waited for the animal to be tied, put corn stalks in the stone trough, and added clean water before walking to the grandparents. Mother, why are you here today?
The house will be warmed tomorrow.
Seeing his daughter, Xu Wang's heart was still a little uncomfortable, and he drooped his old face. What?
Mother can't come?
Xu Lotus was washing her hands with the water fetched by her daughter, and when she heard the words, she didn't even bother to roll her eyes. Who won't let you come?
I told you to come and live in a new house with me, but you weren't happy about it.
Xu Wang's heart was comfortable when he heard this, not to mention it. Her sunniest house is really magnificent, but just move in and live. If I come, what will your father do?
He left me, and he couldn't even eat anything hot.
Between the words, there is an indescribable pride. Xu Heihua, then Dad is also here. Xu Wangxi, what did you say?
It's not like I don't have a son with your father. If you really come to live here, do you want your brother's backbone anymore? Whatever you want.
Xu Heihua was too lazy to persuade again, and the old couple would rather squeeze the mud and straw house with their son than come to her. It's just.
To die is to save face and suffer sin.
Seeing the girl's cold expression, Xu Wangs also smiled, and the whole person seemed to be soaked in bitter water. And Nana explained the meaning. Sonny, my mother knows that you have a good heart, and the mother who raises the child has no objection, but with this baby, you really can't find a good family. Xu Heihua, who was scooping water and washing rice from the water tank, did not raise his head. I will definitely raise peach blossoms. Uncle Jingjin has already asked for the letter of severance in the morning. Xu Wanchen, who was on the side, interjected curiously, breaking off relatives. Seeing that her daughter was interested, Xu Heihua wiped her hands on the apron twice to make sure that there were no water stains, so she carefully took out a piece of paper from the pocket of her gown, and finally told her unsafely, "Don't tear it."
My mother doesn't know how to read, so I turned around and asked Dr. Xiao to read it to you.
When the fluttering rice paper was in his hand, Xu Wanchen understood why her adoptive mother wanted to tell her. The paper was too thin, and the text on it is actually written with a brush, or vertically. In just a few lines, the meaning of breaking off relatives is clearly written, and then looking at the red handprint at the bottom, Xu Wanchen made up his mind. This thing actually has no legal effect, but in today's rural areas, it is still binding. After 2 years of census, it will be officially registered in the adoptive mother's household register, and it will be completely and properly. This girl's name is Peach Blossom. Xu Wang is not interested in the letter of breaking off relatives, and he can't read it anyway. Xu Heihua carefully put away the letter of breaking off relatives before replying. The nickname is Peach Blossom, and the big name is Xu Wanchen, which was given by Dr. Xiao. Poor and exquisite. Xu Wang smacked twice, and always felt that the Peach Blossom was better. My mother hasn't finished what she said just now. Your father's meaning, give the Peach Blossom to your eldest brother. A girl can't eat much food, and in a few years, it will be just for Tiahu to be a daughter-in-law. Although Tiahu is not the eldest grandson, he is sturdy, and at first glance he is a good hand at farm work, and he is not a disadvantage to her with peach blossoms. Xu Wanchen was shocked.
Isn't this a child bride?
Impossible. Without waiting for her mother to finish speaking, Xu Lotus interrupted with a cold face. Her sister-in-law was very sharp-eyed and extremely patriarchal. Peach Blossom really gave her to be her daughter-in-law. Isn't it equivalent to getting out of the wolf's den and entering the jackal's cave again? She will never forget that when Li Shanhai insisted on divorce, the first thing her good sister-in-law said was that the divorced sister-in-law had a bad reputation and was not allowed to go back to her parents' house to live. Even if Xu Lotus didn't plan to go back to her parents' house, she was hurt by these words. Therefore, it is impossible for Peach Blossoms to be raised by sister-in-law. Seeing that the old lady was going to persuade again, Xu Lotus simply teased people. Mother, don't say it. I can't send the Peach Blossoms away. She is my daughter. You and your father don't have a blind idea. Don't mention this matter again. As he spoke, he picked up a few white steamed buns from the cupboard and wrapped them in a clean cloth.
Aren't you going to cook for your dad? Go back.
Xu Wang took the steamed bun and put it in the basket and turned back 3 times in one step. You have such a temper, don't mention it if you don't mention it. By the way, your father also said, don't worry about your 2 acres of land. The day after tomorrow he will bring your brother over to help, and he will be able to clean it up for you in one day. Xu Heihua still refused. No need. gather such a little land. I have a donkey, I can plow it out in 2 days. You and your father remember to come over tomorrow to eat the warm house. Why are you so stubborn? That's your own brother, can't you call it anymore?
Bite?
Are you going to cut us off? I didn't say I couldn't do it, I just thought I was done. Okay, the sun is not early, my father should be hungry. Okay, I'll go back.
The old man is the most important, and Xu Wang's family really stopped grinding.
Sending away the worried old mother, Xu Hua touched the little girl who was following her and comforted. Don't listen to your grandma and grandpa, my mother said that you won't change. Xu Wanchen is not afraid of this. She can see that her adoptive mother likes her very much, and her adoption is sincere, but she is worried that her adoptive mother will be hurt by the old lady's attitude, so she takes the initiative to talk about other topics.
Is equal to
Lunch.
Xu Hua was not in a hurry to rest, but took out all the clothes sent by the next door.
Yesterday it was dark early, and she didn't have time to tidy it up, but today she picked out the girl who fits better now, and put the rest away. Your Aunt Sue's family is a decent person. These clothes are not only good-looking but also new. It is estimated that they have not passed a few times of water, and the fabrics are also exquisite, all of them are fine cotton.
Xu Wanchen was also surprised when she wore it in the morning, especially with the bib pants inside.
Only, it's trendy. You are a girl, and when you turn around, your mother will tear a piece of floral cloth for you to make a skirt. The Xu family has many children, poor conditions. Xu Lotus ranks third. She didn't wear a new dress when she was a child, let alone a skirt. Now that she has a daughter, she should have a small skirt. Xu Wanchen also likes skirts, but she is poor. No need, the pants are good. Xu Lotus couldn't stay idle. After picking up the clothes, she sat down in front of the weaving frame and got busy. Seeing that her daughter was distressed about money, she laughed. You are so big, more than a foot of cloth is enough for a small skirt, not worth a few dollars. Xu Wanchen has no concept of making clothes, but her small body doesn't seem to be able to waste any materials, so she didn't refuse anymore, and instead suggested, do you want to rest for a while?
Don't you have to work in the fields in the afternoon?
Rest at night. This cloth is set, and my mother has to hurry up to work. Is this worth it? My mother's craftsmanship is good. 10 meters of cloth can be worth 5 yuan, and some people are only worth 3 yuan for 10 meters. According to the consumption of this era, it seems to be okay. How long does a piece of cloth have to be woven? It's hard to say. If you work 5 or 6 hours a day, it's about 15 to 20 days.
So long?
Xu Wanchen was surprised, but she also wanted to share the work. Can I learn? Xu Hua couldn't laugh. Grow up a little longer, your little arms and legs are enough to choke.
How old do you have to be?
At least 10 years old. There are many children who started weaving at the age of 8 in Tunni, but their daughter's body is not good, and Xu Lotus is not poor enough to do that, so she really doesn't need a girl to eat hard. Yes, another way to make money was cut off. Xu Wanchen decided to fight with herbs to the end, and the topic also turned a corner. Doesn't Dr. Xiao's family farm the land? Xu Hua, I don't need it. Dr. Xiao's family has been buying grain in the village. Xu Wanchen put her hands on her cheeks and looked envious. Then his family is very comfortable. It's not. Both of them have a big culture. We can't compare. Speaking of this, thinking of something, Xu Hua turned her head and looked at her daughter. In September, when your body is better, my mother will also send you to study. From the fact that her adoptive mother didn't care about the world and bravely divorced in 1950, Xu Wanchen knew that Ms. Xu Hua had a strong and open-minded heart, but she never thought that she would take the initiative to let her study. At this moment, Xu Wanchen was really surprised and moved, and it took a while to find his voice.
Can I go to school?
Hearing this, Xu Hua's movements in her hand paused, and the picture of the divorce also appeared in her mind. For Li Shenhui, she actually has nothing to be reluctant to. Even if she was happy when she was young, she was diluted by 15 years of separation. Therefore, she didn't complain much about being divorced.
She just doesn't like Li Shanhai's contemptuous face. What kind of cultural literati should be worthy of cultural people?
If you are negative, you are negative. Why do you find so many reasons?
But it is undeniable that deep down, Xu Hehua does envy cultural people.
She didn't have the opportunity to read when she was a child, and her daughter couldn't be blind, so she nodded affirmatively. If you can, we'll go in September. You study hard and work hard to recognize all the words. This is expected too. Xu Wanchen couldn't cry or laugh. I must study hard. By the way, where is the school?
It's in Artun, and I'll take you to take a look.
At the mention of this, Xu Hehua, who continued to weave cloth, became proud again. Artun is the largest tun in the village, and in the first 2 months, it was stipulated that each village must build a primary school. Xu Wanchen was ready to go to school every day, but he didn't expect another village. That's too convenient. Xu Hehua, it's not? Speaking of the tun next to it, when the spring seedlings go to the ground and are free, I will take you back to Lijiaten to worship your father. The original father and mother are said to have been 5 years ago. When they went to visit relatives in the next town, they encountered a small group of devils fighting with their beards, and their bad luck was affected and they disappeared on the spot.
And the 2 of them had a daughter under their knees, and they were naturally adopted by their uncles and aunts. Was used as a cow and horse for another 3 years, and after she lost her breath, she crossed over. Xu Wanchen didn't expect her adoptive mother to take the initiative to mention worship. She was really a valuable character. So after being stunned, she immediately nodded. Okay. After answering, he shouted in a crisp voice with a small milk voice. Thank you, mother. Xu Hehua's face was already smiling, but now she laughed out loud. She stretched out her index finger and pointed at her daughter's eyebrows, and quipped, "Yo tilde little clever ghost, admit that I am your mother so quickly." Sooner or later, you said I was your daughter. Why bother with being so awkward?
Weighing the pros and cons and being sincere, Xu Wanchen suddenly found that this mother was not so hot. Xu Lotus smiled again, obviously very happy. Yes, yes, our peach blossom is right, aren't you my daughter?
Is equal to.
Afternoon.
The adoptive mother rode a donkey to turn over the ground, and Xu Wanchen took a nap for a while.
After getting up, I walked around the house a few times and made sure that I couldn't find any work, so I squatted at the gate of the courtyard again. On the surface, it looks like he is playing with mud and counting ants, but in fact, he is waiting for the great beauty of Su. When Fang Xi's adoptive mother talked about the gossip in Tunli, she said that although Aunt Su didn't farm, she liked to raise flowers and vegetables. And Aunt Su's yard did plant a lot at the door. Xu Wanchen planned to try her luck. In case Aunt Su came out, she was playing in the mud at the door, and she just had the opportunity to get up and get acquainted. After getting acquainted with it, it should be much easier to say that you want to know about herbal medicine. Although he is a little cheeky, for the sake of health and for the adoptive mother not to be so tired, he can only fight. Just when Xu Wanchen was thinking in her heart that when she met Aunt Su, she had to be lively, diligent, sweet-mouthed, and well-behaved, and a beauty with a basket rarely walked out of the next door. Luck is too good, Xu Wanchen immediately stood up. Good aunt. The sugar content of her voice was definitely exceeded, and she couldn't help but tremble. Su Nan felt that the sound of the child's milk whirring was very good, and immediately asked with a smile, "Why are you squatting at the door in late spring?" Xu Wanchen, I don't have anything to do, wait here for my mother to come home. Su Nan was surprised. Oh, we are really good in late spring, so do you want to accompany your aunt to pick vegetables?
You don't need to make excuses yourself. What kind of fairy is this?
Xu Wanchen, who was moved, didn't delay for a second, and took to small thin legs like matchsticks, and clicked towards the money.
Rush towards the beauty. Chapter 5. 20th April.
It is the last solar term of spring.
Guvayu. It is also a warm house day carefully selected by Uncle Tun. Early in the morning, relatives came to the door and neighbors gave gifts. His family sends sorghum, and your family gives dishes and chopsticks. The most surprising thing about Xu Wanchen was that there were people who came to the door with matches to congratulate them.
Later, the adoptive mother explained that she understood that the match meant adding firewood, wealth, to fire, living.
In short, the whole process of warming the house made Xu Wanchen gain inside fiercely.
Burn the bottom of the pot, sprinkle the grains, and paste the red paper. After Grandpa Xu Dejian lit the first stove fire and cooked a pot of sticky rice symbolizing reunion, the feast was ready to begin. Because of the divorce, in Tunli, Xu Lotus was inevitably gossiped. In order to live a clean life in the future, some money cannot be saved. Pork stewed vermicelli, sauerkraut and white meat, braised fish stewed with tofu, chicken stewed with mushrooms, and ground 3 fresh.
Added up, it's really 8 pots.
Although there is less meat than side dishes, this meal is also better than what many families eat during the New Year.
Whether it is relatives or neighbors, looking at the dishes served to the table, there are satisfied smiles on their faces. And this is also the effect that Xu Lotus wants. After all, eating people has a soft mouth. Xu Jiatun does not have the vice of women not serving at the table, but Xu Hehua is the host and has to stay in the kitchen.
Xu Wanchen, a little kid, is naturally even more unlikely to be on the table. It was also at this time that she learned that her adoptive mother had a total of 6 brothers and sisters, 1 brother and 1 sister above, and 2 younger brothers and 1 sister below. Except for my sister, who was married 80 miles away, she didn't come, and the rest came.
Each family also brought 1 or 2 children, who were crowded in the kitchen, waiting for a portion of the tooth offering before the food was served.
Although Xu Wanchen is also greedy, she is an adult in the end, she does not lack self-control, and she does not participate in the competition of the little dolls.
I thought I wouldn't be able to catch anything delicious. After all, the dishes on the table were eaten fine.
But she didn't want to, and after sending all the guests away, the adoptive mother took out 2 clay pots from the bottom of the cupboard. Xu Wanchen came around, and then she saw that the clay pot contained sauerkraut and black fish soup respectively, and she was pleasantly surprised. "Mother, this is what you hid in advance." Xu Hehua was proud. No one can lose yourself. You wait, my mother will heat it up." "This character is too appetizing for her," Xu Wanchen responded crisply. "I'll go get the dishes and chopsticks."
Is equal to. The generosity of the warm house feast has indeed been rewarded positively. In the days that followed, there would be aunts coming to the door from time to time to chat. And because Xu Hehua had just moved back to Xuatan and didn't have time to plant vegetables, these aunts were basically not empty-handed when they came to the door.
"There are not many things, a few potatoes in her house, and a cabbage in yours, but they are all accepted by the villagers to the mother and daughter of the Xu family. Of course, there will also be some old pedantic, full of chaff, arrogantly criticizing.
It's just that the mother and daughter of the Xu family don't care much about it."
And the time, in the excitement and business of chickens, flying dogs, and jumping, came to 10th May.
Spring planting has come to an end, and it is a big set.
No, before dawn, Xu Wanchen was picked up from the bed by his mother and dressed up.
I wore a floral skirt and put on buckle cloth shoes embroidered with small flowers.
Seeing that her adoptive mother still wanted to tie her short hair that was only 1 centimeter long, she was so frightened that Xu Wanchen ran away with her head in her arms, and her refusal was overflowing. Okay, don't Piers, don't run and fall."
Xu Hehua locked the red-headed rope into the cabinet.
Xu Wanchen, who had already run out of the bedroom, poked his head out of the door. "Really?" Xu Hehua glanced at her daughter. Really? Hurry up and freshen up, the dead girl is annoying."
"She really doesn't understand. Don't all little girls like to prick?"
The unlucky child in her family didn't cooperate every time, and she was blind to the good-looking headband she bought in vain. Xu Wanchen didn't know that her adoptive mother was complaining in her heart, so she made sure that she was no longer staring at herself, and went to the kitchen with a smile. There are all kinds of food on the big set. Xu Lotus plans to take her daughter to relieve her hunger, so she casually takes 2 bites before going out. After passing next door,
The two stopped and called Sunan again.
Dr. Cao had to go to the clinic today, and he was not worried that his wife would go out alone, so he agreed to catch the market together last night. Therefore, hearing the movement, Sunan quickly walked out with a basket on his back. She was too good-looking, and when she went out, she not only blackened her face, but also moved closer to the old-fashioned simplicity of her clothes. Xu Wanchen stared at the other party's face for a long time, curious about what potion was used. Sunan bent down and pinched her cheek funny. "Don't you know me?" Xu Wanchen bent her eyes, revealing a row of white millet teeth. "Auntie is early."
"Hey, our peach blossoms are also early."
After nearly a month of getting along, Sunan, who is hot on the outside and cold on the inside, also has a little love for this child. It is really a little girl who is obedient and sweet. Of course, the most important thing is that Peach Blossom is very well educated. Suddenly, remembering something, Sunan patted his head, put down the sentence, "Wait for me," turned around and hurried back to the house.
After another minute or two, she came out again and put a little flower hat on the little girl's head.
Covering the short hair, the person is more delicate, and Sunan commented with satisfaction, "Our peach blossoms are so good-looking."
After a month of supplementation, Xu Wanchen gained a few pounds of meat compared with before. She was still a lot lighter than normal, but it was enough for her to go from mung bean sprouts to soybean sprouts.
It's not pretty, but at least it's not ugly. It's really gratifying to finally get rid of adjectives such as knock and ugly, which is really gratifying. Xu Wanchen touched the little hat on her head and smiled even sweeter. "Thank you, Auntie." Xu Heihua saw that the hat was spliced with rags, and it shouldn't cost much, so she put her mind at ease and smiled. Sister Nan bothered again. Su Nun's eyebrows and eyes were soft. "It's also there, this child is likable." She gave birth to Xiao Jingliang in her life, and the child has been a well-behaved and sensible person since he was a child, but last year, because of liberation, the eldest brother who was busy fighting came to visit relatives and persuaded her husband to go out of the mountain by the way. Unexpectedly, her husband didn't persuade him, and he was only 16 years old, but his son, who was already a little skilled in medicine, had to follow.
Young people are enthusiastic, full of heart and eyes are to serve the motherland with what they have learned.
This is a year. Thinking of this, Sunan had a melancholy on his face. The stinky boy hadn't sent a letter back for 3 months.
Is equal to. The big market is open in the town.
Every 5th, 10th, and 15th, nearby villagers will come out to catch the market.
Buying and selling rarely uses money, and it is basically bartered.
There were too many helpless people, and Xu Wanchen, who was holding the baked cakes and gnawing on them, was crowded in the middle by her adoptive mother and Aunt Sue, and she hardly saw much freshness.
Oh, no, and it can't be said that there is nothing at all. She actually saw the blind date scene in 1950 at the market.
Young men and women, pretending to buy and sell needlework, but they were probably too shy, their faces became red clots, and they couldn't hold back a few words for a long time.
Laughing. It's just that soon, she can't laugh anymore.
When passing by a stall selling grain, the adoptive mother exchanged a piece of cloth for 80 catties of sorghum and hung it on the back of a donkey, then picked her up and handed her out. Xu Wanchen was stunned. "Mother! It's fine." After Xu Hea said a perfunctory sentence to her daughter, she looked at the farmer who was selling grain. "Uncle, help me weigh this child and see if the meat has risen." Uncle obviously not the first time to do this. Without saying a word, he found a hemp rope to tie around the little girl's waist, and then buckled the hook into the rope, easily lifted it, and quickly reported the number, 28 catties and 6 tails, high.
The loud voice scared people to death, and all the people around looked at it. I didn't expect this to happen, and it was still high. Xu Wanchen covered her face, and Teshe died.
"It's too light. It's not as heavy as a piglet."
Hey? Shameful again? It's not big, why is it so easy to be shy? After taking the girl and placing the person on the back of the donkey, Xu Lotus couldn't smile.
It's not a little bit more self-respecting, Xu Wanchen said. I don't want to talk for a while, please let her shut herself up for 5 minutes, thank you. Su Nan had already seen that the little girl was precocious, and when she saw that her little face was flushed with shame, she smiled and changed the topic. There are people playing shadow puppets over there, do you want to go and see Peach Blossom? Xu Wanchen wasn't very interested, but she didn't want to face her adoptive mother who was smiling and leaning forward, so she nodded aggrievedly. However, the shadow puppet show was not seen, because Su Nan saw the postman and immediately chased after him excitedly. Originally, it was just a chance to try my luck, but I didn't want to. There was really a letter, and there was more than one. After Su Nan carefully took out the seal from his arms and stamped it, and got the 4 letters, the whole person brightened. At this time, there was a sea of people, and it was really inconvenient to read the letter. Xu Hehua, who had a high emotional intelligence, took the initiative to say, I have changed my good things. Is there anything else that Sister Nan has done after selling the medicinal materials? This time, there were 3 letters from his son alone, and Su Nan was really anxious to go home, and when he heard this, his heart warmed slightly, and he said gratefully, there is nothing else. Xu Hehua, that's okay, I'll go home after going to the hospital.
Is equal to Dalian Medical Center. It is the most anticipated place of Xu Wanchen's trip.
Out of politeness, the place where she and her adoptive mother stood was far away from Aunt Su, and she didn't know how much her medicinal herbs were sold.
But after such a while, several medicine pickers who sold medicine came in a row, and the words that leaked were enough for Xu Wanchen to understand the current market.
For example, licorice, 0.2 yuan to 0.5 yuan a kati, depending on the quality of the herb. Another example is Schisandra chinensis, which is 0.4 yuan to 0.7 yuan a kati, and astragalus is 0.3 to 0.8 yuan.
I didn't hear the rest, but it was enough for Xu Wanchen's heart to be hot.
These days, she runs next door every once in a while, cheekily being a follower by Dr. Cao's side, and has already known more than a dozen kinds of medicinal materials. Maybe two.
When you take your adoptive mother into the mountains to pick wild vegetables, you can try it.
She is not the heroine, and she doesn't dare to think about such a good thing as going into the mountains to collect ginseng, but the commonly used medicinal herbs, earning 3 or 5 yuan a month, can indeed think about it. Don't underestimate 3 or 5 yuan. It is enough for Xu Wanchen to buy more than a dozen catties of pork with his adoptive mother, and if you buy chicken or fish, you can buy more. Thinking about it like this, Xu Wanchen can't take action immediately.
What do you want?
Went home. Xu Lotus hugged the distracted girl to the back of the donkey, and wondered in her heart, her daughter didn't like to play crazy with the dolls in the village, and she didn't go, so she liked to be in a daze. Xu Wanchen came back to her senses, only to find that Aunt Su had returned, and it was hard to say that she was imagining a bright future of eating meat, so she had to smile and say, I didn't think about anything, go home.
Go home.
Su Nan was in a good mood, pinched the little girl's fleshy cheeks, and teased, our peach blossoms are so happy to go home. Xu Wanchen smiled, isn't my aunt too? Su Nan was really in a hurry to go back. No, an hour later, when she arrived at the door of the house, when Xu Hehua unloaded her things from the donkey's back, she couldn't wait to tear open one of the letters. Xu Wanchen was biting on the maltose that her adoptive mother had bought, and a small piece of paper fell onto her shoe. She was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously picked it up, only to find out that it was a 2-inch black and white photo. In the photo, the young man in a military uniform has eyebrows and eyes like blades, but he has the appearance of a begonia. It's contradictory.
It is a combination of cold and warm.
Good.
A young man of June.
Chapter 6. Thinking about things in her heart, Xu Wanchen only glanced at it twice, and then returned the photo to Aunt Su. When she got home, she helped her adoptive mother put together the things she had exchanged, and she talked about the possibility of selling medicinal herbs. Xu Hehua was putting corn stalks in the stone trough of the donkey shed, And when she heard that her daughter wanted to pick herbs and sell them for money, she didn't refute because she was a little person, but threw the question back. We all know that medicinal materials are valuable, but each Tungji has at most 1 or 2 companies to do this business. Do you know why? Xu Wanchen naturally knew. They don't know medicinal materials. I didn't expect the girl to really know. Keo Hehua touched her head. Yes, even if you know 1 or 2 things, you won't deal with them, and you can't tell the difference between good and bad, so you still want to collect medicine. In these years, whether it is studying medicine, ironsmithing, or carpentering, they all have to apprentice, and outsiders can't understand it at all. A few years ago, it wasn't that no one was jealous that Dr. Cao was selling medicine. Cheeky followed along to learn to pick, but the medicine hall did not accept it. Say that the quality is too uneven, and it is not concocted. There are many people who try, but none of them succeeded, but they delayed the farm work. Later, some people also had the idea of sending the family doll to Dr. Cao as an apprentice. Dr. Cao directly took out the pharmacopoeia that needed to be memorized, a thick stack, and said that he had memorized the books first, and made sure that he had aura and could endure hardships, and then considered accepting people. But the dolls in the tune basically don't know how to read, let alone endorse, and they can't even understand the front and back of the book. The only one who knew a few words couldn't hold on for 2 days and quit. So, there is some money that deserves to be earned. Xu Wanchen didn't know that the people in Tunmi had tried it before, and said bluntly, I know more than 12 kinds of medicinal materials, and I also know how to concoct them. Smack! Xu Heihua put down the gourd scoop that was about to ask for water, and was surprised. How could you? Xu Wanchen, I watched when Dr. Cao concocted medicinal materials. Xu Heihua is a smart person. Even if she can't read big words, she should have a lot of survival wisdom, and she quickly reacted. She lowered her head, very incredulous. So you? Always running next door to recognize medicinal herbs? Xu Wanchen didn't want to deceive her adoptive mother, so she nodded honestly. Well, I want to make money to support my family with you. Is this kid too thoughtful, and too smart? Xu Heihua was in a complicated mood. Seeing that her adoptive mother didn't speak, but looked at her with a complicated expression, Xu Wanchen was worried in her heart, and shouted hard, Mother! Xu Lotus came back to her senses. She didn't speak in a hurry, turned around and added another scoop of water to the donkey, and waited until she led her daughter back to the main house, before she said in a serious tone, My mother has no objection to this, but in such a little time, can you really know more than 12 kinds of medicinal materials? I really know. I may like it more, and I will understand it after watching it a few times. Do you like it? Xu Heihua thought thoughtfully. Then do you want to study medicine with Dr. Cao? Before, she was worried that her daughter's small body would not be able to endure the hardships of farming in the future. But the dolls in the countryside can't do much except farming. Now the girl says that she likes medicinal herbs, and she is so smart. If she can learn 1 or 2 of Dr. Cao's skills, it will be enough for Peach Blossom to eat. Thinking about it like this, Xu Heihua suddenly felt that this road seemed to be works. Xu Wanchen didn't expect her adoptive mother to dare to think so much. Dr. Cao is willing to accept apprentices. I shouldn't object to it. Xu Heihua told Dr. Cao's previous conditions for accepting apprentices. Xu Wanchen reminded, I can't read either. Moreover, she is not optimistic about this matter. She always feels that Dr. Cao does not want to accept apprentices. After all, you can teach if you are illiterate. She doesn't believe that the children in the whole tun, none of them are clever and can endure hardship. Also, her own daughter is also blind. Xu Lotus didn't mention this stubble again, but kept the apprenticeship in her heart. Mother just said that apprenticeship doesn't matter first, but the matter of selling medicinal materials, have you mentioned it to Dr. Cao? Xu Wanchen shook his head. Not yet. I think about it. If you agree, I will confess to Dr. Cao. It's reasonable. I have to say something about this. If people don't want you to make money from this, let's not think about it. Anyway, my mother will support you. Although Xu Huai is a rural woman, she has to have a limit to being a person. Thinking of this, she patted her thigh. Mother has nothing else to do in the afternoon. When Dr. Xiao comes back from the clinic, let's bring some things to the door. Xu Wanchen naturally didn't want to. Okay.
Is equal to. Both of them are action-oriented. But plans can't keep up with the changes.
In the afternoon, after waiting for Dr. Xiao to come back for a long time, Xu Hehua carried a few baked cakes and half a catty of pork bought at the market and sent them back to honor her father. I originally planned to take Peach Blossom with me. They are all relatives, and it is always a good thing to be more fragrant. But thinking of the old lady's previous plan, she took a break and went out alone. But she didn't want to. Less than 20 minutes after she left, a group of people rushed into the next door in a commotion. Worried that Aunt Sue would suffer a loss, Xu Wanchen hung a lock on her house and hurried over. When I entered the yard, I squeezed next to my aunt and found out that Liu Dehe in Tunmi went up the mountain to hunt game, and was unlucky enough to encounter a wild boar and was pierced through his calf by fangs.
Isn't Dr. Xiao at home?
After receiving the news, Uncle Xu Jingjin, who rushed over, was anxious. The rest of the people looked at Liu Dehe, whose lips were white, and they were also anxious, and they shouted,
"Where did Dr. Xiao go? I'm going to call someone."
Yes, there is a lot of blood in the big river, so it's not a way to wait. Otherwise, let's send it to the town medical center.
No. Don't go to town.
Liu Dehe gritted his teeth and refused. Where is the town medical hall where the common people go to start? His family has 8 children to support, and the whole family can't afford to take out to oceans, so it's still easy to save. Xu Jingjin understood Liu Dehe's embarrassment, so he looked at Su Nan, who was rummaging in the cabinet, and asked, "Sister Su, where did Dr. Xiao go?"
Su Nan didn't raise his head. "I went to Zhaojatun for a visit."
Zhaojatun is 10 miles away from Xuatan, and everyone's hearts are sinking.
Liu Dehe's face was even more desperate.
Xu Jingjin is relatively stable. He knows that Dr. Xiao's daughter-in-law also understands medicine, and whenever a woman in the village is uncomfortable, she will look for her. It's just that I don't know if she will treat her injuries. If not, she can only send Liu Dehe to the town by force, and she can't watch him bleed. Thinking of this, Xu Jingjin asked, "Can Sister Su be cured?"
As soon as these words came out, more than a dozen men in the room all quieted down, staring at Su Nan with suspicion and expectation.
At this time, Su Nan had already turned out a clean cloth and covered it to Liu Dehe's wound, compressed and stopped the bleeding, and checked whether there were any injuries to the bones. By the way, only distracted, and replied with 2 words, "You can see it." After putting down this sentence, she thought about it, and then raised another piece of cloth for Liu Dehe to bite. In fact, it is best to mash and apply the wound to anesthetize with Shengcha W and Shenkao W, so that the patient will not be so painful to deal with. But this thing can easily cause skin burning or poisoning. Her medical skills are not as superb as her husband's, and the dosage is not easy to control, so forget it, but people have to suffer some hardships. Thinking of this, she looked at Uncle Tun again. "I can't leave. I have to find someone to help me decoct the medicine, and the wound must be cleaned." Xu Jingjin responded, "Sister, you say, I'll fry it." "Su Nan, I want 30 grams of honeysuckle, 10 grams of dandelion, and 4 bowls of water to boil into 1 ball." Xu Jingjin is literate, but he really hasn't tried to grasp medicine. He is instinctively nervous, and his speech is stumbling.
What?
Sister, you say it again.
This is the simplest pharmacology, in order to reduce wound contamination, and there is no tetanus vaccine in this era.
Saving people is like fighting a fire. Xu Wanchen, who has not spoken, can't care about it, and puts down the sentence, "I'll come."
Then he lifted the scale and went straight to the drawer where the honeysuckle and dandelion were stored. Unfortunately, she was not tall enough, so she dragged a stool and stepped on it.
Then when everyone was stunned, he showed the honeysuckle to Su Nan. "Auntie, that's right." Su Nan was stunned, and subconsciously shouted,
That's right. After getting affirmation, Xu Wanchen poured the honeysuckle into the small dustpan and weighed the dandelion again. After Su Nan confirmed it again, he took the medicinal herbs and went straight to the kitchen.
Xu Jingjin, who came back to his senses, narrowed his eyes. Sister Su, Dahe will trouble you, I'll help the peach blossom decoction. At this time, Su Nun's face had returned to normal, and she nodded. It's troublesome.
Is equal to. Liu Dehe didn't hurt his bones. Add the time of decoction, and it will be processed in half an hour.
It just so happened that Dr. Xiao also came back, checked the wound again, and made sure that there was no problem, so he prepared some external anti-inflammatory hemostatic drugs, and told him to come and call him if he had a fever. After a group of people carried the patient Wu Yang away, only Dr. Xiao and the mother and daughter of the Xu family were left in the house. Xu Heihua only came back a few minutes earlier than Dr. Xiao, and she didn't know her daughter's great achievements at all, so she planned to take the baby home first and then come to the door later with a gift. But she didn't want to. Before she had time to say goodbye, Su Nan had already bent down to look at the child and said softly, Peach Blossom, can you tell your aunt how you know about herbs? Dr. Xiao was at a loss.
What? Su Nan quickly explained to her husband and saw the same surprised face as she wished.
And Xu Lotus also looked at her daughter, a little unable to return to her senses.
It's completely different from what was planned.
When Dr. Xiao concocted it, I took the initiative to stand up before because of the duties of a doctor, even if she is only an 8-year-old child now, even if the original intention of applying for the doctor was only for a decent job, but after 10 years of study, the oath of saving lives and helping the injured is indeed engraved in her bones. However, Xu Wanchen is not completely reckless, and said the reasons that she had thought of a long time ago. At the sight of several people, Xiao Xayu was stunned for a moment, and then vaguely remembered. It seems that I have asked about several medicinal herbs.
Peach Blossom remembers?
Although he was ashamed to pretend to be forced, he could only answer like this at the moment, so Xu Wanchen stubbornly said, I remember the few I asked. Xiao Xayu still didn't believe it, and pushed her glasses. What kind of ones do you remember? Xu Wanchen raised his little thin legs and walked towards the medicine cabinet. This is astragalus. This is Angelica dahrica. 2. Coptis chinensis. Licorice.
Seeing that the little girl did correspond to every medicine cabinet, Xiao Xayu and her family believed that she had really written it down.
However, the two were not as surprised as Xiao Heihua. After all, their son Xiao Jingliang was also extremely smart. But as a scholar, love for talent is indispensable. Su Nan looked at the lotus girl who was still in shock, and persuaded with a smile, Peach Blossom is a top smart child, don't bury her. Xu Heihua knew that her daughter was smart, but she didn't know that she was so smart, so when she got this, she naturally nodded again and again. I also plan to send her to school in September. Su Nan was really happy. It's time to study, to be sensible and to change your fate. In case this kid is admitted to college, you will be beautiful.
University student.
Xu Heihua breathed heavily, and then waved her hand again and again. Don't dare to think. Don't dare to think.
She really can't think about how difficult it is to be a college student, but what if?
Xu Wanchen. Seeing that her adoptive mother was fluttering, Xu Wanchen had to speak herself. Dr. Xiao, Auntie, can I pick medicine and sell it?
You want to sell medicinal herbs? Xiao Xayu was surprised but not very surprised.
Xu Wanchen nodded. I'm not in good health, it's too expensive to raise me, and I don't want my adoptive mother to work too hard. Speaking of which, she added, if you don't agree, just don't ask. Xu Heihua, who was moved to the redness of her eyes, also explained, this child also told me this at home before. Sister Nan, don't feel embarrassed, we are sincere, if it is inconvenient, we will not sell it. Su Nan glanced at her husband, then smiled and scratched the little girl's nose. This is a skill you learn by yourself. If you want to sell it, you can take it before selling. And my aunt will help us check the peach blossoms. Okay. In fact, she and her husband are not such warm-hearted people, but the mother and daughter of the neighbor have good character, and they can do their best. As friendly neighbors, they will naturally not be stingy when they can help. In particular, they can directly pick and sell, but they insist on the attitude of inquiry, which is really comforting. Before the inquiry, Xu Wanchen was 80% sure, but she didn't expect the other party's attitude to be so friendly. She blinked her extraordinarily big eyes because she was too thin, and only after blinking away the tears that surged up did she say sweetly, "Thank you, Auntie, thank you, Dr. Cao. It's a good boy." Su Nan pretended not to see the little girl's tears and softened her eyebrows. "Our peach blossoms are so good." Dr. Cao also restrained his solemnity towards outsiders and said gently, "Call me Uncle Cao." Xu Wanchen's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Uncle Cao." Xu Hehua quietly wiped her eyes and said with a smile, "I'll go back and get the gift." As he spoke, regardless of everyone's reactions, he turned around and ran out.
Is equal to. Following. The sky is white. The mother and daughter of the Xu family got up. The two made an appointment to go to the back mountain to collect medicine, and by the way, they went to Lijiatin to worship their original parents. So after breakfast, he took the offerings and the dry food for noon, and led the donkey out of the door. When they set off, the mother and daughter rode on a donkey and chose a secluded path. When it came to collecting medicine, the two decided to make a fortune in silence, and no one said anything. "It's not that I'm stingy, I'm mainly afraid that the villagers will get entangled with the Cao family after they find out. It is the kindness of people who are willing to stretch out their hands, and they can't take revenge. But I didn't want to. I walked so far away, and when I was about to reach the foot of the mountain, I still met the villagers." In the distance, Xu Hua squinted and pulled the donkey. "Peach Blossom, why does my mother look like your eldest cousin?" Xu Wanchen had only seen the eldest cousin of her uncle's family once, on the day of the warm house banquet, but she had a good memory, stared at it for a while, and nodded firmly. "It's the eldest cousin." "It's just dawn, what is he doing in the back mountain?" "Here is 2 or 3 miles away from Tungji." Xu Hehua frowned and got off the donkey, and was just about to call someone when he saw a slender figure running from afar. Xu Wanchen subconsciously lowered her voice. "Mother, is this the object of the eldest cousin?" Xu Hehua knocked on the door of her daughter's head. "The child's family, do you know what it means to deal with the object?" "Why don't you know?" Dr. Xu was very unconvinced, holding the sore head. What had she never seen? Chapter 7. "Mother, why don't we go over and have a look?" Seeing that the mother not only did not step forward, but also pulled the donkey back, Xu Wanchen was anxious. Xu Lotus glanced at her daughter. "What do you see?" "Look at your neck sticking out. Take it away." Xu Wanchen, who said goodbye to entertainment completely, sighed. "I'm just a little curious." "What's the curiosity? It's none of our business. When you meet in this kind of place, there must be something unsatisfactory, but the family does not agree, or the bride price cannot be discussed. She is an elder, it is not good to run to listen to the corner of the junior, right? Especially when she has a general relationship with her sister-in-law, she is naturally too lazy to care about her son's private affairs. Of course, she will not break her mouth behind her back." Thinking of this, Xu Lotus looked at her daughter again and advised, "If you don't see this, no one is allowed to say it, do you know?" "Got it." Xu Wanchen is not stupid, she just feels that the days are too boring and she wants to eat melons. The mother and daughter stayed where they were for half an hour, and then rode on the donkeys and continued to set off. When passing by the land temple, Xu Lotus led her daughter to clean it inside and out, and offered 2 big white steamed buns as a tribute. When leaving, Xu Wanchen asked the doubts in his heart. "Mother, do you believe in gods and Buddha? These are 2 white flour steamed buns, and my adoptive mother is reluctant to eat them on weekdays. However, in a few years, it seems that it will be dilapidated, and by then, this mottled and old temple should not be able to be retained.
Xu Lotus subconsciously turned her head and looked straight at the solemn statue full of cracks. She didn't say she believed it, nor did she say she didn't believe it, she only said softly, "Mother is here to repay a wish." Although Xu Wanchen was curious about what her adoptive mother had made a wish, she didn't ask, but just raised her little claws and paws, took the initiative to stuff them into the calloused palm of her mother, and showed a bright smile when the other party looked down. Smiles are contagious, so the gloom in Xu Hua's heart was swept away, and she was instantly happy.
Is equal to. The back mountain of Xuatan is adjacent to Lijiatan.
The area is quite large, but there is no special scenery, plus a very ordinary name, Green Mountain.
But it is such an inconspicuous mountain range that feeds the villagers within a radius of dozens of miles when the dealer is in difficulty.
The May Mountains, which have been soaked by the early thaw of permafrost and spring rain, are not only the granary of the people, but also the treasure house of medicine farmers.
After only an hour into the mountain range, Xu Lotus harvested a lot.
Bracken, spiny shoots, cloud fungus, hazelnut, almost filled a basket, and she even came across a raspberry plant that would ripen at the end of the month. However, Xu Wanchen, who was full of confidence and came to the medicinal herbs, was not so lucky, and there was only a shallow layer in the back basket. The main thing is that she doesn't know many herbs, and even fewer varieties that happen to be picked in May. For example, I encountered a large area of honeysuckle just now, but the stamens have not yet bloomed, and I have to wait at least half a month to pick them. I just hope that within half a month, I won't be robbed by others to go first. Such a large piece is worth at least $2. Of course, it was really picked in advance, and Xu Wanchen regretted it at most. After all, such a large mountain range is waiting to be conquered by itself. Because of this, the medicinal materials collected were much worse than expected, and Xu Wanchen was not discouraged. Medicinal materials have to be learned slowly. If you can know more than a dozen, you can know hundreds, and she has patience for studying medicine. On the contrary, Xu Hehua was worried that her daughter would be hit, so she looked at her from time to time. Unlucky. I don't know if the mountain god is satisfied with Xu Wanchen's stable mentality, and when the mother and daughter were looking for a suitable place to eat, they met the pulsatilla in full bloom. Because the breeding method is similar to that of dandelions, and the seeds float wherever they go, most pulsatillas grow sporadically or in small patches. Xu Wanchen was lucky, and it was a small piece that she encountered. After repeatedly confirming that it was really a pulsatilla and not a similar wild cotton, Xu Wanchen, who had finished dealing with lunch, didn't care about resting, took a breathable coarse cloth bag and picked it. Considering that the pulsatilla is about to pass the full flowering period, in the next half of the day, most of Xu Wanchen's energy is focused on picking pulsatilla. When I went down the mountain, I picked 5 or 6 catties of pulsatilla alone. Plus the rest of the sporadic medicinal herbs. A busy day can earn 4 or 5 cents. It sounds very little, but at the moment, it is enough to buy more than a pound of pork. Everything is difficult at the beginning, and when I think about it, it seems to. It's okay too. Is equal to. When you go up the mountain, you have anticipation. When collecting medicine, I am full of energy. On the return trip, Xu Wanchen wilted. She thinks too highly of her physical fitness. Although she has some flesh on her appearance, her foundation is still very empty. No, sitting on the back of a donkey, I finally managed to get home, and I immediately fell asleep. When I opened my eyes again, it was already the next morning. The body is sore, the throat is burning, and the mouth is bitter. It's tired of catching a cold. Staring blankly at the roof for a long time, Xu Wanchen tried to sit up. After putting on her shoes and moving on the ground twice, she was relieved. It's okay, it's not very serious, and you should be able to raise it back after 2 days of rest. Was afraid that her adoptive mother would not let her continue to collect medicine. Thinking of this, Xu Wanchen couldn't stay anymore and walked out of the bedroom quickly. Awake? Come over to my mother to see if it's still hot. Xu Hehua was sitting by the stove cooking breakfast, and when she saw her daughter coming, she immediately worried about beckoning. Xu Wanchen ran over, waited for her adoptive mother's hand to cover her head, and made sure that the other party was not angry, before she asked in a hoarse voice, "I still have a fever."
She wasn't impressed.
Xu Hehua didn't find much heat, but she was still not very relieved. "Well, I had a fever last night, Dr. Xiao prescribed medicine, and after breakfast, my mother will take you to the next door to take a look." Yes, it is estimated that a busy day is not enough for the cost of medicine, Xu Wanchen sighed. "Okay, mother, before the body is well, I will only take medicine for half a day at a time." As soon as these words came out, she directly choked back the advice that Xu Lotus came to her mouth, and she touched the little girl's short hair, which was a little prickly. "It's good that you know it in your heart. I don't object to her continuing to make money, so everything is easy to discuss." Xu Wanchen felt that she had strength again. She picked up the coarse cloth used for teeth cleaning, dipped it in salt water, and asked vaguely while cleaning her teeth, "Mother, what about the medicinal materials I brought back yesterday?" Xu Hehua raised her chin towards the top of the cupboard. It spread out in the dustpan above. Xu Wanchen looked over and made sure that it was ventilated, so he said with confidence, "This can't be left for a long time. Let's start sorting after eating. We have to pick out the dead leaves and soil or something. By the way, you have to wash it quickly." Xu Lotus rarely gave her daughter a cold face. "Go next door after eating. Your Uncle Xiao said it's no problem, and my mother will help you get it." Xu Wanchen wanted to say that she was nothing, but at the fierce expression of her mother, she retracted her head very sensitively.
Ah. Is equal to meal. Worried about her daughter's body, Xu Lotus Lijuo packed up the dishes and chopsticks and prepared to go next door. But he didn't want to, so he got out of the kitchen, and the courtyard door was pushed open. Looking at the person who came, Xu Hehua was unhappy, but she didn't show it on her face, and only asked lightly, "Why is my sister-in-law here?" "Hu Youngmiao, that is, Xu Hehua's sister-in-law. She is very thin, and she combed her hair in a bun close to her scalp, exposing the entire brain, plus she already had a long face, looking even more old-fashioned, and she was clearly not yet 40 years old." She didn't seem to notice her sister-in-law's coldness, pulled out a smile, and walked in by herself. What the third sister said, "There are a lot of wild vegetables picked at home, and I guess that the vegetables you planted haven't grown yet, so I'll send you some." Xu Hehua glanced at the basket that the other party was carrying, saw the wild vegetables in it clearly, and rolled her eyes in her heart. "No need, I went to the mountains yesterday to pick a whole basket." Sending wild vegetables is just an excuse. Hu Miao doesn't care if the other party is lacking, and sits on the stone bench in the courtyard by himself. "It's okay, I brought everything with me, and the third sister will keep it for food." Still thinking about taking her daughter to see a doctor, Xu Hehua has no patience. "Peach Blossom is sick, I have to take her to see a doctor. Sister-in-law will go back if she is fine." This is considered a guest. Hu Youngmiao squinted at the little girl like bean sprouts, and then her eyes became surprised. Regarding the in-laws letting Peach Blossom be a child daughter-in-law for Thiru, Hu Youngmiao is resolutely opposed. She felt that this girl's life was too hard, her father and mother were killed, and she was thrown into the cemetery, which was really. And even if you are ugly, you will be thin into a little chicken, and it will be difficult to conceive a baby in the future. Her family's iron pillar is so strong. How can this Peach Blossom deserve it? Who thinks? I haven't seen her for more than 20 days. This girl is not ugly, and she is even beautiful. Looking at it now, it can barely reach the iron pillar of her family. After all, the 3 large tiled houses are charming to the eye. The sister-in-law is unwilling to marry, so the house is not Peach Blossom in the end. When Peach Blossom remarries her family's iron pillar, doesn't that mean that the 3 tiled houses are hers? After thinking about it like this, Hu Youngmiao's eyes looked at the peach blossoms, and they also changed from the original pickiness to kindness. This matter has to be summed up. Suddenly stared at like meat and bones, Xu Wanchen retracted directly behind her adoptive mother, not afraid, but annoying. Sensing her daughter's movements, Xu Hehua was suddenly unhappy. "Sister-in-law, what are you staring at the peach blossoms? Just go back if you are okay."
was picked up again, Hu Youngmeo's expression stiffened for a moment, and he hurriedly explained his intention. Your eldest nephew Shwijin is going to get married. As soon as these words came out, the mother and daughter of the Xu family immediately glanced at each other, and they both thought of the scene they saw yesterday morning. Xu Hehua doesn't like her sister-in-law, but she doesn't hate her nephew. Of course, she hasn't seen her a few times, and she doesn't have any closeness. When is it?
I'll take Peach Blossom with me.
Hu Youngmeo's eyes rolled, and his face showed embarrassment. I haven't decided on?
Yet.
Xu Hehua, then what are you doing? Hu Youngmeo is demanding, and tries to ignore the attitude of the sister-in-law. The woman is from Lijiatan, and she is handsome, so the conditions are relatively high.
Speaking of this, she glanced at her sister-in-law again, wanting to wait for her to take the initiative to ask.
But she didn't want to, and after waiting for a while, her good third sister still pulled her face and didn't speak. Hu Youngmeo secretly scolded a few words in her heart, and after a little depression, she continued, the woman thinks that our house is mud and grass, and she has to rebuild it, and at least she has to be a green person to marry. Xu Wanchen, who was hiding behind her adoptive mother and smiling, probably guessed the intention of the cheap aunt, turned around and walked out of the courtyard quickly. Xu Hehua looked back, made sure that her daughter went to the next door, and then turned around and said lightly, "Oh, sister-in-law is going to build a house. Pretty good." Didn't expect the sister-in-law to react like this. Hu Youngmeo was about to lose her patience and scolded. To build a green, at least a few oceans, how can the family have so much money? In fact, it's not impossible to squeeze it, but who makes the sister-in-law rich? Xu Hehua was not stupid, so she naturally heard her sister-in-law's intention. She pulled the patch on her gown and rolled her eyes directly. What are you looking for me to be a divorced daughter?
I don't have any money.
Hu Youngmeo was angry. Why do you have no money?
Don't have the money to build a house this big? Don't have the money to make that stinky girl wear it so well?
Shwijin is your own nephew, and when you die, you will be the boy who will throw the pot. It's a boy, eh?
How can you not pay for his marriage? What money? Xu Hehua, are you rich?
Before she could go back, she was interrupted by a familiar female voice, and Xu Hehua subconsciously turned around. It's really Sister Nan. She was a little confused. Sister Nan, why are you here? Su Nan first glanced at Hu Miao lightly, and when he looked at the person cramped, he said slowly, it's also a coincidence. I passed by the gate of your yard just now, and I heard Sister Hu say that you have money. That?
Can I pay back the 2 oceans I owed to my family before?
Su Naqsheng's beauty, not to mention the silk and sateen she wears, is also a noble thing that has not been seen in Tunmi, and she is everyone's beautiful life. With only a faint look, she is called Hu Miao in the nest, and she is so inferior that she buries her head, and there is no place to put her hands and feet.
But when she heard that the other party was coming to her sister-in-law to collect debts, she couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to see if it was true or false.
At this time, Xu Lotus has already reflected. Sister Nan should be the rescuer moved by Peach Blossom. She is proud of her daughter's intelligence, but her face is crying. Sister Nan, you heard it wrong. I am not competent. Can you give a few more days? The Lotus girl is really funny. Su Nan couldn't help laughing, with a look of impatience and noble coldness. It's been almost a month. Outside the hospital, after eavesdropping for a while, and after making sure that Aunt Cheap was not a smart person, Xu Wanchen put her mind at ease, turned around and went next door. Widow Xu, who was packing medicinal herbs, saw the little girl come in. A light smile appeared on her face, and the whole person looked a little younger and more handsome. He beckoned, "Come here, uncle will give you a pulse." This is also the purpose of Xu Wanchen's return. She walked over quickly, showed her wrist neatly, and was still curious. "Uncle Xiao, what is a side green?" After the fingertips were put together, Widow Xu replied with a wane, "It is a house with bricks and tiles on the front and mud and grass on the other 3 sides."
Can it still be like this? Xu Wanchen said that she was shocked.
Widow Xu doesn't care who wants to build a house. were you disappointed to pick up medicine yesterday?
Isn't it particularly bitter?
Xu Wanchen blinked and asked instead of answering, have you seen the medicine I took? Is indeed a smart girl. The smile on the corner of Xiao Xayu's mouth deepened a little. Your mother showed me it, saying that you were busy all day and only found so much, but you were not disappointed at all?
Aren't you really disappointed?
Before the little girl went to collect medicine, Xiao Xayu knew that she was going to suffer and would be disappointed, most likely.
Come away empty-handed. How easy is it to be a medicine farmer?
Not only is she inexperienced, but she knows very few medicinal herbs, and there are even fewer that can be picked in the current season. He thought that the little guy would be disappointed and lose his temper, but he didn't want people to not only not make trouble, but also be unexpectedly stable. Studying medicine is a long time, and Xu Wanchen, who is an adult inside, is extraordinarily peaceful. It's very hard, but I'm not disappointed. I'm not in a hurry anyway. Take your time. I will always learn more and more. I didn't expect her villain family to be able to say such a thing, and she was indeed worthy of her adoptive mother's praise in front of his husband and wife. Xiao Xayu withdrew her hand and was silent for a while before saying, the foundation is still very empty, let's take 2 more doses of medicine. Thinking of the bitterness of traditional Chinese medicine, Xu Wanchen, who was about to become a small medicine jar, immediately had a bitter face, and said weakly, okay Tilda. Xiao Xayu was amused, and also wanted to observe the child closely, so he proposed, I will go to the mountains to collect medicine in a few days, you can come along. Is this to teach her to collect medicine? Xu Wanchen's whole person lit up, okay.
Chapter 8. Do you want to take Peach Blossom as an apprentice? Su Nan and her husband are childhood sweethearts, who have been together for nearly 40 years, and they know that he is going to take the little girl to collect medicine, so they understand his thoughts. Xiao Xayu didn't rush to answer, took his wife to sit beside her, and added a cup of tea for her before explaining. Look at it now, that child's heart is very rare, and Peach Blossom Niang has come to praise the child several times, and I think I have this thought. Su Nan didn't object to this. The husband and wife are both smart people, and Xu Lotus never deliberately hid it. She took a sip of tea and asked, when did you decide when to officially serve tea? How can it be so fast? Xiao Xayu put his arm around his wife's shoulders and laughed. Let's observe and observe. Studying medicine is to save people, and character is more important than being smart. Su Nan was curious again. If the child can endure hardships, have a good character, and have aura, do you really plan to accept it? My husband's temperament is too square, and he is even more straightforward in his work, and even a little rigid and high-minded, in recent years. Except for his own son, I really haven't seen him have any eye-catching children. If that's the case, it's my luck. After all, it's hard to find a good apprentice. After sighing, Xiao Xayu spread out his hand again, looked down at the slender palm that had saved countless people, and sighed. I thought that Jingliang would inherit my mantle, but I thought that kid would go to learn Western medicine halfway, and my medical skills can't really be brought to the soil. Thinking of the content of her son's letter, Su Nan slapped her husband with a smile. My son also said that he will not waste the treasures of our ancestors just because he studied Western medicine. What are you so upset about? Can that be the same? Human energy is always limited, and specialization in one is the right way.
Regarding this, Dr. Xiao, who is still studying in his 40s, is particularly serious. Su Nan was not used to it. She glanced at her husband lightly and said softly, if the big apprentice is abolished, the little apprentice will be recultivated. Why sigh? His wife, Dr. Xiao, was looked down upon by his wife, but he still insisted. Where is the little apprentice?
You'll have to take a closer look. By the way, you go back and tell Peach Blossom that the medicine she picked will be sold to the pharmacy with ours.
The store is a big bully, and if you sell it yourself, I'm afraid it will be less than 1/3 of the ocean.
Huh? Hard-mouthed old thing. Is equal to.
Xu Wanchen, a Western doctor, didn't know what was going on next door about her.
She pinched her nose and drank the herbs, and then began to pick up the herbs. Xu Hehua was not worried about her daughter's body, so she simply put down the work in her hand and came to help. Pulsatilla is not difficult to deal with, just pick up the debris and rinse it with water. It is best not to take more than 3 seconds to rinse the rinsing process, otherwise it is easy to dilute the medicinal properties. Xu Wanchen sat on a small stool and was busy, which can be described as stable and not in a hurry at all.
Seeing that she was so safe, Xu Hehua, who was only responsible for carrying water, once again sighed that the land was manifested and let her get such a well-behaved child. Go back and go with Dr. Cao to collect medicine, and my mother will follow. Knowing that her adoptive mother was not worried about herself, Xu Wanchen was helpless. Mother, I can do it myself, and if Aunt Sue doesn't go, it's not appropriate for you to follow. There are many widows in front of the door, especially a beautiful young widow. Even if Xuatan has a better atmosphere than most villages, there are always a few scum. Xu Wanchen had already found it several times, and when the strange-looking man passed by the courtyard gate, he stretched out his head to look into the courtyard. Some women even regarded their adoptive mothers as imaginary enemies and splashed dirty water that was unwarranted. If it weren't for Dr. Cao, who lived next door with a special status, the mother and daughter might not have such a clean life. Thinking of this, and thinking of the gossip every time Grandma and Aunt Lankao came over, angrily relaying the gossip, Xu Wanchen suddenly said, "Mother, let's raise a dog, it's a little fierce." It's hard to find the fierce one. Although I don't know why my daughter suddenly wants to raise a dog, Xu Lotus, who loves her daughter, first reacts to where to find it. Seeing that his mother did not object, Xu Wanchen suggested, "Go back and ask Uncle Tun." Xu Hehua nodded. "Cheng, if you want to raise your mother, just ask." After answering, she continued the previous topic. "Do you really want your mother to follow you to collect medicine?
Aren't you afraid of snakes and insects?"
At the mention of this, I couldn't help but think of the picture of yesterday's medicine collection in my mind. Xu Wanchen's little face immediately wrinkled. Medicine is basically not lacking in guts, but in the face of earthworms and snakes, I will still tremble, but it is really inconvenient for my adoptive mother to follow, so she gritted her teeth. "It's okay, I'll get used to it if I go a few more times." The first time she took an anatomy class, she was so scared that she couldn't eat for a week, but she overcame it. "Okay, I'm really afraid that we won't pick it, my mother can afford to support you."
Xu Lotus can endure any hardship, but she is reluctant to let her children suffer, and she hates to take care of everything for her daughter.
Fortunately, the inner core of Xu Wanchen is mature, otherwise it is really easy to pet a white-eyed wolf.
Is equal to afternoon.
Xu Wanchen, who had not recovered from his illness, took a nap.
When I woke up, my body was a lot lighter. Faintly hearing voices in the yard, she stretched on the bed before turning over and getting out of bed.
When he pushed the door open carefully, he saw Xu Wang wiping his tears again. Xu Wanchen was already surprised and only called out obediently, "Grandma." After Xu Wang's, he asked again, "Your mother said that you have a cold.
Come and show my grandmother."
Xu Wanchen walked over and waited for the back of the old lady's rough hand to stick to the door of her head before saying, "It's not hot anymore. It's still too thin." After speaking, Xu Wang took out 2 eggs from his pocket. "Take it and eat it, Grandma is cooked." "I don't want it, you eat it yourself."
The old lady herself was emaciated to a hemp pole.
The child is filial. Xu Wang's heart is happy, and he smiled with a wrinkled face. "Grandma doesn't like to eat eggs, so I brought it to you, eat it quickly." Seeing that the old lady had to give, Xu Wanchen looked at her mother. Xu Hehua's cold face softened a little. "Your grandmother loves you, take it." This time, Xu Wanchen didn't refuse. "Thank you, Grandma."
"Huh.
The granddaughter is the same every day. She has to wash her hands first to peel an egg, clean and delicate, and she will say thank you, not like the children in Tunni at all. Xu Wang likes it, but he doesn't know how to get clothes, so he looks at his daughter again. "Your eldest brother really doesn't know about borrowing money, why can't you make sense?" Sunny. As soon as these words came out, Xu Hua's softened face immediately turned cold again. She put down the half-milled chestnuts and said angrily, "You don't know who your son is." He must have acquiesced in the matter of his sister-in-law, facing his sister-in-law, one singing red face, the other singing white face. Is it interesting? Her eldest brother is not very bad, and his brothers and sisters are willing to reach out to help when something happens, but because he is the eldest son, he is most favored by the elders. He loves to take advantage of Kiao, and he loves to take advantage, and he has to pretend to be a good person on his face. How can I not understand what I was born with? But in the end, it is my brother and sister, breaking the bones and connecting the tendons. Xu Wangxi wiped his eyes again, and tried to make up. Your father also scolded them. Sunny, don't be angry. You can't die old and don't get along. Every family has a scripture that is difficult to read, and Xu Lotus will not have nothing to do with her mother's family for this matter, but she still has to have the attitude she should have, so she still has a cold face. At this time, it was time for the little padded jacket to go out. Xu Wanchen divided one of the eggs into two, stuffed half of it into her grandmother's mouth, and then gave half of it to her mother, before she smiled and said, "Grandma, mother, is it delicious?" Xu Hewa was originally pretending, not much angry, and after swallowing the egg, she said angrily, "You are clever." And when he lived to be 60 years old, the first time someone fed food into his mouth, Xu Wang was moved and embarrassed, and he didn't forget to be reckless. It's a waste of good things to feed milk. Yes, a typical dedication type. Xu Wanchen didn't say a big reason, just sweetly coaxed, "Don't waste it. When I make money, I will buy meat for my grandma and grandpa to eat." Ah, Xu Wang, who has always ranked himself last, has experienced this, and suddenly felt that the eggs in his mouth were sweet. Xu Wanchen really didn't say big things to coax people, but her adoptive mother's staring was really hot, and she could only change the topic uncomfortably. "Mother, what did you do when you crushed the chestnuts?" Xu Hehua retracted her gaze and continued to crush the steamed chestnuts in the pot, make some chestnut cakes and send them to Dr. Xiao and Sister Nan. Speaking of this, she glanced at the old lady who had already begun to feel pain, frowned, and continued, "If you can't pay back the money, you will send some chestnut cakes to people first." In fact, it is to pave the way for her daughter's future apprenticeship, and she plans to send it back every 3 or 5 times in the future. But she couldn't tell the old lady this, otherwise the whole family would know that she was rich. Xu Wanchen can only make some simple dishes, and she doesn't know any pastries, and when she heard her adoptive mother say that she wants to make dim sum, she suddenly became greedy. Xu Wang really thought that his daughter owed money, so he immediately took out an old handkerchief wrapped in it from his pocket, and then left layer after layer, and took out a piece of ocean for a while. "Your father and I don't have much money in our hands. You take this first, and you can pay it back a little bit." Maybe the old lady will have this one. Xu Hewa's nose is sore, and some are speechless. She didn't want to lie to the old lady. She knew that the old lady felt sorry for her, but the old lady had more than one child, and the most painful was the boss. She knows her family background. I'm afraid it will be endless, and she will really annoy those little calculations. Thinking of this, Xu Hehua took a deep breath and resolutely pushed the money back. "Mother, no, you can keep this money and spend it with your father." Xu Wangxi was anxious. "You dead girl, why are you so stubborn?" Xu Hehua was helpless. "Don't worry, I haven't reached that job yet. I really can't get by, and I won't carry it." Xu Wang's fox was suspicious. "Really? Really? By the way, tell me, whose girl is Mizujin talking about? Why are you so demanding?" Mentioning this, Xu Wang's attention was instantly diverted, and he snorted angrily. "Shwijin is a good boy. He has a crush on the Sana of the old Haitoa's family, and the Sana family only needs 100 catties of sorghum, but your eldest brother and sister-in-law have to ask Shwijin to marry the girl from Li Jiatan, and the green side is mentioned by the girl of the Li family." This is fresh. Xu Hehua was curious. The girl of the Li family has good family conditions. "Xu Wangxi, what's the matter? said that the girl's brother worked in the county factory, and your eldest brother was blinded by wealth and wanted to send Shujin to work in the city. Speaking of this, the old lady slapped her thigh. Which is so easy. The water route is ordinary. I don't know a single word, my brain is still simple, and I can work well, so it's so easy to go to the city?
Why doesn't he go to heaven?
Xu Hehua rolled her eyes. It's easier to go to heaven, a trouser belt can go. Hearing the burial in his adoptive mother's words, Xu Wanchen let out a poof and didn't hold back his laughter. Xu Wang's
is equal to.
Time flies.
In a blink of an eye, it was the day set by Dr. Cao to collect medicine.
Early in the morning, Xu Wanchen, who had recovered his health, was dressed tightly, put on thick-soled shoes, tied his legs, and carried dry food, before he was ready to go next door to find someone. Xu Lotus sent her daughter out, and she didn't worry about it. Rest when you are tired, and you know if you pick for half a day at most. Xu Wanchen will not joke with her body. Don't worry, mother, I have a number. If it weren't for the fear of the people in Tunmi chewing the root of their tongues, Xu Hehua would really want to follow. In the end, she could only stand at the door and watch, for a long time, until she could no longer see the little one, and then she carried her heart back to the house. I was thinking about whether to go to the Tunmi to change a fish, and when I was making up for my daughter at night, a familiar loud voice sounded outside the courtyard. Lotus girl, in the house. Xu Hehua turned around. Sister Lankao, it's so early.
Did you eat it?
Xu Lankao was overjoyed. Eat. Come and tell you something. How can my family exchange a few grape seedlings from Chilton? Do you want to change one?
Grape? It's a rarity.
Although there is a peach tree in the back room, but the peach blossoms in their own house are a favorite to eat, and they can have more fresh fruits. Of course Xu Lotus moved. Change, can you change to plants? Xu Lankao was surprised. Do plants get 8 catties of sorghum? It hurt a little, but thinking of her daughter's thin arms and legs, Xu Lotus gritted her teeth. Change.
Chapter 9.
In the era of scarcity of all materials, in addition to the adoptive mother, the most joyful thing is the environment. The mountain breeze is blowing, the pine waves are gusting. Xu Wanchen sits on the back seat of the bicycle, squinting and enjoying the most primitive taste of nature.
When approaching the foot of the mountain, Cao Xu dropped the car to a farmhouse before setting off for the mountain.
The old Chinese medicine is different. Not long after entering the mountain, I encountered medicinal materials.
No, that's not accurate.
Strictly speaking, in the eyes of professional old Chinese medicine practitioners, the Green Mountains are full of medicinal materials.
The difference is whether you can recognize it or not. Xu Wanchen sighed again. There is a golden house in the book, and the ancients did not deceive me.
No, it's only been an hour, and while she learns knowledge, the small basket is almost full, all of which are small money.
Do you want to recognize other medicinal herbs today?
After teaching 10 kinds of medicinal herbs in a row, the picking method, growth habits and picking seasons, it was estimated that it was enough for the little girl to digest for a while, and Cao Xu took the initiative to stop. Xu Wanchen has a good memory. Of course, she can't chew too much, she won't rely on her brain to make a blind advance, and after thinking about it for a few seconds, she decided, I can learn 5 more kinds. Hearing this, Cao Xu didn't rush to judge anything, just nodded and led the people to continue walking into the mountains. Passing by a shady backlit spot, a small patch of orange yellow stalks standing upright appeared in sight. Cao Xu squatted down and continued to popularize science to the little girl beside her. Do you know what this is? Xu Wanchen followed and squatted down. Yes?
Gastrodia?
Not bad. After the praise, Cao Xu explained the basic situation of gastrodia in detail. The season is not right, summer is the best time for gastrodia. This situation can be recorded first, and then come back when the season is right.
As he spoke, he took out a palm-sized notepad and pen from his pocket and began to write.
After recording, And receiving the notebook and pen, Widow Xu hesitated for a few seconds, but still frowned and said, "If you can't read, you can't do it. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you to read with your aunt."
And this kind of good thing?
Finally able to get rid of the illiteracy situation, Xu Wanchen was excited and grateful. "Thank you, Uncle Widow. It's really appreciated. Very grateful." Widow Xu raised her big hand and patted the little girl's head with a serious face. "Don't be in a hurry to thank you. If you are stubborn, you won't be able to complete the task I assigned to your aunt, and I didn't say anything about teaching you to read and write." No, I don't dare to say anything else. Studying hard is an open advantage of her, not to mention that she is literate herself. Xu Wanchen is full of confidence. I will be serious. The studious child is indeed pleasing. Widow Xu nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, Uncle will take you inside again."
The mountains are dangerous, but you can still get in the middle of the mountains.
Xu Wanchen naturally didn't want to, so one big and one small continued to move forward.
Is equal to.
"Sister Nan, I'm afraid it's going to rain tomorrow." At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Xu Hehua, who came out for the third time to wait for her daughter, ran into Su Nan and casually talked about it. Su Nan raised her head. The clouds in the sky were indeed too thick, but she didn't understand the weather as the lotus girl who served the fields all year round, so she asked, "It won't fall today, right?" Xu Hehua shook her head. "It shouldn't be." I'm back, Sister Nan, Dr. Widow and my peach blossoms are back."
When her words were excited, she even dragged people to meet her. Knowing that she was worried about her daughter, Su Nan was amused and willing to cooperate.
Widow Xu rode a bicycle. The speed was not slow, and after a while, the person arrived. "Mother." As soon as the car stopped, Xu Wanchen was hugged from the back seat by his mother. After careful observation and confirmation that the girl's spirit was not bad, Xu Hehua was steadfast in her heart, and then remembered to thank Dr. Widow. Widow Xu waved her hand to say no, and pointed to a small back basket hanging behind, and asked the little girl, "Do you want to take it home and tidy it up yourself, or will you come to my side with me tomorrow morning?" This is an opportunity to continue learning. Xu Wanchen's eyes lit up. "I'm with Uncle Widow." Widow Xu was satisfied. "Then I'll take all these medicinal materials back." Xu Wanchen, "Okay.
Thank you, Uncle."
Seeing that the little girl was still full of vitality, Widow Xu walked home with his wife, and when he was about to enter the courtyard gate, he remembered something. He turned around and shouted, "Tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. Xu Wanchen also responded loudly, "I know."
"How's it going today? Tired?"
Although it was a question, Xu Hehua was already sure that her daughter was tired, so she didn't even let the way go, and went straight to the kitchen with someone in her arms. In fact, it's quite tiring. Adults can choke on the mountain for a day, not to mention her bean sprouts. Facing her adoptive mother, Xu Wanchen didn't hide it. Her eyebrows and eyes were disgusted. "It's a little, but it's much better than last time. The main thing is that I'm busy for half a day in the morning, and Uncle Widow asked me to sit in the afternoon. Maybe I work." Xu Hehua's heart was completely relieved. Dr. Widow was indeed measured, and if she cared, she would be chaotic. There's no way. The child's death rate is too high these days, just like her iron eggs. Thinking about the iron egg again, Xu Lotus softened her eyebrows. It seemed that she had to find a time to take a look at him in the past few days. "Peach Blossom, are you hungry?" "Sort of," was put on the ground by her adoptive mother. Xu Wanchen was not in a hurry to lie down, but scooped a few scoops of water to wash her hands. Xu Hehua opened the cupboard, took 2 chestnut cakes made before and handed them to her daughter. "Eat something and cushion it. My mother will cook dinner. By the way, tell my mother again, how did Dr. Widow teach you?" Xu Wanchen naturally didn't want to. She moved a small mahjong, sat next to her adoptive mother, and talked about her experience during the day while eating snacks. With such a big mountain range, Uncle Widow is like visiting his own yard, and he knows what medicinal herbs are available anywhere. Xu Hua swallowed the chestnut cake handed over by her daughter before replying. That must be more than 10 years. Not only Dr. Xiao, but most people in the Tun are familiar with it. Also, Xu Wanchen talked about the side again. By the way, I passed near my parents' graves. Xu Hua stuffed firewood into the stove. So coincidental? Did you go to worship then? Xu Wanchen shook his head. No, I said hello in my heart. The main thing is that Uncle Xiao gave her time in the morning, and she naturally didn't have the face to trouble people in the afternoon, but it was impossible for her to let an 8-year-old doll act alone, so forget it, the days are still long. Xu Lotus was amused by the little girl. It's the same if I think about it in my heart. After being relieved, she shared the good news. Mother and your Aunt Lankao exchanged 2 grapes and planted them in front of the east house. Do you want to go and take a look? Look, it's a fruit. But
how much did it cost?
Knowing that her daughter was hurting money, Xu Lotus poked her head funny. A few catties of sorghum grapes can be eaten for many years. Originally, it was still a little painful, but after hearing what my adoptive mother said, it seemed to.
It's also quite a good deal. So, Xu Wanchen walked out of the kitchen quickly and went to the east house with an expectant face.
In less than a minute, she sat back down next to her mother. Just 2 tree trunks.
Will it be able to bear fruit this year? It's too small to look at.
Xu Hua, it's still a new seedling, don't think about it this year. Serve well, and you can bear some next year. Okay, at least it's a hope. Dr. Xu thought of the fruit tree on the mountain again. Mother, why don't we transplant a jujube tree?
Or an apricot tree?
Wild cherries are fine, too. Xu Hua, gluttonous. Well, if you are hungry, it's best to plant fruits in all seasons, so that you can always have something to eat. Xu Hua tried hard to suck her saliva. There was no way, there was nothing delicious here. She was really greedy. The girl wants to eat, and it is not too difficult. Xu Lotus should take a bite. Cheng, but I have to wait for autumn. Cherry trees are different from grapes, and I am afraid that I will not be able to support them when transplanted at this time.
You can also look for pear trees and plant them in front of and behind the house. Is equal to. It's raining.
The next day, the spring thunder woke Xu Wanchen. She sat up, kneading her aching limbs for a moment, before she opened the curtains made of blue floral coarse cloth and looked out. The night had not yet receded, and there was not a trace of rain in sight, only sparse drops of water could be faintly heard. Xu Wanchen planned to squint for a while, but he didn't want to, and as soon as he lay down, there was a slight movement in the hall.
Mother, is this time to get up? There was no clock, and she was worried that she would be late for the first day of class, so she simply rested and went back to sleep. Lift the quilt and go to the ground in the dark. When I opened the bedroom door, I saw a warm orange light. Mother woke you up. Xu Hua was about to go out with a kerosene lamp in one hand and a flame in the other.
Xu Wanchen walked over quickly. I didn't make any noise. I'm not sleepy. Mother, what time is it? Xu Hua could only make an approximation. The rooster has crowed. It's 4 o'clock. You go back to sleep for a while, and my mother will call you when she makes breakfast. Don't sleep. Learn to read and write with Uncle Xiao on the first day. It's better to go early.
Literacy? What is literacy? Xu Lotus was a little confused.
Yes. Yesterday I was still tired, and my mind was confused, as if I forgot to say it. Xu Wanchen hurriedly relayed what Uncle Xiao meant. Uncle said that we were not allowed to mention the tuition fee, but he did not accept it, and said that he would not teach literacy when I went to school. That's enough. I didn't expect Dr. Xiao and his family to be willing to teach their daughter to read and write, which is a great kindness. That's what it means to be willing to take disciples, right? Xu Hua didn't know what to do, and turned around several times before she said excitedly, It's not okay not to pay tuition. In this way, we don't mention the money. My mother steamed some big meat buns. You carry it. How much is a heart? After saying that, No matter what the girl's reaction was, she rushed to the kitchen with a roar, and she didn't even put on her clothes. Xu Wanchen turned around and took the hat and put it on top of his head, followed with emotion and funniness, and was thinking about working harder to make money, when his feet slipped, and then he and squatted straight down. Hearing the movement, Xu Hehua, who had already rushed into the kitchen, hurriedly turned around, easily picked up her daughter, and sent the person back to the hall before she asked urgently, "What's the matter?
Did the fall hurt?"
"It hurts or not, it's just a little faceless." Xu Wanchen touched the muddy water on her buttocks, and she had nothing to love. "Mother, let's go back to the foot of the mountain and pull a few boxes of stones back, and pave a path in the yard." "Right."
"She's not used to the mud on a rainy day. Is equal to. It's past 6 o'clock in the morning."
Xu Wanchen, who was carefully dressed up by his mother and told by thousands of people, appeared at Xiao's house with a big meat bun with white noodles. Seeing her, Widow Xu, who had just finished boxing, glanced at his watch and was sure that he was half an hour early, and he was immediately more satisfied, and he showed a rather gentle smile. "Just right, the extra half an hour to test the medicinal herbs you knew yesterday." Xu Wanchen, whose butt is not next to the stool,
the other side. Although she was worried about her daughter, Xu Lotus was not idle. "After cleaning up the house, I started weaving. As long as Tao Huair is willing to learn, she is willing to smash the pot and sell iron. She is still young, and she is not afraid of hardship, and she can always save more money by weaving an extra piece of cloth every month. This business is 2 or 3 hours. When she got up to change the line, Xu Lotus took the time to move her sore neck.
Suddenly, she slapped her head.
"It's over. I forgot to buy pen and paper."
People don't charge tuition anymore. Paper and pen. She doesn't have the face to let Sister Nan and her family go out again.
Thinking about it like this, Xu Lotus couldn't sit still.
It was still raining outside, and it was inconvenient to get to town. She entered the hall, turned out 2 dimes, wrapped her clothes, and planned to go to Uncle Tun's house to change.
The muddy road is difficult, but she is not in a bad mood.
But I didn't want to. Halfway through the line, I ran into an anxious old lady. Xu Hehua smiled, frowned, and asked worriedly, "Mother, what's wrong?
Why is there so much mud on your body? Fell? Did you fall and hurt yourself?"
Xu Wang's eyebrows were even more depressed than before, and the tears were even more uproaring, dragging his daughter to death, and finally he trembled and said, "Water. Mizun? Sania, what should I do?"
Mizun ran away with Sanya.
Chapter 10. Elope.
How exciting and deviant it is in such a time.
In just half a day, Xu Shwijin and Sanya have become a hot topic in the entire Xuatan. It's like the water dripping into the hot oil pan, and it bursts wary. Of course, the Xiao family, which is located in the middle of nowhere and has a special status, is the only exception. All morning, Xu Wanchen was silent in the ocean of knowledge. First, I consolidated the medicinal materials I knew yesterday, and then learned how to concoct them, and then I finished recognizing the first 16,000 character texts, and then went home with my homework in the satisfied eyes of the 2 teachers. Peach Blossom is indeed ice and snow smart. Seeing the child leave, Su Nan released the excitement that had been suppressed all morning. She is a lover of reading, and although she lives in a secluded mountain village, she is quiet and comfortable, but she is also lonely. Now that he has a talented and intelligent person, he is naturally full of joy. Widow Xu was also happy, but he didn't lose his mind, as if to appease his wife, and seemed to comfort himself, and muttered softly, "Don't be in a hurry, don't be in a hurry, be steady, you need to carefully observe your character." Xu Wanchen didn't know the joy and expectation of the 2 teachers. She returned home with her notebook, only to find that her mother was not there. After walking around the house twice, I gradually became worried.
Could something be wrong?
Don't blame her for being sensitive and thoughtful. Gen's adoptive mother is very nervous about her body, 3 meals a day, and always on time.
But it was already meal, but the stove was still cold.
Thinking of the strange men who occasionally appeared in recent days, Xu Wanchen's heart tightened, and she raised her legs and ran out. Peach Blossom. Xu Hehua hurried all the way to the house, and saw her daughter running next door with her little short legs from a distance. Xu Wanchen paused, and then turned around quickly. Mother! What's going on? When I came to my daughter, I saw her face full of joy, and I rubbed her head funny. I'm hungry, my mother forgot the time. I'm not hungry, my uncle and aunt gave me snacks. Where have you been?
Why is it all mud?
Whenever it rains, it will always be muddy for a few days, and the waste straw shoes are very.
The adoptive mother's appearance now is too exaggerated, not much better than rolling in the mud.
Referring to this, Xu Hehua was also helpless, and while leading her daughter home, she replied, Your eldest cousin ran away with the girl you liked last night, and your grandmother came to me to ask.
Ran away?
After being surprised, Xu Wanchen became unhappy again. It's raining outside, what can grandma do with you? Look at the toss for you, let's change your clothes first, it's all soaked, but you can't catch a cold. When the words fell, he didn't give his adoptive mother a chance to refuse, and after pushing the person out of the kitchen, he hurriedly scooped the pot under the water. By the time Xu Lotus simply cleaned herself up and returned to the kitchen with her dirty clothes, the water in the pot was already hot. Xu Wanchen urged, The water will boil immediately. Mother, quickly take out the wooden barrel, you have to take a hot bath. Xu Hehua refused, What are you doing with that firewood?
It's all summer, and my mother is not cold.
Xu Wanchen didn't listen to her. Not only insisted on letting her adoptive mother take a bath, but also made her brown sugar ginger tea. After taking a bath and drinking sweet sugar water, Xu Lotus was indeed a lot more relaxed, but she thought that there were only 1 or 2 brown sugars in total, or that she was hiding a good thing for her daughter's emergency, but now half of it went into her mouth. She snorted in distress.
Why is the dead girl's hand so loose?
Mother, I'm hungry. It's coming. It's coming. Seeing the careful thinking of the girl to change the topic, Xu Hehua said a word of disgust, but the movements in her hands were not slow. Seeing that his mother was no longer entangled in brown sugar, Xu Wanchen picked up the previous topic. Did they find it, big cousin? I didn't find it. Your Uncle Tun organized a lot of people, and the whole tun was turned over, and he didn't even touch the corners of his clothes. Xu Wanchen, how is grandma? Xu Hehua, what can you do?
I've been crying for a long time.
Xu Wanchen twitched the corner of her mouth. You have to persuade in the air, you always cry like this, and your eyes will have problems sooner or later. It's useless, my mother has been persuading me for decades. Peach Blossom, where do you say that kid from Shwijin can run?
How do I know?
Xu Wanchen subconsciously replied, but after the words fell, she remembered something. Will it be
hidden in the Green Mountains? Is there a cave over there?
There are caves. Xu Hehua also remembered this stubble. But it's not good to go on the mountain when it rains, so I can only wait for tomorrow. In the final analysis, I still complain about your uncle and aunt. Sanya is such a good girl, and she doesn't agree. Now it's okay, the chicken flies and the egg beats. Seeing that her adoptive mother was getting angrier and angrier the more she talked, Xu Wanchen hurriedly persuaded. Mother, it's okay, the eldest cousin is not too young, and he will never starve himself. Life has been better in the past few years. Even if you can live begging for food, I'm afraid of encountering a beard and messing outside. Living in a comfortable world since childhood, Xu Wanchen really didn't think of the bandit problem. She was silent for a few seconds, didn't come up with any good solutions, and simply said on the side, I learned 16 words in the morning, and my aunt praised me for being smart.
Really?
Xu Hehua was really excited. Where do you remember anything else? Her eyes are full of girl literacy. Xu Wanchen was also willing to coax her mother to become an adult, and went to the vesting house to get a notebook. Xu Lotus didn't know a single word, but when he fumbled for the font on the book, he couldn't say ah.
Our peach blossoms are so well written.
In fact, it is not good at all. In order to meet the level of novices, Xu Wanchen deliberately wrote crookedly, "Mother, I will teach you to read." She will be admitted to university sooner or later. No accident. She will stay in the big city in the future. Her adoptive mother depends on her for her life, and she almost treats her as an eyeball. Food, clothing, housing and transportation, everything is careful, so Xu Wanchen has plans to leave with her adoptive mother. It's not just filial piety and repaying gratitude, it's more that she doesn't want her mother to be trapped in a small mountain village all her life. She wants to take her to see the world.
Xu Hehua was stunned. What? I?
Xu Wanchen took it for granted. Yes, I'll teach you. She had already seen that the mother was very hearty and open-minded in some aspects, but in the face of words, she was inferior and longing. If it wasn't for the fear of collapsing people, she would have wanted to teach for a long time. No, mother.
My mother is so stupid. How can she learn to write? Xu Hehua waved her hand in a panic. She never thought that she could read and write. She was 31 years old.
Xu Wanchen rolled her eyes and changed her words. Why can't you learn?
I also thought that if I teach you a few more times, I will definitely learn better when the time comes.
Still?
Can it still be like this?
But Xu Lotus still wanted to refuse, but several times she opened her mouth. She closed her mouth because of the hidden expectation that she didn't dare to admit deep in her heart, and in the end, she was even so nervous that she soaked her palms with sweat. Xu Wanchen didn't seem to see her adoptive mother's hesitation, picked up a pencil, wrote down the Arabic numerals from 1 to 10 directly in the notebook, and after explaining the meaning, she forced it over, and said proudly at the end, "How is it?
Isn't it simple?"
The small book seems to weigh 1,000 pounds, but after listening to the girl's explanation and after reading it silently in her heart a few times, Xu Lotus suddenly felt that it didn't seem to be an unbearable weight, and the words seemed to be.
And not so far away.
Mother, it's really simple. Let's learn slowly. Even if we recognize 2 words a day, we can learn 60 words a month. Seeing that her mother's eyes gradually lit up, Xu Wanchen knew that it was almost over, and hurriedly poured the last chicken soup. Xu Lotus was really useful. She squeezed the book tightly and said expectantly, "That?
Then try it."
Xu Wanchen, you have to try it.
Xu, don't tell anyone just yet.
If you learn secretly, if you can't learn it, you won't learn it. Okay, I won't say it. Your Uncle Xiao and Aunt Su can't do it either.
I know. Is equal to 6:30 the next morning. Xu Wanchen took the completed homework and went to Xiao's door again.
This was agreed yesterday, and from now on, I will study 1 morning every day, 6 days a week. The process is also similar to yesterday, 2 hours to recognize words and 2 hours to recognize medicinal materials.
When she came home again with hot knowledge, she saw her grandmother with a happy face.
Xu Wanchen put the school bag back in his room before coming to the kitchen. Grandma, the eldest cousin has found it. Xu Weng smiled into a chrysanthemum. You know it too.
Xu Wanchen didn't know, but the old lady's emotions were too easy to understand, so she looked at her mother.
Xu Lotus was picking out the mushrooms that the old lady had brought over, and in a light rain, all the mushrooms came out. Seeing his daughter's doubts, he took the initiative to explain. Your eldest cousin didn't go anywhere. They hid in the Green Mountains for a day and a night, and the 2 of them took the initiative to come back in the morning.
Well, the mushrooms your grandmother brought were picked by them.
Speaking of this, she couldn't cry or laugh again. The 2 are ready to get married, saying that their reputations are ruined and it is difficult to marry. Is a smart person. The bottom of the kettle is very slippery. Xu Wanchen was a little surprised. The 2 of them were so open-minded. Who has the idea? Xu Lotus meant something. Shwijin said it was him. Most of them are Hasanya. Xu Wanchen put her hands on her cheeks, and some of them want to get to know each other. I just don't know. The girl who offended her in-laws before she passed the door will be able to live freely in the future?
Will the eldest cousin always protect it? Your mother said you could read.
The eldest grandson is safe and sound, and Xu Wang's family has the mind to care about his granddaughter. Xu Wanchen also picked up the mushrooms and picked them up. Yes, study for half a day in the morning. Xu Wang didn't understand. What can you do if you know how to read?
My grandmother has been illiterate all her life, so she is doing well? Where's the good?
Others Xu Wanchen didn't know. Anyway, let her be blind and spend her life in a small mountain village farming, she would never accept it. Xu Hehua didn't want her daughter to talk back to the old lady, so she took the initiative to take over the conversation. I let her go. Xu Wang's bitter mother-in-law. We are just mud-legs. A lifetime of farming. It is better to learn to weave than to know how to read, and save some dowry to find your in-laws. Xu Hehua didn't want to bring up the old things again, but the old lady obviously had an endless posture, so she took a deep breath and said with a dark face, "Why is it useless to recognize words? He, Li Shanhai, just dislikes your daughter for being illiterate." This is a lore. The old lady looked at her granddaughter as if evading for a while. Peach Blossom, your eldest cousin will get married tomorrow. You come with your mother, and Grandma will leave you a chicken leg. Thank you, Grandma. Xu Wanchen showed a sweet smile on her face, and she was curious about the scumbag Li Shanhai in her heart. If you abandon your original partner with great grace with a clear conscience, can you really live happily?
Chapter 11. It is a great joy for a nephew to get married. After the old lady went back, Xu Lotus pondered what gift to give.
Xu Wanchen was silently writing the homework left by the two teachers, and when she saw her adoptive mother rummaging inside and outside the house, she couldn't make up her mind, so she suggested, "There must be a marriage in Tunli in the past 2 years, you can refer to it. People are small and ghosts are big." Xu Lotus scolded her daughter, picked up the fabric and hesitated, "Either send 2 pieces of cloth. This marriage is too hasty, otherwise you can go to the town to buy a basin, that is decent." Xu Wanchen didn't understand and asked, "Do you want to send 2 pieces of cloth?"
That cloth doesn't look small, 2 pieces are almost enough for a dress.
Xu Hehua was a little reluctant to have the good cloth in her hand, and began to rummage through the side again, and didn't raise her head when she heard the words, "There is another piece for your aunt, she is married far away, and she won't receive news for a while, so I'll help her put it on first." Listening that the relationship between the aunt and the adoptive mother should not be bad, Xu Wanchen saw that the adoptive mother took out 2 more pillow towels and suggested again, "Why don't you wrap the red envelope directly?" Xu Hehua shook her head. "That's not good, it's really a red envelope, don't your uncle know that your mother is rich?" Xu Wanchen.
Well, she really forgot about that.
Okay, you don't care. Write your homework, my mother will be fine soon. As she spoke, Xu Hehua picked up the fabric she had put down before, planning to choose between the pillow towel and the fabric.
It is equal to. Reading and literacy is a top priority.
Therefore, the next day, Xu Wanchen still went to the next door on time. Xiao Xiu already knew about the marriage of Keu Ha's 2 families, and it was not a surprise to see the little girl come to take leave. Xu Wanchen patted the school bag on his body. "Don't take leave, I'll go over after class." Everyone was happy with the studious children. Xiao Xiu was even more satisfied, got up and straightened his robe, and then came over. "Yes, he is a diligent one, take out the homework first and I'll take a look." Su Nan, who was boiling tea on the side, quipped, "There has been no happy event in Tunmi for a long time, so there will be less homework in the afternoon, and the peach blossoms will be just loose and relaxed." It's not easy to say, marriage is the best of the 2 surnames, but the marriage of the Xu Ha family is almost inseparable from the feud, so I am afraid that there will be trouble at the wedding banquet.
The facts are exactly what Xu Wanchen guessed. Although the 2 families did not do anything, the old man with a pulled face was not like a wedding banquet, but like a funeral banquet. The only 2 are happy. Only the bride and groom get what they want,
and the smile is almost inseparable from the two fools. The feast was not sumptuous, and it could even be said to be bland. At the end, the relatives and friends who came to congratulate him basically left with black faces. Xu Wanchen couldn't serve the table, let alone wait for the chicken legs that Grandma said. She hid in the kitchen and filled her stomach indiscriminately, so she urged the old lady to leave. Xu Hehua comforted. Peach Blossom will go to her cousins and cousins to play for a while, and her mother will help clean up the dishes and chopsticks before leaving. The adoptive mother has been busy all morning, and the most excessive thing is that she couldn't go to the table to eat. Xu Wanchen doesn't want her mother to continue to give people free calls, especially the eldest aunt still has a face that the whole world owes her. I just heard Uncle Tun say that he asked who has a puppy.
Really?
The girl wanted to raise a dog. Xu Hehua had been thinking about it, and she couldn't care about it at the moment, so she turned her head to find Qiu Jingjin. Xu Wanchen pulled people out. Uncle left just now, let's talk to Grandpa and Grandma and follow them. In these years, people are full enough to eat, so there are very few cats and dogs, and for fear of being taken first, Xu Hehua immediately took off her apron and pulled her daughter out in a hurry. Seeing this, Hu Yangyao immediately frowned. His aunt is leaving.
The house is still a mess and hasn't been cleaned up.
Xu Hehua didn't reply. Big brother and sister-in-law, I'll go back first.
Look at you, girl. How much do you look down on people?
If you have money, you don't borrow it, and your nephew only sends to pillows when she gets married, and now I'm not even happy to take a handle. Treat the money-losing goods you picked up as a baby, and send them to recognize words. Can you eat words as food?
Who doesn't laugh at her for being a fool behind her back? I'm afraid I'm going to be a white-eyed wolf again in a few years.
Hu Yangyao felt that he had lost face, and the more he talked, the more angry he became, and the movements in his hands also fell and fought. Iship. Xu Wanchen, I'm here to help. Xu Hehua, I don't need you, my mother will do it herself. Okay, then I'll go next door and tell my aunt not to cook soup at noon.
It's summer, there is no refrigerator, and the food for the day has to be cleared on the same day. Is equal to. It's not even 10 o'clock in the morning.
So when Xu Wanchen came over, Aunt Su was writing something and didn't prepare lunch. Hearing the little girl say that she would send the old hen soup at noon, Su Nan did not pretend to refuse, but screwed the pen in her hand, got up and went back to the bedroom to get a little skirt and come out.
For me?
I haven't been here for half a month. Xu Wanchen was being taught what she had learned before by Uncle Xiao with a black face, and she was a little surprised when she saw her aunt hand over a pink floral skirt. Su Nan's eyebrows were gentle. Yes, for you, I had a piece of material before, and the rest is just enough to make one for you. Go to the house to try if it fits. This is a little embarrassing. After all, I didn't pay the tuition for school. Holding the skirt that was shoehorned over, Xu Wanchen froze in place, and felt embarrassed to eat and take. The Willens family. I'm still blushing. My aunt likes you to do it for you. Go and change it for me. Su Nan was amused by the little girl, so she laughed a lot, and then pushed someone into the back room. When he came out after changing his clothes, Su Nan stopped smiling. Without a mirror, Xu Wanchen doesn't know what the effect of the upper body is, but for children, the flower skirt should be a good match, but the aunt's expression is strange. It's not good-looking.
Not really.
Su Nan shook his head, then found a small mirror and smiled. Look for yourself. Why is it so dark? Xu Wanchen took a look. It was really. After 2 or 3 months of fine cultivation, Xu Wanchen's height has changed a little. She has gained a few pounds, and after her cheeks are saturated, her facial features are unexpectedly exquisite, and she obviously has the foundation to become a great beauty. But after half a month of collecting medicine, the white doll became a black doll. She tugged at the smashing flower skirt on her body, and her mouth was stiff. Pink is black. Poof. If an adult says this, it's actually nothing, but from the mouth of an 8-year-old child, how to listen to it, how to celebrate. Su Nan didn't hold back in the end, and laughed and hurt his stomach. The wife has a gentle personality and rarely laughs like this. Widow Xu came over curiously, and after listening to the explanation, she also looked at the little girl. It's a lot darker. Xu Wanchen. She already knows it. No need to stress it anymore. Thank you so much. Seeing the little person, Su Nan was even happier, laughed for a while, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes with a handkerchief, and comforted. Don't be afraid, let Uncle Xiao adjust a whitening powder for you. That's right. Xu Wanchen's eyes suddenly brightened. She is still young. In fact, she can come back in a few days, and then pay attention to prevention, but her mother is really black, and recently she is even darker, and she urgently needs a whitening mask. With a height of 178 centimeters and a thin waist and long legs, the congenital conditions of the mother are too good, and Xu Wanchen wants to maintain her as a big beauty. Widow Xu didn't refuse, and walked to the medicine cabinet while taking the test. What medicine do you think is better? Dr. Xu knew this formula in his previous life, so he opened his mouth and came, Angelica, Atractylodes, Poria Cocos. I didn't expect the little girl to really be able to say one or two. Widow Xu was even more happy in her heart, and after weighing 5 grams each, she stood by and watched her grind the medicine into powder. When the others left, they didn't forget to tell them not to be lazy with a solemn expression, and they must continue to know the new medicinal materials tomorrow. What's the difference between you and taking an apprentice? Su Nan is continuing what he did before. Writing a letter to his son, seeing that her husband's face was full of satisfaction with the lotus flowers, she smiled and said, Do you want to tell Jingliang in the letter? Widow Xu, who was thinking about bringing peach blossoms to the next visit, didn't react. What do you say? Su Nan said that you accepted another apprentice, and he has a little junior sister. Widow Xu was stunned. Peach blossom is indeed a good seedling for studying medicine. It can be said that he has more spirituality than his son when he was a child, but he originally planned to investigate for half a year, but now it is only more than 2 months. Seeing her husband entangled, Su Nan laughed. Do you right or not? Widow Xu raised her chin slightly and hummed lightly. Right, the stinky boy doesn't know how to cherish. I am looking for a good apprentice now, and I can surpass him sooner or later.
Is this a show? Chapter 12. Shanghai, Second Military Medical University.
The night is falling, the lights are on, and the wind blows the shadow of the sycamore. After making an oral report to the instructor, Widow Jingliang dragged his body full of exhaustion and soot, stepped on the stone path, walked through the sycamore forest, and walked briskly to the dormitory building. The Military Medical University is different from the other universities. Whether it is studying or living, all follow strict militarist management. Even if it is summer vacation, most students stay in school to facilitate emergency tasks. Li Xing was one of them. He was reciting the information. When he heard the sound of the door opening, he turned his head and saw the grey-faced roommate, and immediately laughed out of the little tiger teeth. So fast?
I thought you wouldn't be back until 2 days.
I'll be back when the rescue is over. Although Widow Jingliang is only 17 years old and a freshman, he is still a freshman, but because he has been a doctor since elementary school, the instructors often pull him to be a strong man. Most of the people who study medicine love GA, and he is no exception. With only 1 sentence, he has already taken out the toiletries from under the bed and then went straight to the bathroom. When Li Xing, who was taking the letter out of the drawer, looked up again, he was the only one left in the dormitory. He shook his head amusedly, then placed the envelope on the other's desk. Widow Jingliang's speed was very fast, about 5 minutes, and when he returned to the dormitory, the whole person was already refreshed. Hearing the movement, Li Xing subconsciously looked over, and then he was stunned. The fair-skinned, handsome young man with his eyebrows stretched, his eyes were drooping and his short hair was rubbed, and his ordinary demeanor was always indescribably special in the eyes of people. Extraordinarily
personable.
It's less than a year, and it's still a
with a wide-shouldered child.
Widow Jingliang was stared at inexplicably. He lifted his eyelids, and his voice was clear. What's wrong? Li Xing came back to his senses for a second, pointed to the other party's desktop, and said with a smile, Well, there is your letter. I brought it back when I saw it in the morning.
Letter?
Thank you. Xiao Jingliang's eyes were full of surprise. His hair was no longer wiped. He hung the towel around his neck indiscriminately, and hurriedly pulled out the stool and sat down at the table. Since he told his father more than 2 months ago that he was recommended to enter the military medical university to study Western medicine, his father has never said a word, and he doesn't know when his father will be able to dissipate his anger. The letter was very long, a whole 5 sheets of paper, and the whole thing was my mother's concern and earnest advice to me. Xiao Jingliang's heart was warm, but he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Hasn't my father forgiven? Wrong. Suddenly, Xiao Jingliang's eyes widened, staring closely at the bottom of the short paragraph, and it took a while to make sure that he was not mistaken. Father actually took in the apprentice? It's still an 8-year-old girl. Mother said that Peach Blossom is very perceptive and ingenious, and her father is even more highly praised. After a while, Xiao Jingliang slowly put down the letter, shocked and curious. My father was so high that he... An almost stereotypical person actually gives such a high recognition to an 8-year-old child. Why did you suddenly get stunned? Nothing happened at home, right? Li Xing asked worriedly. Xiao Jingliang came back to his senses, picked up the letter paper and looked at it a few more times, before he shook his head with a smile. It's okay, it's just. My father took on an apprenticeship. After sleeping together for more than 3 months, Li Xing probably knew the situation at his roommate's house, and immediately smiled. It's a good thing, uncles and aunts can be regarded as accompanied. Really? Recalling the letter just now, Xiao Jingliang suddenly found that his mother's words seemed to be more cheerful. Thinking of this, he raised his slender fingertips and clicked on the word, Peach Blossom. I really want to meet the little sister. What kind of style is it? Is equal to. Xu Wanchen had no idea that her name was written on the letter by her aunt, and she also crossed thousands of miles and appeared in Xiao Jingliang's field of vision. I didn't know that Uncle Xiao had already recognized her in his heart and wanted to officially accept her as an apprentice. Although she and her adoptive mother have been moving towards this goal, the current apprenticeship is not the same as that of later generations. Of course, Xu Wanchen thinks that he will be examined for at least 1.5 years. Therefore, even if she felt Uncle Xiao's satisfaction, she still studied hard every day and did not dare to relax in the slightest. The sun in mid-August is warm but not blazing. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the teachers moved the tea set to the stone table in the courtyard, and moved to rattan chairs to hide in the shadow of the leafy elm trees, drinking tea and chatting, which was really leisurely. Not far away, Xu Wanchen, who was stuffy and concocted gastrodia, was even more bitter. After about half an hour, Su Nan asked her husband to bring the melons soaked in the well, and when they were cut into small pieces that were convenient for eating, she beckoned to the little girl who was still busy. Peach Blossom, come and rest for a while. Xu Wanchen didn't raise his head. Okay, come right away. Said that it was right away, and when he finished the trivial things in his hand, washed his hands and came to the stone table, it was already 10 minutes later. Su Nan took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat of the little girl, and smiled. Look at you, you are sweaty, and you don't know how to rest when you are tired. Xu Wanchen is not a real child. She was a little embarrassed by her aunt's thoughtfulness, and she didn't speak, just smiled and smiled. Seeing this, Xiao Xing, who had not spoken, also raised her hand and pushed the melon towards the little girl. Eat, your aunt specially cut it for you. Since the adoptive mother transplanted fruit trees and planted melons and tomatoes, the 2 teachers also knew that the little girl was a lover of food. No, every time she comes over recently, it's either fruit or snacks, and she also raises Xu Wanchen more and more white and cute. She swallows the melon in her mouth and says with a smile, if you eat like this again, I will become a little fat man. Where's the fat? Which one says? Su Nan was the first to be unhappy. and after speaking, he reached out and pinched the little girl's pink cheeks, and affirmed, "Children are only good-looking if they have a little meat." Peach Blossom can develop such a beautiful appearance now, and her aunt has also wasted a lot of heart. How can she allow others to talk nonsense? Xiao Xiu nodded in response. Indeed, our peach blossoms are not fat at all. After speaking, he asked the next one, "You will have to go to school in half a month. Do you plan to learn from the first grade?" Xu Wanchen, "It depends. The main thing is that I don't know what is taught in the first grade." She really didn't know. After all, she had never cared about the textbooks of the 50s. Xiao Xiu put the teacup on the stone table, and just as he was about to speak, there was a rapid sound of horses' hooves outside the door. Immediately afterwards, a loud "ho" sounded, and a person rushed in outside the door in the blink of an eye. The person who came was about 40 years old, with a black complexion and an anxious face. "Dr. Xiao, my eldest suddenly vomited and pulled, and shouted that his stomach hurts. Please go over and take a look." This person Xu Wanchen knows. It is Tun Li. It seems to be called Xu Qingdishan. Xiao Xiu immediately got up from the rattan chair and walked quickly to the house to get the medicine box. "What are the other symptoms? What exactly does it hurt? Is there any heat? How long has it been hurting?" A series of words fell down, and Xu Qingdishan, who was already panicked even more, unable to understand anything, and felt that his tongue couldn't be straightened. Seeing this, Xiao Xiu was not angry, and patiently changed the question, "Is it pain around the navel?" As soon as these words came out, Xu Qingdishan's eyes, who were so anxious that he was about to cry, lit up. "Yes, yes, yes, it's the navel." Most of them were appendicitis, intestinal carbuncles, and Xu Wanchen and Xiao Xiu both gave a diagnosis in their hearts at the same time. With a judgment, Xiao Xiu reported the appropriate medicinal materials and dosage, and cooperated with Xu Wanchen to quickly wrap them, and then put them in the medicine box. "Let's go." Xu Qingdishan was staring at the little girl, who was a little bigger, but her hands and feet were nimble, and her movements were steady, and when she heard this, she immediately ignored her curiosity, raised her legs and ran out. "Dr. Xiao, I came here on Uncle Jingjan's horse. Do you want to ride over first?" Knowing that he was an anxious child, Xiao Xiu pointed to the bicycle next to the corner. "I'll just ride this." Xu Qingdishan saw that Dr. Xiao had ridden it, and knew that the speed was not slow, so he didn't persuade again. It was Xiao Xiu who pushed the bicycle out of the yard, and when he stepped on, he remembered something and turned around and beckoned, "Peach Blossom, come with me." After Xu Wanchen was stunned for 2 seconds, her whole person lit up, and she almost freed her legs upside down. "I'm here." Seeing this, Su Nan, who was following behind, hurriedly shouted, "Run slower, don't fall." It is impossible to fall, and Dr. Xu has adapted to today's small body. She ran to the bicycle and climbed into the back seat in 3 or 2 clicks. Is equal to. The whole Tunji is not that big. Xiao Xiu pedaled the bicycle fast, and in only 5 minutes, he arrived at Xu Qingdishan's house. This area is densely populated, and Xu Qingdishan's movements are not small, so there are already many people around the courtyard and outside the courtyard. Fortunately, when they saw the doctor coming, everyone consciously gave way. It was also at this time that everyone saw the little girl following behind Dr. Xiao. Someone wondered, "Whose girl is this?" "It's really good-looking." He was also dressed decently, but he was embarrassed to say this, for fear that others would laugh at him for not being knowledgeable. Xu Wanchen rarely appears in Tunli, especially in the last month or 2, except for his own family, in the Xiao family, and now few people have seen such a delicate appearance. Of course, there are also sporadic recognition of her. "No," soon someone said, "it's the girl who picked up the lotus. It seems to be called." "It's called Peach Blossom." Histilda, I remember that the child doesn't look like this. The child who picked up the lotus is very stumbling. Hey, that was a few months ago. The baby is hungry, and the fat will be smart.
I really didn't expect to be so handsome. What's so great about June? It's a girl after all. Can you still take the top prize?
Someone disagreed. You don't know? This girl has been studying with Dr. Cao for a few months, and with Dr. Cao's ability, I think this peach blossom will not be bad in the future, at least better than our farming.
What? Isn't it learning to read? Why are you still learning skills? What else? It is specified that the peach blossoms are smart, and Dr. Cao will receive them.
Xu Lotus is a divorced woman, but it's a good fate. As soon as these words came out, everyone was talking again. Some people bless, some envy, some people are sore, and some people are jealous, completely forgetting that a few months ago, when I heard that Xu Hehua picked up an ugly girl with no blood relationship, she disagreed. At this moment, Xu Wanchen, who was the center of the topic, acted as if he hadn't heard it, and quickly followed into the house. Cao Xu handed the thermometer in the medicine box to the little girl. Take his temperature. Xu Wanchen took it and shook it, making sure that the mercury column inside had returned to its original position, and then handed the thermometer to the young man on the bed and advised, clamp it in the armpit. After the patient clamped the thermometer, she came to Uncle Cao's side again to observe his consultation. There is significant tenderness, vomiting, and fever at the Macault point in the right lower quadrant. After a series of examinations, Cao Xu determined, it's an intestinal carbuncle. Xu Qinggushan asked nervously, what is an intestinal carbuncle?
Can it be cured?
In the eyes of Western medicine, appendicitis is best to be surgical, but Xu Wanchen feels that it should be difficult for the villagers to accept opening their stomachs, and even if they can, they have to go to the county seat or even the city.
IP again.
Cao Xu was not perfunctory because the other party did not understand pharmacology, and gave the pre-prepared medicine to the patient's mother first, and told her how to decoction it. Helplessly, Xu Qinggushan was confused when he heard it, and could only look at Uncle Tun Xu Jingjian with eyes asking for help. Xu Jingjian didn't understand. Dr. Cao, can you say it again?
We didn't get it.
Cao Xu inserted the silver needle into the 3 acupoints of the foot, as if showing off. I will give the child an injection to relieve the pain, and let Toer tell you. This is a test. Xu Wanchen understood, but was not timid, and explained in detail a few pairs of inquiring or suspicious eyes. The others still listened to it and half understood, but Cao Xu, who was being treated, curled the corners of his mouth. Seeing this, Xu Jingjian, who had been paying attention, squinted his eyes. 2 or 3 months ago, when Liu Dehe's leg was pierced by a wild boar, he felt that the girl picked up by the lotus was abnormally smart, and now it seems that it is indeed not an illusion. As long as this doll doesn't grow crooked, maybe she can go to the city to be a nurse in the future, and that's decent. Thinking of this, Xu Jingjian couldn't help but secretly envy. How nice it would be if he found it.
Is equal to. Half an hour later. After administering the needle and drinking the medicine, the patient's symptoms were significantly reduced. After receiving the consultation fee, Cao Xu told him about the precautions and dietary adjustment. After Xu Wanchen sorted out the medicine box, the two got up and walked out.
The son is fine. Xu Qinggushan is completely relieved. Although he spends the money he spends, he still sends people out with a smile. There were a lot of strange-looking children around the bicycle, and when they saw them coming, they ran away with red faces and thick necks. Xu Wanchen was no longer surprised, followed Uncle Cao out of the yard, and was about to climb into the back seat of the car. When she heard the noise not far away, she subconsciously looked at the crowd. Cao Xu also followed the prestige and quickly explained, it should be the Women's Federation that came to do publicity. Xu Wanchen didn't react for a while. What is the propaganda? Cao Xu, propaganda and liberation movement, popularization of equality between men and women, and encouragement of women's haircuts. Thinking of her adoptive mother's untidy hair all day long, Xu Wanchen immediately became interested. I'll go back and talk to my mother.
Chapter 13.
Cut your hair. Knowing that her daughter followed Dr. Cao to see a doctor, Xu Hehua understood that the opportunity to formally apprentice had come, and she was happily tidying up the apprenticeship ceremony, and she didn't understand why Tower suddenly persuaded her to cut her hair. But this is not important. Xu Hehua took out 2 washed peaches from the cabinet and handed them to her daughter. A few peaches are red behind the house, taste whether they are sweet or not. The peach was only red and pointy, not much bigger than a quail egg. Xu Wanchen only took one, didn't rush to eat it, and continued the previous topic. The Women's Federation came to publicize, "Your hair is too much and too long, it's not easy to take care of at all, do you want to cut it like an aunt?" If it was a later generation, she wouldn't persuade her how beautiful it is to have long black and thick hair. But nowadays, it is difficult to wash your hair, and it is even more difficult to blow dry, and it is still reliable for short hair. Thinking of Sister Nun's neat shoulder-length short hair, Xu Lotus was a little moved, and quickly shook her head again. "Forget it, I've never cut short hair, I'm afraid it's not good-looking."
"How so?"
"Mother, you look good, you must look good when you cut your hair." Xu Wanchen said this sincerely. Her adoptive mother is a typical northern girl, with a goose-egg face, thick eyebrows, big eyes and a high nose bridge, although she has not completely raised white skin, but the bronze color is amazing enough. On the contrary, it is old-fashioned, the bun that clings to the scalp and the falling hairline are dangerous. From childhood to adulthood, few people praised themselves. Xu Hua was said by her daughter to blush, but she still shook her head. "Forget it, forget it. The women in the village all combed their hair in buns. If I really cut it, I will definitely be chewed again."
Although she is not afraid of gossip, she is not willing to take the initiative to hand over the topic to others.
As for Su Nan, who has always had short hair, the situation is different, and no one dares to talk about it. Seeing that the adoptive mother was not unmoved, but afraid of trouble, Xu Wanchen took a bite of the peach and came up with an idea. "Do you want to ask Aunt Lan Kao?
Make an appointment with a few more people, and when the time comes, you will cut them together."
When the words fell, she felt the rich peach fragrance in her mouth. Xu Wanchen was a little surprised. She quickly swallowed the flesh. "Mother, you eat it too? This peach is quite sweet."
"Is it sweet?"
The peach tree behind the house was there before the new house was built, and it was estimated that the peach pit was littered. It grew freely. Xu Lotus had never eaten it before. She picked up the remaining one and took a bite. "It's really sweet." Xu Wanchen bent her eyes. "Yes, when it becomes more popular, I will send some to Uncle Cao and his aunt."
"And Grandpa."
"Then you'll have to watch closely."
Xu Lotus ate the peaches in 3 or 2 bites, and then sorted out the apprentices.
Xu Wanchen was stunned, and quickly reacted. The adoptive mother said that the children in the village would secretly come over to pick them. "The children of this year are too embarrassed. I am afraid that I can't stand it." Xu Wanchen sighed, and brought up the old thing again. "Why don't you go to Aunt Lan Kao in the afternoon?"
"Haircut?"
"Let's talk about it."
"You rest for a while, my mother is going to cook lunch." After the 6 ceremonies were properly organized, Xu Lotus was ready to go to the kitchen.
Yes, Xu Wanchen gave up and persuaded her mother to cut her hair. Anyway, everyone will cut it later, and she will naturally follow the trend. As for rest, that's impossible. After a busy morning, although Xu Wanchen was a little tired, she was still worried about helping her adoptive mother share the housework. When she had finished eating the peaches, she took her straw hat and went out into the yard, picked up the threshing rakes that stood by the wall, and began to turn up the wheat that was spread out on the ground.
Is equal to meal. When the adoptive mother cleaned up the dishes and chopsticks, Xu Wanchen turned the wheat over again under the scorching sun before going back to the bedroom for a nap. It's just that he didn't sleep for long, and he was woken up by his mother.
Xu Wanchen was still a little sleepy. After sitting up, she yawned a few times before she sobered up. She looked at her adoptive mother, who was obviously deliberately dressed, and was curious. "Where are you going?" Xu Lotus slipped her daughter off the gong. "Go wash your face and wake up. My mother will take you to Dr. Cao's apprenticeship."
"Bo?
Apprentice?" There was no need to wash her face. Xu Wanchen felt that she was very sober at this moment, and she asked in surprise, "Now?" Xu Heihua had already pulled out all the summer clothes of her daughter from the cabinet, just comparing which one was more suitable, and she didn't reply when she heard the words, "Yes, just now." Xu Wanchen was at a loss. "No, right. I've only been studying with Uncle Cao for more than 2 months, so let's just go over like this. Isn't it good?" People are big ghosts. I wondered, you little kid, why do you think so much every day? After speaking, Xu Lotus glanced at her daughter again. Is your mother so unreliable?
Dr. Cao must have agreed to bring you to the door.
Xu Wanchen, who consciously used the power of the flood to disguise the child. Seeing that her daughter was still stunned, Xu Lotus simply raised her hand and patted her back, smiling. Go quickly. Xu Wanchen's brain was still a little mushy, one command and one action, and he shook off the yard like a ghost, and only after he came into contact with the cool well water and was shivering from the cold, he completely woke up. That's apprenticed? A dream come true, but how can it be so?
Unreal?
Also, is her mother, Ms. Xu Heihua, too good? I thought about it in a mess, and in the end, Dr. Xu really couldn't hold back, and bared his teeth for a while before washing his face quickly. Mother, when did you tell Dr. Cao?
When she sat down by the counter to change clothes, Xu Wanchen was still curious.
Xu Heihua handed her the newly made cloth sandals for her daughter recently, and explained, when Dr. Cao took you to see someone in the morning, my mother wondered if he was willing to accept apprentices, so she went to ask Sister Nan. Cloth shoes can also be made into sandals with leaky toes. Xu Wanchen looked at it rarely, and then continued to ask, Aunt Su let us pass. Xu Heihua bent down to help her daughter buckle the buckle of her shoes. How can that? Looking for your aunt is to probe the style. She didn't refuse. I just took advantage of your nap to ask Dr. Cao. After all, I worship him as a teacher. Uncle Cao agreed. If you don't promise me, can I call you over? Yes, hey.
I'm so happy. Is equal to. Master takes in apprentices. In addition to the apprenticeship ceremony, witnesses are also needed.
In some ways, Cao Xiu is extremely old-fashioned. Even in a remote and simple mountain village, there should be a lot of rules. Therefore, when Xu Wanchen came next door, in addition to the two teachers, the respected elders in the village also sat on both sides. Dressing properly, baptism, worshipping the ancestor, worshipping the teacher, giving the master's lecture, offering tea and kowtowing. After a set of processes, Xu Wanchen straightened her posture, solemnized her little face, and offered 6 salutes with both hands. Cao Xiu's eyebrows and eyes stretched, and after taking it happily, she returned the salute. A thick stack of pharmacopoeia, with a small pill box.
Xu Wanchen solemnly thanked him, and when he got up, his curious eyes fell on the box.
Seeing this, Cao Xiu's tone was extremely gentle. Go back and see. Xu Wanchen first glanced at her mother, who was so excited that her eyes were red, and then she showed a sweet smile. Okay, master. Xu Jingjin is a stable one. Although he envies the little girl for getting the ladder to climb the green clouds, the blessing is sincere. He smiled and said, Peach Blossom, since you have worshipped the master, you must cherish the opportunity. Study hard, and be sincerely filial to the master when you grow up. Xu Wanchen received Uncle Tun's kindness, nodded firmly, and thanked him obediently. When the rest of the people saw this, they also blessed and exhorted one after another. Then, the grey-haired 4 masters rubbed their hands, and their smiles were cramped with flattery. Dr. Cao, you will also receive 1, and you will also receive 2. My 9-year-old grandson is smart and already knows more than a dozen words. If you are willing to accept it, you can just be a companion with peach blossoms. As soon as these words came out, the old men sitting on both sides all looked at the people on the main seat, and even Xu Jingjin had hope in his eyes. To be honest, Cao Xiu also wanted to accept a few more apprentices so that he could pass on his medical skills. But after searching for so many years, except for his son, only Peach Blossom has caught his eye. As for the scene in front of him, when he decided to ask the elders in the Tunli to be witnesses, he expected it. He didn't rush to refuse, but took out a copy of Shennong's Materia Medica and handed it to the literate Xu Jingjin. Then in his puzzled eyes, he looked at the apprentice standing beside him. Peach Blossom recited to a few grandfathers. Xu Wanchen. In the face of the suspicious or shocked eyes of several people, Xu Wanchen suddenly had a sense of embarrassment that he was driven by his parents to put ducks on the shelves when he was a child and performed for his relatives. And right now, the master wants to show off, but she can't refuse either, so she can only take a deep breath, red ears, and recite with a stuffy head. Shennong's Materia Medica has a total of more than 10,000 words, and it is only 1/5 of it that has been memorized, and Xu Jingjin, who does not know many rare words, was shocked and shouted to stop.
Xu Wanchen looked at the master.
Xiao Xayu's eyes were full of pride, but his face was ordinary, and he raised his chin reservedly. Stop.
Xu Wanchen immediately shut up.
Several old men looked at each other, and after a while, they all looked at the little girl. What is the brains of this girl?
Why are you so smart?
Xu Jingjin shook the book in his hand uncertainly. Peach Blossom, have you memorized this book?
Remember?
Xu Wanchen nodded. I remember it all. Although there were speculations, but after getting a definite answer, several people couldn't help but gasp. Seeing this, Xiao Xayu seemed to feel that it was not enough to hit people, so she immediately added, but there is more than one. In less than 3 months, Peach Blossom has memorized 4 books, and she can write all the words. Xu Jingjin wiped his face.
It's okay, I'll be sweating if I listen to it again.
No wonder. No wonder Dr. Xiao is such a picky person, but he is willing to accept a little girl. There is no harm if there is no comparison. And now the old men completely rested their minds, took a few sips of tea and warmed their hearts, and felt very self-conscious about the topic next to them. For example, we will have to pay taxes and grain in a few days. For example, this autumn planting will be a few days earlier than last year. And for example, school is about to start, but few families in Tunli are willing to send their children to school. Speaking of this, Xu Jingjin felt that his head hurt. I went to persuade the 2 teachers one by one, and I ran all over the whole Tun, and there were no more than 10 children who were willing to go. The state encourages literacy, and it doesn't cost much to go to school at this time. But people are like this, the more shallow their cognition, the more stubborn they are, and they insist that literacy is useless, and they can't be persuaded to make sense. Xu Wanchen lowered her eyes, and said in her heart that this matter is really difficult to handle. After all, there is no 9-year obligation at the moment, and it is all up to her own will to go to school. Xu Jingjin has been tossed by this matter recently, and he just complained a few words when he talked about it, and soon changed the topic. I went to the county seat 2 days ago, and said that a notice was issued from above, and dang could not be used in the future, and the existing ones in hand could go to the bank to exchange paper money.
Xu Wanchen also knew about the deactivation of the silver dollar, and thought that she would persuade her adoptive mother to exchange it later.
But I didn't want to. After a few old men chatted and left, Xiao Xayu took the initiative to say, Peach Blossom Niang, it's true that Diang is out of use. There was news a few days ago. I plan to go to the county bank to exchange it with your sister Nan in the next 2 days. If you have Diang in your hand, let's go together. After worshipping the teacher, the 2 families that were already close to each other became closer, and the little apprentice's family had no man, so it was inconvenient to go far away, but Xiao Xayu would not be stingy with anyone who could take care of it. Xu Wanchen looked up at her adoptive mother, looking forward to it. After 4 months, she would finally be able to get out of the Tungji and see the outside world. Xu Lotus does have some ocean in her hand, although it is not much, but she is definitely not willing to waste it in her hand. She does not twist it, and immediately showed a hearty smile. That feeling is good. It just so happens that Peach Blossom has not been out of the Tungji yet. Take her along experience.
Chapter 14. Dr. Xiao finally accepted the apprentice.
The harvest was still picked up by Xu Lotus in the cemetery, the little girl who was disliked by others. Although most of the villagers were already mentally prepared, when the news really came out, it still caused quite a stir. Several old men were worried that there was a troublesome Dr. Cao, so they hyped up how smart and genius Xu Wanchen was. In a barren and remote mountain village, there are few people like this. As a result, the Xiamen, which had never been deserted, ushered in waves of strange-looking villagers. After being treated as a big horse monkey, and after looking at it and pinching it countless times, Xu Wanchen couldn't bear it anymore and hid back in the house to practice calligraphy. Xu Heihua is also not happy that her daughter is tossed, especially those who want to order a doll, and if someone comes, they will always say that Peach Blossom went to the master's house. Of course, there are exceptions. For example, Xu Wang, who got the news and came over with half a basket of eggs. What surprised Xu Heihua even more was that in addition to the warm house banquet, his father Xu Chunxing, who had never been to the door again, also came over with his hands behind his back. Xu Heihua was killing chickens and plucking feathers, and when she saw her parents, she hurriedly got up and greeted, "Dad, Mother, why are you coming here?" Xu Chunxing didn't speak. His eyes wandered around the courtyard, and he didn't see the person he wanted to see, so he sat straight on the stone bench. "Where are the peach blossoms?"
"Why kill chickens at this time? Don't lay eggs?"
After the pain in the flesh, Xu Wang put the basket in the crook of his arm on the stone table, moved a small horse to sit opposite his daughter, and helped pluck chicken feathers together. "I heard with your father that Dr. Cao accepted Peach Blossom as an apprentice. Is it true?" Sure enough, for this matter, Xu Heihua sat back on the stool again. Really, Killing Chickens also wants to invite Dr. Cao and his family to dinner, and the two families celebrate. Although they have been congratulated by many people, the two old men still can't help but rejoice when they get a positive answer from their daughter. Xu Chunxing took out the cigarette stick pinned to his waist, lit it, and said, "It's time to treat. On a happy day, don't be reluctant to give up good things."
"Where's my good grandson?"
If it weren't for the fact that the person in front of him was his father, with Xu Lotus's temper, he would have to say a few words, practice words in the house. After speaking, he was about to shout at the West House, when he saw that the girl had already walked out. Others cannot be seen, Grandpa and Grandpa must not be able to hide again. Xu Wanchen came over quickly, and showed a sweet smile at the two old men. "Grandma, Grandpa." Xu Chunxing raised his rough big hand and touched the little girl's head, and smiled like a chrysanthemum. "Our Peach Blossom is really capable, and I have given Grandpa a long face." In this world, most people are afraid that others will live better than themselves, even relatives and friends. Since his daughter's divorce, Xu Chunxing has suffered a lot of jokes. He can't lift his head, and then he doesn't walk anymore, and he works at home all day long.
Na Cheng thought, the granddaughter who was picked up in the middle of the road gave him a big face.
Thinking of the envy and compliment of the old brothers, Xu Chunxing's proud waist straightened up, and his eyes when he looked at his granddaughter became more loving. Xu Wang also smiled and said, "Huintun doesn't envy our peach blossoms. By the way, Grandma took you half a basket of eggs, and the peach blossoms were kept for yourself."
Xu Heihua, the daughter who is bored and working.
Xu Wanchen glanced at her speechless adoptive mother, tried to hold back her smile, leaned her small body next to the old lady, and said sweetly, "Grandpa and Grandma keep it for themselves, and when I make money, I will buy meat for you." Since she made money selling medicinal herbs, she has sent meat to the two old people several times, although they are all in the name of her adoptive mother, and each time it is only 2 or 3 taels.
"It's not that I'm stingy, but I'm mainly worried about sending too many eyes."
By the way, when you go to the county seat, you can buy them some more snacks.
Xu Chunxing and Xu Wang didn't know what their granddaughter was planning, and they couldn't stop smiling.
For her daughter's sweet mouth, Xu Lotus was no longer surprised. She carefully fished out the chicken feathers scattered in the basin to dry, changed the clean well water, and continued to deal with the fine fluff on the chicken's body before inviting, "Daddy, dinner will be eaten at home." Xu Chunxing was being coaxed by his granddaughter, and he was stunned when he heard the words, so he asked uncertainly, "With Dr. Cao?" "Xu Heihua, that's right."
Forget it.
Xu Chunsheng waved his hand. He had served the dealer all his life, and he had never gone out a few times, and he sat down to eat with a decent person like Dr. Xiao, and he didn't know where to put his hands and feet. Xu Wang also refused. I won't stay with your father. Sunny, there are no chickens at home, right?
Tomorrow my mother will send you one.
Xu Chunsheng interjected. Send someone who can lay eggs, you can't lose our peach blossoms. Pull it down. Believe it or not, you just sent the chicken, my good sister-in-law can reach it on the hind feet.
The second elder didn't break up with his son, and Xu Hehua didn't want to be scolded by someone for a chicken.
Thinking of the eldest daughter-in-law's past style, Xu Wang screamed. No, this half basket of eggs was taken by your sister-in-law on her own initiative, right, old man? Xu Chunsheng nodded. It was given by the eldest daughter-in-law. Don't think about the lotus. Xu Hehua didn't think about it. She pulled down her face and asked directly. What idea did she have?
I didn't expect the girl to react so quickly. Xu Wang buried his head and stopped talking.
It was Xu Chunsheng who took a puff of his cigarette and said comfortingly, Your sister-in-law wants Peach Blossom to be engaged to tea.
Phew. She wants to eat fart. What are your dreams?
The irritable old mother angrily threw the slippery chicken into the basin, turned her face in a second, and after scolding, it was not enough, so she reached out and dragged her daughter behind her and hid.
Xu Wanchen?
Xu Chunsheng had a black face, picked up the cigarette stick and knocked it on the stone table, and roared back with his neck. What's the hurry?
I haven't finished talking yet. Your dad and I are so confused. How could you possibly agree? Ois. Ois.
Hearing this, although she was still a little unhappy with the arguments of the city people in her father's mouth, as long as she didn't hit her daughter with her idea, Xu Hehua didn't bother to care, and just emphasized her attitude again. No matter whether the peach blossom will come out in the future or not, it has nothing to do with the sister-in-law, you let her worry less. Daddy knows. After answering with a black face, he saw his granddaughter poking out her little head from behind her and smiling at herself. Xu Chunsheng immediately became happy again, and he beckoned. I heard that our peach blossoms can endorse books.
Come and recite it to Grandpa. I only plan to coax the old man's Xu Wanchen with a smile. Is equal to. Xuaten is nearly 40 kilometers away from the county seat. In order to ensure that they could go back and forth that day, before 4 o'clock in the morning, Xu Xiao's family carried the basket on their backs and walked outside the town on foot. But I didn't want to. Someone came earlier. And next to the big wheel car at the entrance of the village, in addition to the handlebar type of squatting on the wheel and rolling cigarettes, there were 2 men. Xu Wanchen looked at it a few times, made sure he hadn't seen it, and guessed that the other party was from another nearby town. 10 miles and 8 towns, there is no one who doesn't know Dr. Xiao. Not only the handlebar style, but even the 2 men squatting on the side also took the initiative to come forward to say hello. After a simple greeting, Xiao Xiu asked the handlebar, Uncle Li, do you still want to wait for someone? Li Gui put away the cigarettes. Don't wait, 6 people are exactly 1 trip. As soon as these words came out, several people handed over the fare, half a catty of grain, and then climbed onto the cart. Xu Wanchen was small, and for safety reasons, he was hugged by Xu Lotus on his lap. After everyone sat down, Li Gui threw an empty whip at the horses in front of him, and the axles squeaked and rolled. The car board swayed. The child's body was not angry. Xu Wanchen stared at the surrounding scenery for a while, and then became sleepy. The temperature in the early morning was not high, and seeing that the peach blossom little head was little by little, worried that she would catch a cold when she slept, Xu Hehua took out her coat from the back basket and put it on her daughter's body, and then said softly, Sleep, when my mother calls you. So Xu Wanchen. Sleep in seconds. When I woke up again, it was already an hour later. The big car could only be delivered to the town, and the 4 of them got out of the car and made a beeline for the breakfast stall through a long and noisy street. There were unexpectedly many types of breakfast. Xu Wanchen chose fritters and bean curd, and ate a full stomach very satisfied. And when he was wiping his mouth, he heard a few sounds of the wooden warehouse in Wayne.
Xu Wanchen grew up in a comfortable environment, and before she could react, the whole person was tightly protected by her adoptive mother, and at the same time, the surrounding people also exclaimed and panicked. Just when everyone was about to run away, someone shouted, "Don't be afraid, fight the birds." As soon as these words came out, there was silence around at first, and soon some people scolded and scolded. "Which bastard ran on the street to fight birds?" Lao Tzu thought that the beard was coming.
I thought it was a devil.
I thought it was a devil, damn it, scared to death.
Where did the devil come from? We're all victorious.
There was a lot of discussion in the crowd, and Widow Xu also sighed. I hope there will be no war.
The reason why he lived in a small mountain village was that he was disgusted with all kinds of wars and sacrifices. Su Nan patted her husband soothingly, but she couldn't say any comforting words. Aunt Xu Lotus hugged her daughter tightly, looking around vigilantly, completely lacking her previous relaxation. It's really a chaotic year in 1950, because of the sound of the wooden warehouse, because of the reaction of the people like frightened birds. Xu Wanchen suddenly had a more real feeling. She really can't go back.
Don't talk about this. I'm done. Go over there and ask the car.
Seeing that everyone's mood was low, and the little apprentice was even more depressed, Widow Xu restrained his irritability and got up to leave with a smile.
Seeing the master walking to a corner not far away, Xu Wanchen looked at the master curiously. Where is the master? Su Nan asked the store to buy oil paper, and was packing the remaining fritters and cakes, and when he heard this, he was not perfunctory because the little girl was young, but whispered, "There is no special car to go to the county seat. Your master went to ask if there was a truck along the way." Xu Wanchen blinked. Is this allowed? What a ghost! Su Nan nodded the little girl's head. The driver's private work. We have to hide when we encounter inspections. In other words, it is not allowed on the surface. Xu Wanchen understands in seconds. What if there is no truck on the way? Su Nan, then go to the carriage and horse shop to rent horses and ride to the county seat. Xu Wanchen subconsciously looked at her adoptive mother. Mother, can you ride a horse? Xu Heihua was puzzled. Who in Artun can't ride a horse?
I won't. Xu Wanchen's whole person was mourned again.
Su Nan was delicate, and smiled when he saw this. Wait for you to go back, let your mother teach us peach blossoms.
Horseback riding? Xu Wanchen was resurrected in an instant. Is equal to. Luckily it was. There happened to be a passing truck today.
Unfortunately, there was a lot of cargo on the truck, and the 4 people were very crowded. Fortunately, the car speed is fast, 30 kilometers of road, and it takes more than an hour to arrive. It was not safe to put the money on them, and after getting out of the car, the 4 of them went straight to the bank. Xu Heihua didn't have a lot of oceans on him, and after converting it into paper money, he took out more than 300 yuan from selling herbs several times, and made up 400 yuan and deposited it in the bank. This is the first time Xu Heihua has entered the bank, and it is also the first time to know such a thing as a passbook. When she was pinching the thin passbook, she was a little uneasy. 400 yuan for such a few pieces of paper. How do you think it's not reliable? Seeing what the adoptive mother was worried about, Xu Wanchen advised, Mother, my mother has said that the money is stored in the bank and others can't steal it if they want to, so don't worry. Xu Heihua came back to her senses, first carried the person, and carefully stuffed the passbook into the pocket of her underwear, before she spit out a breath of turbidity. Mother knows, your master must be for our good.
After speaking, he pressed the pocket of his jacket with anxiety.
Seeing this, Xu Wanchen grabbed her mother's arm and made her happy. In the future, we will save once in a month or 2, maybe it will exceed 1,000 next time. This is really good. Xu Heihua instantly felt that the days were more rushed and the whole person was happy, and there was no longer the tension before.
After leaving the bank, it was still early, and the 4 of them were ready to go to the cooperative.
In the county cooperative, there are many things that cannot be bought in the town, not to mention the side, just the fabric and color, it is much more exquisite. Xu Hehua was holding her daughter, and was smiling and discussing with Su Nan what she wanted to buy for a while, when her footsteps suddenly stopped moving, and her eyes stared straight at one place. Xu Wanchen looked at her adoptive mother's line of sight and was surprised. "Mother, do you want to take pictures?" Xu Lotus has never taken a photo yet, and she was a little embarrassed when she heard this, but she still insisted. "Peach Blossom, how about my mother take a group photo with you?"
Of course it's good, Xu Wanchen immediately agreed.
Su Nan on the side also became interested. "Then go take a picture first, Tao, and take a picture with us later, and send it to your senior brother." Chapter 15.
The front of the photo studio is not large. There were quite a few people who came to take pictures.
When the four of them entered the store, the master was standing behind the tripod, hunched slightly, shaking the handle to adjust the focus and soothing the stiff customers in front of the camera. On the other side, there were several small groups of people gathered in twos and threes, everyone dressed well, and from time to time they dragged their clothes and cut their hair. Obviously, in the present, photography is popular, but it is still taken seriously. When Xu Wanchen was looking at the decoration in the photo studio, she felt that her head was touched, and she looked up and found that it was Shi Niang. Seeing the little girl looking at herself, Su Nan rubbed her head again. "I have to queue for a while, do you want to tie up your hair?" As he spoke, he also pointed to the little girl not far away. Just like that, the center of the eyebrows is red again. Xu Lotus was still a little cramped, but when she heard this, she immediately, with interest, "This is good, Peach Blossom, my mother will order one for you." Xu Wanchen was almost scared out of the emoji, she covered her face and her head again. "Don't."
"Absolutely not."
Seeing this, Su Nan, who had already taken out the lipstick from his bag, was very regretful. "Don't you really try it?"
"Our peach blossoms grow so well, they must look better if they are red."
If usually, Xu Wanchen would definitely take a look at the lipstick of this era, but now she can't take care of it, she still buries her head, and insists in an earnest voice, "I don't like to be red, and I don't like to tweet." "This girl?" Xu Heihua patted her daughter's back, very speechless. "I don't know what's going on, I haven't been willing to tie braids." Xu Wanchen was wronged.
Is she reluctant to wear braids? She didn't want to put a tweet in the middle of her head, it was really too naive.
Fortunately, the photographer spoke out at the right time and drew the attention of the adults.
Is equal to.
Taking pictures is very expensive, but Xu Lotus is very willing. When registering, in addition to the photo with her daughter, she also paid for 2 single photos. Widow Xu and Su Nan have no financial pressure, but they are not profligate, and they only paid for 2 group photos. The master's speed was quite fast, and after only half an hour, it was the turn of the 4 people. When looking at the photos of others, Xu Heihua took the opportunity to do a full psychological construction for herself, but when she really stood in front of the camera, she was still uncontrollably stiff. The old master was not surprised, and persuaded in a gentle tone, "Don't be nervous, big sister, just sit on the chair, just like at home. You stand, yes, next to your mother, little girl." After sitting on the chair, Xu Heihua took a few deep breaths, pulled the corners of her clothes, and tried to smooth the folds on it before she squeezed out a smile, but how to look at it, how unnatural. Seeing this, Xu Wanchen stretched out his hand to his adoptive mother. "Mother, why don't you hug me?" Hearing this, Xu Lotus was very moved, and subconsciously looked at the photographer. The old master nodded, and said happily, "It's okay to hold it, your girl is a bold." "Okay, look at me. Laugh. Yes, don't be nervous." Outside the camera, Su Nan stared at the little girl for a while, and suddenly smiled. "I found out, Tire, this child is really stable." Widow Xu was a little proud. "I was born to study medicine."
Su Nan wanted to say that with Taoer's unfazed temperament, she could do anything. But when she thought that her husband had finally accepted an apprentice, she couldn't bear to complain. Is equal to. Order. The photo will be available for a week.
After putting away the receipts and leaving the photo studio with anticipation, the group went straight to the cooperative.
Before 1956, the private sector was allowed.
Along the way, there are pot shops, oil mills, powder mills, blacksmith stoves.
There is also a hotel called a big car shop, and Xu Wanchen is dazzled and dizzying. She doesn't just look at the street scene, she also observes pedestrians.
In the end, the county seat is more open than Tunli, and as far as the eye can see, there are beautiful girls everywhere in beautiful clothes, like adoptive mothers, and there are very few who comb traditional hair buns. Xu Wanchen naturally seized the opportunity and persuaded the benefits of cutting her hair again.
The cooperative has 3 floors, and the facade is not too large.
Except for the fabric and the candy counter, the rest is fine.
Most women like to shop, and it's the same in all eras.
Xu Hehua looked at the fabric counter, her face was full of eagerness, and she was not worried about her daughter. Or
mother carrying you?
No, you can go yourself. While speaking, Xu Wanchen had already retreated to the master's side and expressed his refusal with his actions. Seeing this, Su Nan looked at her husband. Then you take Peach Blossom to go upstairs. Not long after the cooperative was built, Cao Xayu only came once, and he didn't refuse when he heard the words, and led the little apprentice to the 3rd floor.
The 3rd floor is mostly filled with valuables.
For example, radios, bicycles, watches, etc.
I can't afford to buy it. Xu Wanchen only looked curious a few times and followed the master's actions step by step.
Just kidding. She looks super cute now. Big eyes, upturned nose, pink lips, fleshy cheeks, plus a little bit of naturally curly short hair. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a doll. What if someone takes it away by traffickers? Cao Xayu was completely unaware of the narcissism in the little apprentice's heart. He looked left and right, then walked to the pen counter and asked the waiter to take out one of the gold pens. $9.20. After the salesman finished talking about the price, Xu Wanchen touched the 30 yuan in his pocket. It's rare to come to the county seat once, and before leaving, her adoptive mother specially bought things for her. In the words of her mother, she also has half of the income from selling medicinal herbs. Xu Wanchen has always wanted to give gifts to his adoptive mother, master, but he has never met the one he likes. Speaking of shame, she felt that she should be relatively wasted among the traverses. I wanted to make it myself, but my life skills didn't light up at all. I don't know how to make clothes, I don't know anything about dim sum, and I can barely eat when I cook. In addition to studying, Xu Wanchen doesn't seem to have anything to do. In her previous life, her parents followed the trend and enrolled her in interest classes. Learn painting and piano. Later, when I went to high school, my academic tension stopped, and it was only half-baked, and it was completely useless at the moment. Now it seems that the fountain pen? It's a good fit. Thinking of this, she looked at the master who was trying to write. Master, is it easy to use? Cao Xayu handed over the pen. Try it yourself. Xu Wanchen didn't twist either, and after taking it, he stared at the gold-colored tip of the pen for a few times before writing down a line casually. Don't say it. It's silky. Seeing that the little apprentice was satisfied, Cao Xayu smiled and said, Like it? Master bought it for you. I'll buy it for master. Xu Wanchen took out 30 yuan and looked at the salesman. Buy 3. Clerk. The salesperson's smile was a little stiff, and she looked at the adult. Comrade, are you sure to buy 3? Wait a minute. Cao Xayu nodded politely at the salesman before looking at the apprentice. Want to buy so much? Xu Wanchen snapped his fingers. Master, and my mother, 1 for each person. After speaking, he learned the tone of a child of a few years old, and added softly, I use the money I earn to buy you a gift, I can't refuse. On the day of apprenticeship, when the master returned the gift, In addition to a bunch of books, he also put a 50-year-old ginseng in the medicine box.
Xu Wanchen didn't know how much it was worth, but it should be a few hundred yuan. She felt very hot and wanted to return it at that time, but the master did not agree to take it back.
A fountain pen is nowhere near the value of ginseng, but she is still young and there is always a chance to pay back slowly. Widow Xu probably knew that the apprentice made some money selling medicinal herbs, but she didn't expect that she would buy things for herself and his wife, and she was greatly moved at the moment. Okay, this is her filial piety to the master, and the master will not refuse. That's really good. Xu Wanchen is really not good at pushing. Fortunately, the master is not good either. She pushed 30 yuan to the salesman. Sister, I want 3 gold pens.
I was sure that the child really wanted to buy it, and the salesman didn't ink, so he opened the. Stayed in the co-op for 2 or 3 hours. The 2 ladies bought a lot of things and stuffed the baskets they had brought with them. By the time I left, it was almost time for dinner. A few people found a small restaurant and ordered a few home-cooked dishes. After eating and drinking, we are ready to set off for home. Xu used up his luck in the morning, and Widow Xu went to several familiar strongholds in a row, but failed to find the SF car. In desperation, the 4 of them had to go to the car rental company, pay a deposit, and rent 2 horses. Widow Xu and Su Nan were a horse, and Xu Wanchen rode with his adoptive mother. The road conditions are not good, and the 30-kilometer road takes about 3 hours. At the beginning, sitting on high horseback, Xu Wanchen was fresh and excited. Especially when she met 2 groups of soldiers on horses on the road, she hooked her head to look at it. But the excitement lasted only an hour.
It's really?
But hurts. When he returned to the town and went to the car dealer to return the carriage, Xu Wanchen's whole body wilted. In the end, he was crooked in his adoptive mother's arms and slept in the dark. When I woke up again, I found myself lying in bed.
Look left and right, good fellow, isn't this her room?
When did you come back? Awake?
When you wake up, get up and have dinner.
Xu Lotus hugged her daughter, who was still a little confused.
Xu Wanchen raised his hand and rubbed his face, and Lijuo got out of bed to put on his shoes. Just out of the bedroom, I turned around and went back to the house to pick up the small school bag. Seeing this, Xu Lotus was disgusted. What are you doing with your school bag for dinner?
Xu Wanchen didn't speak, and took out a thin box from her school bag and stuffed it to her adoptive mother.
Xu Lotus subconsciously held it. What? Xu Wanchen smiled. The gift I bought for my mother. You know 200 words, and you just use a pen to practice calligraphy. Pens? For me? Under the explanation of her daughter, she carefully unscrewed the pen, looked at the golden nib, and was surprised. This?
How is this the color of gold? It's really the same color as the little yellow croaker she hid.
Xu Wanchen, this is the golden pen. Xu Heihua was dumbfounded. It's really gold. That.
How much is that worth?
It's not pure gold, it should be made of other metals. It doesn't matter. Do you like it? I like it. Such a good thing. Why don't you like it? Xu Lotus likes it very much. This is given by her daughter. Gold. She was so moved that she wanted to cry, but before crying, there was something more important to ask. How much is this? Xu Wanchen didn't hide it. She said the price directly, and at the end she took out 2 more sticks from her arms. Mother, this is for master and master. I'll send it over now. Thinking of the care of the mother and mother next door, Xu Lotus was no longer painful, and urged, Go, go, it's time to be filial to your master and mother. I'll be right back.
Seeing this, Xu Lotus cherished the pen and walked quickly to his bedroom to find a safe place to place it. I just opened the drawer, and I felt distressed again. She gave her daughter a total of 30 yuan, and the 3 pens were almost spent, and she was afraid that she didn't buy anything. This nitty, why are you so sincere? Is equal to. The days that followed. Xu Wanchen started the mode of studying hard again.
In addition to reciting the pharmacopoeia, practicing calligraphy and collecting medicine with her master. She will also go to the clinic with her master, so to speak. She is very busy.
Not only her, but the villagers are also in full swing.
Pay taxes and grain, busy autumn planting, and store winter vegetables. In short, in the entire Xuatan, no one is idle. Fortunately, as more and more women in Tunli cut their hair, Ms. Xu Hehua finally changed her hairstyle smoothly. As Qiu Wanchen expected, the 31-year-old Ms. Xu was already beautiful, but now she is several years younger, and in just half a month, the matchmaker came to the door several times. As usual, there are people who speak sour words.
But now it can't. After all, Xu Wanchen worshipped Dr. Xiao as a teacher.
In this era of serious lack of medical resources, unless you have a sick brain, who will offend the doctor?
Not only can you not be offended, but wherever Xu Lotus goes now, someone will take the initiative to talk.
It's not flattering, but it's much better than before, either cold or disgusted. Person?
It's that realistic.
On this day, too, Xu Hehua was busy with the work in the field, and as soon as she got home, 3 or 4 women came to the door. Xu Lankao, as before, smiled heartily and went straight to the point. Lotus girl, are the peach blossoms at home? Xu Hehua went back to the house and moved to stools, and asked a few people to sit down before returning. What about her master's house? What's wrong? Xu Lankao, it's not a big deal. Isn't school going to school tomorrow? I'll ask Peach Blossom what time she will go to school tomorrow. Xu Hehua, class starts at 8 o'clock, and we have to leave at 7:30. She veers. Xu Lankao slapped her thigh. My family's dead girl who can't smash her farts with 3 sticks, she doesn't want to read that junior elementary school at all, and she is still crying at home at this time. I think that our Peach Blossom is a capable person, and I want to ask her to bring it tomorrow. The rest of the people immediately responded, yes, 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 the stinky boy at home is also crying and doesn't want to go. My family is the same, and I slapped a few times to be honest. My family wants to go, but I'm afraid of messing around at school. Lotus, don't worry, we don't want to do anything, it's just that the children in the family are happy with the Peach Blossoms and want to make friends with her. Yes, yes, my stinky boy also admires Peach Blossom, and he must be willing to listen to her. We really don't have anything else to think about. Xu Lotus.
Do you think I believe it or not?
Chapter 16. Early September, 1950.
Came the 5th month of this era. Xu Wanchen became a primary school student. Strictly speaking, it's a junior high school student.
At this time, elementary schools were divided into junior primary schools and upper elementary schools. Junior primary 1 to 4, upper primary 5 to 6. On the day of school, compared to Qiu Wanchen's insipidity mixed with lovelessness, Xu Lotus can be said to be extremely excited. Not only did he prepare a sumptuous breakfast, but even what clothes and shoes the girl wore was carefully considered, vowing to make the girl the most beautiful cub in the whole junior high school. In fact, when queuing up to register at the school gate, Xu Wanchen, who was wearing a small flower skirt and carrying a small school bag, was indeed the most eye-catching existence in the surrounding Tunli. However, she felt that it had nothing to do with whether she was beautiful or not, mainly because there were too many people who sent her to school. Master, and mother are all here.
I'm afraid that the whole school can't find a second one, like her family.
Halfway through, Xiao Xiu left alone for a while, and when he came back, he explained to a few people, I asked the teacher just now, and there are only about 30 students in a few tumji. Xu Lankao, who had been following closely, dragged her daughter and asked anxiously, how are the classes divided?
Can my Niji be in the same class as Peach Blossom?
Hearing this, Xu Wanchen subconsciously looked at the girl beside Aunt Lankao, as if she was calling.
Li Yulan is the same age as herself. But she didn't want to, and the girl was looking at her.
Unexpectedly, when the peak was discovered, when the eyes touched, Li Yulan's round smiling face instantly turned red.
It's so easy to be shy. Xu Wanchen blinked, took the initiative to release kindness, and showed a sweet smile to the person. And then
Li Yulan snorted and shrank behind Xu Lankao. Xu Wanchen. The adults didn't notice the interaction between the children, and Xiao Xayu continued to tell the news. The teacher said that there are no classes, no matter how big or small, all students start from the first grade. A few people were stunned, and soon reacted again. There is indeed no need to divide classes, no matter how big or small, they are basically illiterate. Xiao Xayu patted the little apprentice's head again. There are a total of 7 courses in the junior primary school: Chinese, arithmetic, general knowledge, music, physical education, art, ideology and morality. There are a lot of things to learn. You can see if you can keep up first. Master, I'll do my best. This is the agreement between the 2 masters and apprentices, and if Xu Wanchen feels that the learning content is relaxed, there is no need to go to school every day. As the time spent together increased, Xiao Xayu became more and more fond of the little apprentice's studious and sensible, and he patted her little head again. Do what you can. Although I don't quite understand the meaning of the 4 words that Dr. Xiao said, the master is always kind, and Xu Hua also advised. Yes, yes, Tavar listens to your master. Xu Lankao interjected again. That?
When do classes start?
Xiao Xayu, not today. When the registration is done, the children will go to the class to get the books first, and the class will officially start tomorrow morning. So, after the registration, the group went to the class again. A few months ago, Xu Wanchen was brought by her adoptive mother to see school. The school was small and simple, with a few mud and straw houses. But the furnishings in the interior have broken through Xu Wanchen's cognition. In the small classroom, there is not a single desk except for a patchwork of dilapidated benches. If it weren't for the large blackboard on the wall in front of you, who would have seen that this was an elementary school classroom? Faced with the curious or questioning eyes of parents and students, the 2 teachers were also a little embarrassed. What's that? The above funds are limited, and students can also bring their own desks if the conditions at home allow. All? Seeing that the big guys didn't speak, the middle-aged female teacher hurriedly added, It's okay if you don't bring a desk, it won't affect your studies. All? Go back and find someone to make you a table, and you will be ready for a few days.
On the way back, Xu Hua carried a school bag in one hand and held her daughter in the other.
It doesn't have to be particularly good. Xu Wanchen didn't care much about this. Most of her attention was on her teeth, because her front teeth couldn't fall out, which was very uncomfortable. Sunan recognized it very much. Our peach blossoms are smart and good-looking. They are eye-catching enough in the class. The table is half new and not old. By the way, Lotus girl, it is okay if the child doesn't go out in the past, and the child will go to school in the future. Put some patches on the clothes. Xu Lotus is the most sophisticated in human feelings. Of course she understands the twists and turns. The child eats and wears a little better, that is, Rufu. Sooner or later someone will be attracted like a leech, she sighed. This day, live a sneaky life.
Is equal to. After going back, Xu Wanchen didn't even enter the house, so he was taken by the master to the next door. On the fence of the courtyard of the Xiao family, there is a thick roll of newspaper. Xiao Xayu is no longer surprised, but whenever there is no one at home, the newspaper delivery person does this. Pushing open the courtyard door, he first put the newspaper on the stone table in the courtyard, then opened the corner of his robe, sat on the stone bench, and pointed to the stool on the side. Sit here, open the book and take a look. Can you understand it? Xu Wanchen raised her little short legs and climbed onto the stool, first opened the language book, and read a few pages carefully before nodding. I can understand. The little apprentice is not a targetless. Xiao Xayu knocked on the table again. Look at arithmetic again. Arithmetic is definitely easier. It's really too difficult for a doctoral student to pretend to be a little doll. Xu Wanchen complained again in her heart, and she still honestly flipped through the book on her face. I can understand it. Xiao Xayu was very satisfied.
In this way, you study by yourself for 2 hours first, and after you finish learning, let your master give you questions, and if you do it all, the master will go and talk to your teacher. Xu Wanchen's eyes were shining. Do you talk about self-study at home?
Think beautifully.
Xiao Xiu gave the little apprentice a brain meltdown, and when she hugged her head in a strange way, she smiled and said, "You have to go at least 2 days a week. You are still young, it is still necessary to go to school, maybe you will make good friends."
Speaking of which, his little apprentice is really too self-controlled.
A doll as big as her in Tunli, except for helping the family do some work, is basically playing outside. Playing tops, hopscotch, shuttlecock kicking, hide and seek, hoop rolling.
So many fun games.
I don't have any interest in this one, like a little adult. All day long, it's either memorizing pharmacopoeias or concocting medicinal materials. Therefore, even if she knew that with her current level, she didn't need to go to the first grade at all, Xiao Xiu still hoped that she would go to school quickly and relaxed. He was really afraid that the little girl would be stupid.
Xu Wanchen didn't know the master's brain at all, so he obediently took out the language book and began to memorize it. As for master's point of going 2 days a week, she disagrees with it. She has her own plans for studying.
Historically, the university was suspended in 66 years, and in order to be safe, she decided to finish college in 65 years at the latest. Among them, there are 4 years of junior high school, 2 years of upper primary school, 3 years of junior high school, 3 years of high school, and 5 to 6 years of medicine. If you study for 18 years, there is not enough time.
Skipping a grade is essential.
It's just that she is not suitable now, and it is not convenient to say this, so she can only talk about conditions with excellent grades in her future studies. I'm not at home for a while, and the peaches have been picked by someone's children, so there are only a few left. Xu Hehua complained and pushed open the door of Xiao's courtyard, and saw her daughter lying on the stone table reading a book, and Dr. Xiao was also flipping through the newspaper on the side, and immediately shut up. Su Nan, who was drinking tea on the side, smiled and beckoned people to come over and sit. "It's okay, you said yours, don't delay them." Xu Lotus didn't rush to sit. She first stuffed 2 washed peaches for her daughter, and then sat next to Su Nan with the rest.
Her daughter is the most well-behaved in the world.
Xu Wanchen didn't know the rainbow bubbles in her adoptive mother's heart. She couldn't leave the book, picked up a peach and bit it.
Not.
Got a bite on your tongue.
Xiao Xiu raised her eyes and looked over.
It's not. Xu Wanchen's voice was a little vague. The tooth is missing. As she spoke, she pulled out toilet paper and spit her teeth onto it. At this time, Xu Hua also came over, made sure that her daughter didn't have much blood, so she took her teeth and said with a smile, "You continue to study. My mother will go back." Xu Wanchen jumped off the stone bench. "I'll go home and rinse my mouth."
After rinsing her mouth and watching her mother throw her teeth on the roof, Xu Wanchen turned back to Xiao's house.
But he didn't want to, so when he entered the courtyard gate, he saw the master slamming the newspaper on the table. "What's wrong?"
Su Nan frowned.
Xiao Xiu took a few deep breaths, barely suppressed the anger in his heart, and then said in a dumb voice, "It's war again." Su Nan couldn't sit still now. She got up and walked over quickly. "Where to fight?" Xu Wanchen lowered her eyes. She knew where. According to history, the battle that lasted 3 years should have been frictional for months. Exuaton is remote, and the news is obviously lagging behind.
Xiao Xiu was in no mood to speak, and handed the newspaper directly to his wife. When the other party lowered his head to read, he showed his deep worry. The eldest brother and Jingliang should take the initiative to participate in the war. Is equal to. At the same time.
Shanghai, 2nd Military Medical University, male dormitory. Li Xiang looked at his friend who was packing his luggage, and his face was full of disapproval. "Jingliang, you are an only child, it is not your turn to go to the front line. And besides, we are students, and we will not be dispatched unless we have to." Xiao Jingliang was busy with himself, and he didn't raise his head. I know, I just prepared in advance. Li Xing was puzzled. What preparations are you doing? Xiao Jingliang pulled up the suitcase, then got up and looked at his friend, and said in a firm tone, You and I both know that the country's medical talents are scarce, and it is very likely that we will need to go to the front line.
Regretful. What regrets?
Xiao Jingliang put a doll in a drawer into his bag before continuing. I took 5 days off from the instructor to go home to meet my parents. Maybe.
It's the last of each other.
What I didn't tell my friend was that he had already applied for a suspension from school, and when he came back from home, he would go directly to the front line with his uncle's troops. He has the courage to move forward, but he doesn't want his parents to have regrets that they can't see him for the last time. Li Xing still felt that it was wrong. Are you hiding something from me? Xiao Jingliang picked up the box and went out. Time is pressing, I have to catch the train.
Hey, you kid!
Li Xing chased a few steps behind, and when he saw the wind under his friend's feet, he obviously had made up his mind. He stopped in exasperation, but soon turned around and headed straight for the instructor's office.
Chapter 17. The first day of class. Xu Wanchen appeared at the door of the class half an hour earlier than the preparatory bell. She thought she had arrived early enough, but she didn't realize that the small mud and straw classroom was already full of students. Standing at the door of the class, with a pair of curious eyes, Rav has an adult core, and Xu Wanchen is still a little uncomfortable. At the moment when she walked into the classroom, several children stood up one after another. Among them, Uncle Tun's little grandson, Tigerhead and Tiger Brain, Xu Xiu, who was particularly lively, beckoned quickly. Peach Blossom, my father asked me to sit with you, and I left a seat for you. As soon as these words came out, several other boys who had been told by the family also opened their mouths one after another. Xu Wanchen is one head and too big. She can recognize these children as Xu Jiatun, but she is really not familiar with them. Moreover, she already has a candidate for the table in mind. Thinking of Aunt Lankao's several requests, Xu Wanchen's eyes wandered around the classroom. Soon, a pair of big round eyes were met. It's Li Yulan. Looking next to her, there was a vacant seat. So, Xu Wanchen shook his head at the little boys. Thank you, I want to sit with Sister Yulan. Yes, a young lady who is only 3 months older than her. Li Yulan didn't expect that such a capable, such a beautiful peach blossom was really willing to sit with her, and call her sister, and immediately her little face turned red with excitement. Sister Yulan, can I sit here? Walking to the little girl's side, Xu Wanchen asked again. That's it. It's for you? Leave the position. After stumbling and stumbling, Li Yulan, who was already introverted, blushed even more. Seeing this, Xu Wanchen sat next to her with a butt and said with a smile, Thank you, Sister Yulan. No thanks. The voice was still as thin as a mosquito, but it was evident that it had a little joy. And then remembering something, she hurriedly took out her handkerchief and gave out a small piece of maltose wrapped in it. Looking at the candy handed to him, Xu Wanchen was surprised. Give it to me. Li Yuan had a cute round face, combed to braids, and at this moment, her big round eyes were full of stars, and she nodded heavily. This is her mother's reward for her, but she is not willing to eat it, and wants to leave it for Sister Peach Blossom. Don't look at Xu Wanchen, who has been here for a few months. She eats and drinks well, and she also has snacks, but it is because Xu Lotus herself is rich, and the resources are only used for 2 people, so she naturally lives comfortably. After receiving more income from collecting medicines, the conditions of the mother and daughter of the Xu family have become the top-notch existence in Tunli. But ordinary children don't have any snacks at all, and they can't go to the mountains to pick wild fruits and catch birds, which shows the weight of the little girl's candy. Xu Wanchen did not refuse, and after taking it generously, she also took out an orange candy from her pocket and handed it over, and whispered, Let's eat instead, so that we are best friends. This child is very shy and has low self-esteem. According to Aunt Lankao, Sister Yulan's grandmother does not agree with her studying, thinking that the girl is a waste.
it is better to find a partner early. And when she is 10 years old, she can be sent to her husband's house to be a child daughter-in-law, and she can save a lot of food.
But Xu Lankao and his wife saw another possibility in Xu Wanchen and insisted on sending people to study. Xu Wanchen and her adoptive mother have received a lot of help from Aunt Lankao, and she is naturally happy to protect some of each other's daughters at school.
And at this time, the little girl Li Yulin, who was still a little afraid to accept it, was already coaxed into pink bubbles.
That's right, they're best friends. Is equal to the entire Xuetan primary school.
There are a total of 32 students, and with myself, there are only 5 girls.
2 classes in the morning, 1 in Chinese and 1 in arithmetic.
Xu Wanchen listened carefully on the surface, but in his head he was reviewing the 2 days of reciting the pharmacopoeia.
There is something to do, and time naturally flies quickly.
When the school bell rang, all the children living in Xuetan ran out.
At this time, there is no habit of picking up children from school, and there is no adult at the school gate.
Xu Wanchen and Li Yulin's children held hands, stepped on the winding dirt road, and walked home together. Originally, a few boys also followed along, but later they thought they were walking slowly and left their families' advice behind and ran away in 2s and 3s. Peach Blossom, will I come to you to go to school with you in the afternoon? Feeling that she is already her best friend, in front of people close to her, Li Yulin finally showed a little liveliness. Promised Aunt Lankao to take care of her daughter, plus the little girl has a good temperament. Xu Wanchen likes it quite much, so she naturally responded, and explained at the end.
If I'm not at home, I'm definitely at my master's house.
Dr. Xiao's family. Li Yulin clenched her little fists. In order to go to school hand in hand with her good friends, she finally promised,
I'm definitely going to look for you. Xu Wanchen was amused by her appearance on the execution ground.
Li Yulin. On the first day of school, when I got home, I had to be cared for by my parents.
Xu Wanchen is no exception.
However, it was about her past that she was too motivated, and Ms. Xu Hua only asked a few words as usual.
Master and Mrs. don't care about her studies, she only cares about whether she has made friends. When it was time to go to school in the afternoon, Li Yulin really ran over with a red face.
Then in the pleased eyes of the 3 elders, Xu Wanchen was embarrassed, held hands with the young lady, and went to school together. She thought that her life would be normal again, but when she came back for lunch on the 3rd day, she met a surprise in the courtyard. Woo-woo. The immature dog barking couldn't deter Xu Wanchen, who was full of aunt smiles, and she grabbed the little guy and carried it in her arms, before she shouted excitedly, "Mother!
Do we really have dogs?" There was no movement for months, and she thought there was no hope.
Hearing the voice, Xu Hua walked out of the kitchen, dusted the grass clippings on her apron, and replied, "Didn't you always want a fierce puppy?"
"It's easy for my mother to find it."
"Where did you find it?" Xu Wanchen doesn't really know much about the types of dogs, but the little guy has gray-brown hair, small pointed ears, and slightly wider claws, which should be able to grow into a big one. Seeing that the girl liked it, the puppy also wagged its tail and licked the peach blossoms. Xu Lotus laughed. "I picked it up from Zhaojiatun."
Zhaojiatun?
"It seems to be quite far away, about 10 miles, Xu Wanchen frowned. "You went to pick it up yourself." Xu Hua sat back by the stove and lit the fire, and when she heard this, she didn't care. "Yes, I borrowed a horse from Uncle Jingjin and rode there, and it only took 2 hours to go back and forth, which was very fast." Xu Wanchen quickly walked to her adoptive mother's side, and her tone was rare and serious.
"Mother, didn't you hear Master say that it was messy outside? What should I do if I encounter a beard?"
Xu Hua waved her hand. "My mother is careful. I specially wore men's clothes. It's okay." The adoptive mother was actually quite careless in some aspects. Xu Wanchen knew that normal persuasion had no effect, so she came ruthlessly. "There is also a female classmate in our class who is from Zhaojiatun, and I will go to play with her when I go back." Xu Hua immediately retorted, "That's not good, it's too far, How can you go with a female doll? Xu Wanchen, you are also a female doll, you can go, why can't I? Xu Hihua was amused by her daughter's call herself a female doll. Okay, my mother knows what you mean, you won't go out alone in the future, and you won't be allowed to run out alone to no. This is what you said yourself, if you want to talk or not, then I can not say anything. Hey, you girl, little man, with a belly of ghosts, go, hold your dog and take the name, don't get in the way of me cooking. Was treated like a fly by the mother, Xu Wanchen didn't care, just to achieve the goal, just name the dog. Mother, what do you think of calling Angelica?
Angelica? Isn't this a medicinal herb? Following the girl to dig medicinal herbs, Xu Lotus unknowingly also knew a lot of herbs.
Xu Wanchen, yes, it's the name of the medicinal herb, is it good? Xu Hihua didn't understand why the puppy had a medicine name, it's not okay to call it rhubarb. That's definitely not going to work, Xu Wanchen disgusted her face. Mother, I'll ask master and master. Go, it just so happens that they don't know we have a dog yet. By the way, go and come back quickly, and we will have dinner in 10 minutes. Got it.
Is equal to. I walked out of the yard with the dog in my arms. Xu Wanchen noticed that a tall and thin figure approached in the distance. Master is a doctor, and from time to time people come to see a doctor. So at first, Xu Wanchen didn't care. It was only when she continued to move forward and stood in front of the master's house that she vaguely saw that the person seemed to be soldier. Xu Wanchen frowned, simply didn't rush to push open the courtyard door, and continued to stand in place and wait. Then, gradually, as the visitor got closer and closer, her eyes widened wider and wider. How could it be? Are you? Little junior sister?
Xiao Jingliang was in the dust all the way. The closer he got to home, the more timid he was to his hometown, and he was still thinking about how long he had to do psychological construction outside the hospital before he dared to push open the fence gate, but he didn't think about it, and he saw a small figure standing at the door of his house from a distance. When he got closer, after seeing the other party's appearance and age, he had a guess. Hello senior brother, I'm Xu Wanchen. The person who came turned his back to the sun and stopped 2 or 3 meters away from him. Xu Wanchen's eyes swept over the other party's picturesque eyebrows and eyes, and the bridge of his nose one by one, and he made sure that it was really the young man in the photo who was in the first bloom of begonias, and then showed a smile. Xiao Jingliang bent down slightly, and his tone was gentle. I know, isn't it called peach blossom? Yes, master and master call me that. Referring to his parents, who he hadn't seen for more than a year, Xiao Jingliang's relaxed heart rose again, and his tone was also wrapped in a stringency. My parents.
How is it going?
This is homesick, right? In the end, it is a 17-year-old child. Xu Wanchen didn't say anything ridiculous, but bent her eyes. It's good, I must be very happy to know that my senior brother is back. After speaking, he was not in a hurry to hold the puppy and show it to the master and his wife. Senior brother, I'll go home first.
Aren't you going to come in? He had seen it from afar.
Xu Wanchen's afterglow had already seen Xinyan come out of the kitchen, so she shook her head. No, I'll come back later. With that, the man had already run away quickly. Just kidding. It's rare for relatives to reunite, there must be endless words, laughs that can't fall, endless tears of joy. She puzzles what is going on. Seeing the little girl's short legs, but running fast, a smile appeared in Xiao Jingliang's eyes. Although the younger sister is not quite the same as he imagined, she is unexpectedly lively, but the wisdom and ingenuity described by her mother is true. She is only 8 years old, but she is extraordinarily transparent. Son? The exclamation woke up the pensive Xiao Jingliang, and when he turned around, when he saw his mother, a smile also appeared on his handsome face. Mom, I'm back.
Is it really you?
Su Nan also thought that he was hallucinating when he missed his son, but now he saw that the stinky boy not only answered him, but also pushed open the courtyard door and walked in, and immediately cried with joy. Xiao Xu?
Xiao Xu. Fast. The sun is back. Come out of here. It is rare for Su Dame to have such a time when she doesn't care about her image. She ran to her son while shouting.
In the kitchen, hearing the movement, Xiao Xu, who was burning the fire, also picked up the corner of his robe and ran out of the door. It's just that when he saw the young man in the yard who was holding his wife to persuade him, he stopped abruptly.
He had a bad premonition. Is equal to.
Why so fast? Senior brother is back. It's not appropriate for me to pest at this time.
Who?
Xu Hua poked her head out from behind the stove, and when she was about to ask which senior brother it was, she had already reacted, and she was shocked. You mean Xiao Jingliang? Xu Wanchen put the puppy on the ground and began to rummage through what it could eat. Well, it's Xiao Jingliang.
Why did he come back all of a sudden?
People look all right, right? Hearing this, Xu Wanchen's movements in his hand paused, and suddenly remembered a piece of history that his mentor had told when he was studying medicine. During those 3 years of war, due to the scarcity of medical personnel, even many medical students went to the front. The friction has not started for long now, but the senior brother who should have been studying in college suddenly returned home, and Xu Wanchen couldn't help but think a little more. What's wrong? What's wrong? Seeing that the girl was stunned and didn't reply, Xu Hehua hurriedly got up from behind the stove and raised her legs to go next door. Xu Wanchen didn't care about thinking about it, and hurriedly dragged the person away. It's nothing, the person is fine.
Then why don't you speak? You girl, scared to death. Xu He slapped her daughters as angrily.
Xu Wanchen twitched the corners of her mouth, covered her ass and protested. Mother, how old am I?
Can you stop spanking?
How old am I to be your mother, and I'm embarrassed to spank it. There is nothing wrong with this, Xu Wanchen laughed and coaxed. Yes, yes, I am 100 years old, and you are also my mother.
Go, go.
Stinky girl, suddenly said so sensational, Xu Hua was still a little embarrassed. Seeing that the mother was amused, she didn't think about going next door anymore. Xu Wanchen didn't show it on her face, but sighed in her heart. If it is really as she guessed, I am afraid that the mood of the master and the master will be very uncomfortable at this time. Is equal to. The facts did meet Xu Wanchen's expectations. After a short period of excitement and joy, when Xiao Jingliang said that he would leave the next day, the family of three fell silent. In the end, it was Xiao Xu who took the lead in breaking the silence, and he patted his wife's shoulder soothingly. My son has been in the car for 2 days, let him wash first. Su Nan is a smart person, and she has already sensed that something is wrong with her son's eagerness, but she didn't rush to ask, and reluctantly pulled out a smile. Yes, the stinky boy is a clean living person. Mom will boil water for you now. Xiao Jingliang's heart was sore and swollen. Mom, I'll come by myself. No, it's really idle to throw a few wooden sticks, so let your dad lead you to pick a melon and use it as a fruit after the meal.
At the same time as the words fell, Su Nan had already walked briskly to the kitchen. Xiao Jingliang looked at his father again. Xiao Xu sighed secretly in her heart, and led her son to the southwest corner of the courtyard. At the beginning of September, the melons have entered the final season, and there are only a few left on the entire rice plant. Xiao Jingliang bent down to pick melons. Why did you and your mother suddenly grow melons? This has not been the case in the last decade or so. Speaking of this, Xiao Xu's heavy mood finally improved. Your little junior sister is a lover of food, and she planted it for her. Originally, it was just because his father had been silent and started a topic at random, but he didn't expect to get such an answer. His parents knew Xiao Jingliang, and Xiao Jingliang was also familiar with them. In his memory, the two elders were really not warm-hearted. Therefore, there can only be one reason: they really like the little junior sister. Thinking of this, and then thinking of the other party's exquisite thoughts when they met just now, a smile appeared on Xiao Jingliang Qingjin's face. It seems that you and your mother like her very much.
Xiao Xiu glanced at her son. Where is a good child? How can she be like you? One by one. Xiao Jingling didn't admit this. After all, the little junior sister was only 8 years old, and when he was so old, was he also very well behaved? Of course, now that his father is obviously in a bad mood, he should stop talking back and pick melons honestly. You?
Is it to go to the front? Seeing his son walking towards him with a melon in one hand, Xiao Xiu couldn't help but ask. This topic did not allow him to escape in the slightest. Xiao Jingling raised his eyes and looked back at his father. Father, if the country is in trouble, the husband is responsible. If I have learned a medical skill, I should make a contribution. Please also rest assured that your son will remember the nurturing grace of the second elder and strive to return safely. The green bamboo has just grown, but it already has the momentum to stand tall. Xiao Xiu looked at his son, who was already as tall as him, with complicated eyes, both proud and worried. For a long time, I don't know how long he stood there, he took a step back with red eyes, and when he turned around with his robe, he collected all the soreness, and only smiled and scolded. Who is the second elder? Your mother and I are not yet 40 years old, and the little rabbit cub really can't speak. Is equal to. Because I am worried about my master and my mother. After lunch, Xu Wanchen went to Aunt Lankao's house first. After explaining to Li Yulin's children that she would not go to school in the afternoon and asking her to help with leave, she hurried back. Only to find that the mother was no longer at home. Just when she wondered if her adoptive mother had gone to the next door and was about to look for someone, the other party walked in with a big goose. Xu Wanchen hugged the Angelica, who suddenly became excited at his feet, into his arms, and then asked, "Where did I buy the goose?" Xu Hehua, looking for your second uncle to change. Jingling's child rarely comes back, and my mother will cook him a good dish. Mentioning this, Xu Wanchen was worried about her master and mother, but she was not reckless and ran over, so she had an idea. In the courtyard of the Xu family, near the fence in the southwest position, there is an elm tree. She put the Angelica on the ground, ran to the bottom of the tree, and raised her little short legs to climb up. Xu Hua looked inexplicable. What are you doing? After several attempts and failed to climb up, Xu Wanchen begged his mother for help. Mother, help me. Xu Hua is a pet child. Although she is curious why the little nerd girl suddenly became lively, she still happily lifted her up the tree, and did not forget to say, "That's right, you are still a child. Go up to the tree to dig birds' eggs, go down to the river to net fish and shrimp, it is the age to go out to play." Xu Wanchen is really not interested in the childhood games in her adoptive mother's mouth. After all, no matter how good her memory is, and then she is an adult, it is not so easy to learn Chinese medicine. How can she have extra time to wander around? Of course, most importantly, she wasn't very interested in it herself. If you give a mobile phone that can access the internet, hey, she doesn't need to be persuaded by anyone, she can play until she flies. It's good to daydream and do it. Don't think about the mobile phone. Xu Wanchen has a hideous expression and strives to climb up again. Xu Hehua held her hands up, ready to catch her daughter at any time. Slow down, say okay first, don't climb too high, there is no bird's nest in this tree in our house. You've been up. Can I use it? Think everyone is like you with short legs and can't see the treetops? What's wrong with the little short legs? It's not like I'm not tall. Oved. That's not as tall as me. I've seen your own parents and parents, all of them are small people. Yes, today is another day when the mother and daughter love and kill each other. Xu Wanchen wrinkled her nose at the mother who was guarding under the tree, and then stretched out her head to look at the master's house. But he didn't want to, and he ran into a pair of smiling phoenix eyes. Whether it was pulling on the trunk of a tree in an embarrassed posture, or being bumped into by the person concerned after peeping, Xu Wanchen hated to flee immediately. What are you? Love to climb trees? After meeting the gaze, Xiao Jingling, who had been standing outside the hospital for a while, asked out loud for fear that he would suddenly make a noise and scare the little junior sister. Naturally not, Dr. Xu,
who has a strong psychological quality, resolutely refused to admit that she was going to peep. She bent her eyes and squeezed out a cute sweet smile. My mother said that climbing trees is suitable for children. Xu Lotus.
That's what she meant?
Hearing this, Xiao Jingliang didn't say anything, but lifted the bag on his hand. Senior brother brought you a gift, come down and see if you like it. Gifts? To be honest, Xu Wanchen was a little surprised. After all, a 17-year-old boy. Is he so proper? Xiao Jingliang raised his feet and continued to Xu's house. Yes, senior brother went to the mall to buy it. Xu Lotus under the tree also listened to the conversation between the two children, and she immediately raised her hand. Hurry up, my mother will carry you down.
Xu Wanchen didn't ink either, and threw herself into her adoptive mother's arms in a few strokes. At the same time, Xiao Jingliang also entered the gate of the Xu family.
Xu Heihua took the lead in greeting her, looked up and down, and then boasted. The last time I saw you, you were not as big as a peach blossom, and now you are taller than your aunt.
Xiao Jingliang's tutor is very good, and he politely greeted the elders before handing the bag in his hand to the little junior sister.
Thank you, brother.
Xu Wanchen stretched out her hand to hug the gift and thanked her sincerely.
Xiao Jingliang took out a fountain pen from his pocket again. This is my brother's favorite pen. If you don't dislike it, Peach Blossom will accept it too. This time Xu Wanchen was even more surprised. 2 gifts. That's not how the meeting gift is given, is it? The little junior sister is a little one, and the appearance of leaning up on her little head seems to be very difficult. Xiao Jingliang bent down slightly cooperatively. Well, 2 gifts. Senior brother also wants to ask Peach Blossom for a favor. Xu Wanchen didn't ask for a pen. Senior brother, you say. Xu Heihua interjected at the right time. Jing Liang sat down in the first room and said. Xiao Jingliang insisted on stuffing the pen into the little sister's hand, and then straightened up. Auntie, don't bother. I will go back to Shanghai tomorrow, and I want to ask Thuer to accompany my parents for more than these 2 days.
Being in such a hurry to return confirmed Xu Wanchen's previous guess. She pursed her lips and said nothing.
Xu Heihua was surprised. So urgent. Xiao Jingliang's attitude was still gentle. Well, there is still something to do at school.
That? Then let Peach Blossom accompany you now. Xiao Jingliang was naturally 100 willing, but he looked at the little junior sister first.
Xu Wanchen nodded. Senior brother, wait for me. With that, she ran back to the room with the gift in her hand, put it in the closet, and then ran back again. Let's go. Xiao Jingliang nodded at Xu Heihua. Auntie, let's go over first. Mother said, please come to the house for dinner in the evening. Okay, let your mother cook a few fewer dishes. I prepared an iron pot stew goose.
Good. Is equal to. Why didn't you go to school? Seeing the 2 children coming, Xiao Xu lifted the corners of her mouth.
Xu Wanchen didn't seem to see the reluctance on the master's face, and smiled and quipped, Senior brother is back. I am thinking, you must want to show off your little apprentice. Why don't you just sue in advance?
Apprentice? Am I very caring?
Intimate you are big, you are used to being good. Xiao Xu couldn't see that the little girl was trying to make herself happy. He cooperated and poked the little apprentice's head, and scolded with a smile. I also memorized the task assigned yesterday. As long as people are busy, they don't have time to think nonsense. Xu Wanchen immediately straightened his waist and opened his mouth to recite it. The little junior sister is really a pistachio. Xiao Jingliang sat aside, and the more he observed the way the 2 got along, the more down-to-earth his heart became. Fortunately, my father found a good apprentice. When you can't bear the niece, you can still have a little sister to do your filial piety.
That's nice.
If you can come back safely.
I have to buy more gifts for my little sister. Why haven't you gone to rest yet?
When Sunan came out of the bedroom, except for the fact that his eyes were a little red, he couldn't see anything unusual next to him. Xiao Jingliang came back to his senses. I'm not tired. Sunan urged. After 2 days in the car, my eyes are bloodshot. Why aren't you tired?
The room is all cleaned up for you. Go and squint for a while.
Xiao Xiu also looked over. Go, there are peach blossoms here. With the little sister's gag, Xiao Jingliang was indeed a lot more relieved, so he stopped holding it up and got up and went to the bedroom.
Is equal to. In small villages, news spreads quickly. The fact that the son-in-law of Dr. Xiao's family came back in a military uniform soon became known to everyone.
Xiao Jingliang grew up in Tunli, and everyone knows that this is an excellent teenager. If he doesn't come back, now that he has returned to decency, it is inevitable that some people will No. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Xu Wanchen was playing chess with Xi Niang, and the most proud matchmaker from 10 miles and 8 towns came to the door. Watching the matchmaker boast about how good the woman is and how good she is with her brother, Xu Wanchen, who was next to her sister, whispered, "Why doesn't this matchmaker Liu have a new word?" Su Nan looked at the matchmaker with a smile, her lips moving. You still know this from a villain. Xu Wanchen hid her head behind her mother, not letting the matchmaker see the smile on her face. She was the one who told my mother about the matchmaker before, and she said exactly the same words, this business ability is not good.
If it weren't for the inappropriate situation, Su Nan almost laughed, and was amused by the little apprentice of the ghost spirit.
Of course, it would be undignified to really laugh, so she took out a handkerchief and wiped the corners of her mouth, by the way blocking the smile that had spread to her lips, and then stopped to drink tea in the matchmaker's time, and replied, I'm really sorry, my family Jingliang is still young, and I haven't considered getting married in the past few years. If the conditions are good, she is qualified to put on music, and Mrs. Liu said that she understands it very well, and her smile is even more earnest. It's not small, I remember Ling Lang 17. Right.
I think I had a baby when I was 16.
As the old saying goes, start a family. This is the meaning of starting a family first and then starting a business, and when you meet a good girl, you have to cat it. I really feel that we are young, we can also get engaged first, Xu Jinqiang said. He is a rare Jingling child, he doesn't want any bride price, and he sticks 36 legs upside down. The matchmaker's mouth can really say, crackling, Su Nan couldn't insert a word, so it was easy to wait for a gap again, and hurriedly stated his position again. Aunt Liu, I wasn't polite to you just now, my family Jingliang really didn't consider getting married in the past few years. Mrs. Liu was very puzzled. Didn't you fall in love with Jinqiang's daughter?
What do you like? There are a lot of good girls in my aunt's hands. That's not what it meant.
Worried that more and more matchmakers would be attracted later, Su Nan hesitated for a while, but still told the truth. My family Jingliang is going to the battlefield. Hey!
How can you go to such a dangerous place?
No, isn't it better to get married as soon as possible? In case of anything, you can also keep a post? Said this, although the other party may have good intentions, Su Nan's face is still not very good-looking. Marrying a daughter-in-law is a lifetime, how can you leave it at home and ignore it?
Isn't that unusual?
Mrs. Liu still couldn't understand, but she didn't really have a look. That's...
So how do I get back to the woman?
Why do you want to go back? Su Nan really wanted to go back, and she didn't invite her by herself, but when the words came to her mouth, she still changed it to, please tell the truth. Mrs. Liu got up. Okay, I'll go to the woman and talk about it. If Ling Lang changes his mind one day, you have to tell me. Su Nan grabbed a handful of red dates and smiled in response. That's for sure, we are 10 miles and 8 towns, and we will count the ounce and say that the matchmaker is the most capable. Got the benefits, and was praised by cultural people for 2 sentences. Mrs. Liu smiled so much that she couldn't see her teeth, and she couldn't stop saying auspicious words in her mouth. When she got out of the courtyard gate, she suddenly remembered something, and she looked at the little girl who came out again. Peach Blossom, is your mother at home? Xu Wanchen was excited, and subconsciously said, not here. Mrs. Liu didn't suspect that the little girl was lying, but it was a pity. I have 2 good candidates in my hands, Peach Blossom will tell your mother, and I will come back to her later. Xu Wanchen
is equal to. After Mrs. Liu left, Xu Wanchen and Shi Niang played chess again. Strictly speaking, it was Su Dame who abused her unilaterally.
Xu Wanchen didn't know go before, but Shi Niang thought that girls were very good at learning chess, and one day she suddenly pulled her to talk about the rules. Maybe it's not talented, or maybe it's too short to learn. Anyway, she hasn't won a game. Seeing that this game was about to be lost again, when Xu Wanchen was in the middle of his head, a few people roared in the yard. One of them, a 14-year-old boy, was holding his right hand tightly with his left hand, and even then, there were drops of blood.
Xu Wanchen immediately greeted him, and Su Nan prepared the medicine box.
Didn't see Dr. Xiao, Xu Jinggai asked anxiously. Isn't the doctor there? Su Nan shook her head. I was called by Aunt Liu Yu, her daughter-in-law is not feeling well, come and show me what the situation is. This?
Xu Jingkai hesitated.
At this time, in the bedroom, Xiao Jingliang, who was woken up, rubbed his aching head and walked out. What's wrong with your hand? The boy of the Xiao family practiced medicine in Tunni a few years ago. Xu Jinggai's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled his son forward. There is a knife sharpener in Tunni, and when he sharpens the knife for my family, the stinky boy at home has to try it, and he has a big cut on his finger, and he can see the bones. Xiao Jingliang had already seen the wound, and he frowned. It needs to be stitched. Xu Jinggai, who was sutured, didn't understand it, so he only nodded again and again. Xiao family boy, you can rest assured, I believe in you. Xu Wanchen interjected. Senior brother, I'll get the hemostatic disinfectant. Xiao Jingliang was very satisfied with the reaction of the little sister. Someone was responsible for hemostasis and disinfection, so he went to the box to take the surgical bag, and found the needle and silk thread for suturing from it and began to sterilize. Ning to buy it? After hemostasis, disinfection and debridement, he reminded gently, it will hurt a lot, bear with it. Although Western medicine has anesthesia, he has no medicine in his hands, so he can only sew raw. Although Xiao Jinggai was angry with his son for being reckless, he was also distressed. What are you doing in a daze? Hurry up and bite your sleeve. The little boy came back to his senses, hurriedly bit his sleeve and closed his eyes. Seeing that the patient was ready, Xiao Jingliang flew the needle and walked the thread. Frankly speaking, people who have not experienced this scene are somewhat disgusted by it, and everyone looks away. Only Xu Wanchen's face does not change. Xiao Jingliang was a little surprised by the boldness of the little junior sister. You are not afraid. Xu Wanchen shook his head. Don't be afraid. Xiao Jingliang was even more interested. Do you think it is difficult to sew? It's not hard. I used to find it difficult, but Dr. Xu has studied Western medicine for 10 years, and his suture level is much better than that of Mr. Xiao. Of course, the other party has only studied for a year, and he is actually very powerful. Although the two chatted, the speed of Xiao Jingliang's hand was not slow at all, and when the last 2 stitches were left, he raised the needle and thread on his hand. Show me. Xu Wanchen was a little surprised. Me? Xiao Jingliang nodded. I'll see if you really understand. Xu Wanchen's hands had just been sterilized, and when he saw that the senior brother really wanted to get started by himself, he took it generously. And then, before the other party spoke, he took 2 stitches and didn't do the final knotting. After all, the senior brother didn't teach this. Xiao Jingliang. It's just for you to make a gesture. Xiao Jingliang was stunned. What kind of genius is this little expert in Western medicine? Xu Wanchen hurriedly returned the needle and thread, which was embarrassing. It turned out to be a literal analogy. Didn't you let me meet? Of course not. When Xiao Jingliang did the knotting treatment, the whole person was confused. He has always felt that he is very talented in Western medicine, and the professors have praised him many times. Although he is not complacent, he is also very confident. Na Cheng thought, there are people outside the world, and there are heavens outside the sky. Little junior sister, you are simply born to study medicine. Xu Wanchen shook her head frantically in her heart. No, No, she was originally a serious Western doctor, and she only had her current level after studying for 10 years. Cao Xiu carried the medicine box, and as soon as she stepped into the courtyard, she heard her son's praise, and immediately smiled. I said that your junior sister was born to eat Chinese medicine. Cao Jingling, who was already overexcited, subconsciously replied, the little junior sister will also be a leader in studying Western medicine. Cao Xiu's face darkened. Get out. Cao Jingling.
Xu Wanchen is equal to evening. After a lively and sumptuous dinner at Master's house, Xu Wanchen returned home with her adoptive mother. After arriving home, the mother and daughter did not rush to wash and sleep, and first took a hot bath for Angelica. He also used pomegranate peels, betel nuts, peach leaves and other medicinal herbs to decoction into a potion, and poured it into the little one. Xu Heihua frowned. If you raise a dog, you will raise a dog, and it is the first time that my mother has heard of giving medicine to a dog. This is not medicine. This is called deworming. There are parasites on the animal's body, and not deworming is not good for us. After speaking, Xu Wanchen added, it is free range, and it has to be driven once a month. As soon as these words came out, Xu Heihua's expression became even more entangled. Why don't people pay so much attention to raising dogs? I haven't heard of anyone who is bad.
It's probabilistic, although it's very low, but what should we do if we get infected? Okay, you're studying medicine. As long as you're not too troublesome, I listen to you.
Xu Lotus rubbed Angelica with tattered old clothes and made sure that it was almost wiped before she began to scoop water and bathe herself.
Xu Wanchen advised, it's been 2 days, right?
It's time for you to apply a mask today.
I almost forgot. Xu Heihua slapped the door off her head and took out the oiled paper bag locked in the cabinet. Don't say it. What kind of mask did you give your mother? It's really useful.
My mother felt that she was a lot whiter. I didn't understand it before, but now I know that she can develop a white skin. She is naturally willing to toss. Who doesn't love beauty?
That is, Chinese medicine is broad and profound, and beauty is not a handheld pinch. Yes, our ancestors are powerful.
By the way, what is the gift that Jingliang kid gave you? Have you seen it?
Look, it's a doll. Xu Lotus is smearing a mask on her face. Puppet doll. It's not a puppet, it's a...
I wanted to talk about rubber, but I thought that I was still a little girl who had never seen the world, so I held back the words that came to my mouth.
That's made of cloth.
Xu Heihua could only think of this.
Xu Wanchen shook his head. No, I'll show it to you later. Jingliang, that kid will leave tomorrow afternoon. Do you want to return the gift?
Xu Lotus was still uncomfortable, and the whitening mud mask on her face was vague. Xu Wanchen was embarrassed. I wanted to. Why don't you go to the town tomorrow more?